Please welcome to the stage the co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, Web Summit's very own, Casey Lau.
Good morning, bom dia, Joseon, bonjour, ohayo gozaimasu, and g'day mates, to day 2 of Web Summit 2024. My name is Casey Lau, and not only am I your co-host here at Web Summit Lisbon, but I'm also your co-host at our brand new event, a North America event, Web Summit Vancouver, kicking off next year. And I'm happy to see so many of you here at center stage. I hope you took advantage of Night Summit last night, but still rested and ready for the second day here at Web Summit. Before we begin, I just want to make sure you're all getting everything out of your time here at Web Summit. If you need to up your game, you need to make use of the Web Summit app. Make sure you update your info there and connect with people in the same vertical as you. You can also create a schedule of all the talks you're interested in, not just here in center stage, but around the venue, as well as find the location for tonight's Night Summit, and also all the different community-created night events, like the SaaS Startup Mixer and the VC and PE Mixer. So many things to do tonight. Take a look at the app for that. We're also heavily using WhatsApp groups this year to connect like-minded people. If you're a Canadian, join me in the Canadian Startups at Web Summit group, but there are hundreds of them for you to join, and they're all very active right now. This year's center stage talks have topped all of those before, so I hope you enjoy these sessions with the biggest and brightest minds in technology from around the world, only at Web Summit Lisbon 2024. So, are you ready? Oh man, okay, that was the late night. Are you ready? Yeah, all right. Okay, our first talk. I'm sure you've all heard of SaaS, software as a service, or PaaS, a platform as a service. There's something called IaaS, I think. It's called infrastructure as a service. Now you're going to get ready to see what is RaaS. The first humanoid robots as a service are already busy working at a warehouse near you. In our first session of the day, we will be meeting Digit, the 17-kilogram, 5'9" bipedal robot, to find out what kind of work they can do and what is next for them. Please welcome, in conversation with the Atlantic's Nick Thompson, the CEO of Agility Robotics, Peggy Johnson.
Oh, amazing. So excited to be here with you, Peggy.
Thanks, Nick. I'm excited to be here, too.
You know, they do these short intros, but for those of you who don't know, Peggy has been a tech icon for decades, a top executive at Microsoft, ran Magic Leap, and now has robots, so just adding a couple sentences.
Well, I run now a robotics company, a humanoid, human-centric robot company, multi-purpose. And we'll get a chance to meet Digit in a bit. But right now, we are focusing on tasks that humans don't really like to do. So the repetitive, kind of back-breaking tasks you see oftentimes in logistics and manufacturing areas, that's where we're focusing first.
So the idea is to build a robot that manufacturers will bring in, and it will make life easier for humans. It will do things that humans can't do. It will make production more efficient.
It will do things that humans do, but it'll definitely make life easier for humans. What we're focused on is augmenting humans. Typically, this is part of someone's job. It's not their entire job, but for a while, they'll have to move product, boxes, plastic bins, they call totes, from one area to another over and over and over again. That tends to, throw out knees, hurt backs, definitely dirty, repetitive, kind of mind-numbing work. We're trying to take those off the humans' plates so they can focus on other things.
So I spent some time with Digit yesterday, and I was trying to describe it to my kids. And I said, imagine you had something that had 4 grandparents. One is a human, one is a dog, one is a velociraptor, and the 4th is a Roomba. Is that roughly what you've built?
That is roughly what we've built.
Okay.
I agree.
Excellent. Explain the hardest problem you're trying to solve right now. Right? We've had people building humanoid robots for a while.
Right.
And they're getting better. But what is it you're trying to make even better right now? That's interesting.
So I would say the hardest problem about humanoids is they're highly complex. Agility,
like humans.
Like humans, right. Anything that you do as a human is a part of a system. It affects your whole body. Getting that right is very, very hard. The company's been around for about 10 years, and they've been working on developing that. And right here, right now, that works. The physical intelligence of the robot we call Digit works today.
So clearly the processing capacity must be improving rapidly because you're using large language models to have it understand the world. So is the brain improving faster than the body right now?
Right now, I would say because the body's largely done, we're using AI for reinforcement learning right now. So we take simulation data and we can teach Digit new skills with that data. But now with AI and the large language models, we can start to improve Digit's semantic intelligence. So we can give Digit commands, and in actual use cases in these facilities, warehouse facilities and logistics, we can give Digit a new workflow. It can actually be doing one job in the morning, another job in the afternoon, supported by AI.
Wait, so this training is super interesting. So do you show Digit videos of humans doing tasks or other robots doing tasks efficiently and have it train on that?
That is one input that is used in this space, largely because we've been in the space for so long. We've actually been in customer facilities doing proof of concepts for about 3 years. We have the leading set of data across the humanoid base right now because we have actual, real operating data. That data is what we use to train the AI models, and that is used then to train Digit new skills.
All right, let's say a new factory starts. They have 20 employees. 10 of them are NIC. 10 of them are Digit. What can Digit do better than the 10 NICs, and what can the 10 NICs do better than the 10 Digits?
So what Digit can do, I don't know if I would say better, but certainly for prolonged periods of time without hurting Digit, is those repetitive tasks, the dirty tasks. And they are very mind-numbing because it's just moving things around.
I can do mind-numbing stuff.
We'll put you in one of these jobs one day. We'll see how long you last. In fact, in the US today, there's over 1 million jobs open in this space. Nobody wants these roles. But what this allows the human to do is free up cycles to learn new skills. And in this case, they can be the robot manager. So the fleet of robots, the 10 robots that are there, the human now can learn a new skill using our software Agility Arc to manage the robots and to allow it to fit into their corporate infrastructure.
And what about rest? So I need to rest every night. I need a lunch break. Digit needs to recharge. Who spends more time working, the NICs or the robots?
So right now, it's probably humans can go longer on a single charge, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Right now, we have a charge ratio of about 4 to 1. So you could think about 4 minutes of work to 1 minute of charge. Oh. It's not bad, but we're moving to 10 to 1. That gives facilities managers much longer periods of time for Digit to work. And then Digit also has the ability to plug itself in. So it knows when its battery's low, it goes and plugs itself in and recharges.
So do I. Let's bring Digit out on the stage.
You want to meet Digit?
Yeah, I would love to meet Digit. Do you guys want to meet Digit? I think they want to meet Digit. Yeah. Yes, they want to meet Digit. Okay, let's bring Digit. Hello, Digit. Can you please come on the stage? Here, Digit. Digit.
You're calling Digit.
Here we go. Oh, look at Digit.
Digit's very cute.
You see?
Lovely teal color. Digit's about 5'9" or 1.75 meters, weighs about 160 kilograms, 160 pounds. I'm sorry, American, I get my metrics mixed up. 160 pounds, 72 or so kilograms. And essentially very much like a human in its size and weight.
All right, let's talk some about it. Okay, tell me about those crazy hands. What's going on?
So those are called end effectors. And we will put the right end effector, or we can call them hands.
Why would you call it end effector?
Yeah,
You call it hand. It's like a longer
hands
end.
is much easier.
We're going to call it hand today at Web Summit.
Today at Web
All
Summit.
right. Those hands.
Those hands are swappable. So we can take those hands off and put different, you can think of them as tools. Initially, we had what was known as a paddle grip. It was two rubberized ends that picked those plastic totes up. This is more of a gripper. You can think of it as 2 fingers and 2 thumbs, and it can pick things up with the lip. In this case, we're going to have Digit help us sort some laundry here on stage. But you can think of all sorts of use cases where we can swap those hands out.
Do you have any hands that have opposable thumbs and 4 fingers?
We do have hands that are built. The industry's been using 5-finger hands for a long time. For these sorts of jobs, those tend not to be the best end effectors because you really just need strength in a few spots. And while that is one tool that people can use to put on Digit, right now it's not the most effective one.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people think of humanoids, well, it's got to have 5 fingers. Not necessarily. Very complex.
All right, tell me about those legs, because at first they look like human legs, but they're not. They're like greyhound legs. That's why I said one of the grandparents is a dog. What is going on with those legs?
So the legs are backwards. Some people call them bird legs. So you can add that into your description of Digit. The reason they go backwards is it turns out when Digit is doing operations in human spaces and it bends down to pick something up, the legs can actually get in the way and hit the box that it's trying to pick up. So we have the legs going backwards. That helps that motion much easier. But Digit can also reach up to about 6 feet to put a box up on a shelf. It's meant to go in spaces that were built for humans.
Right.
So skinny aisles and
But isn't that
shelves.
inefficient? Like, shouldn't you just, why not make it 9 feet tall and then sell to customers who re-engineer their factories because it can be more efficient? I mean, if we were all 9 feet tall, we'd be better at loading boxes up high.
We would be, but turns out the whole world is built for humans. So right now, shelves aren't 9 feet tall because typically people can't get up there. So that's the reason we chose a human-centric model, is to go where the infrastructure already is. So when we go into a factory or a warehouse, we don't tell the manager, you have to change everything.
Right.
We go where the humans go.
Okay, and tell me about this walking, like the, it didn't look very efficient, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure I could beat it in a race across. I mean, we can do that at the end.
Nick's a runner.
We'll race Digit across. Why not put wheels on it? Like, why have you decided to have human feet? Is it so it can like go up steps, or what's the point?
So there are use cases for wheeled robots, but Digit can go up steps. Digit can go outside. Digit can go over uneven surfaces, things you find in these facilities, and that's why we built it with legs. We want to be able to go where the humans go.
Right. And the most important thing about Digit is that there's not somebody with a joystick in the back, right? Sometimes you see these robot demonstrations and you're told they're autonomous. In fact, some of your competitors have recently done this, but there's just somebody controlling it. There's nobody who's controlling it with a joystick.
There is no teleoperations. That's called teleoperations.
Right.
And so when we walk into these warehouses, as we're doing, and step right up to a job, Digit is fully autonomous. And it's been trained on the workflow process that the manager wants it to do for that day. And then it's off and running. And there's not a human behind the scenes.
Another way to put it is you have no idea what it's about to do.
Well,
we
have a little idea.
You have a little idea, obviously. But let me ask you this. What is the craziest, most surprising thing Digit has ever done when you were in like a public setting that completely caught you off guard?
We are AI agnostic, so we swap the models in and out. We can use Anthropic's Claude, we can use Google's DeepMind, we can use ChatGPT, and they're all slightly different, and they all respond slightly different. But we typically have said to Digit, show your hard eyes. We'll tell a reporter, ask Digit how much it loves you, and Digit will show some hard eyes. And one day, we'd swapped in a different AI model, and we asked the reporter to say that. And instead of doing hard eyes, Digit had been moving boxes around Digit started to move and moved the boxes into a heart. And so it's just the different AI models will react differently.
Right, and because it's not teleoperated, it's just responding based on whatever it understands.
Whatever the model is feeding up, yes.
So what are the risks of Digit? I noticed during the demo I was asked not to get too close to it. Was that because it was going to, like, perhaps swat me in the head?
It knows you, Dick. It knows you. No, what happens right now is humanoids right now all operate inside of work cells. And what that means is they are not in close proximity to humans for safety reasons. However, literally all of our customers are asking, can Digit operate outside of the work cell? Can Digit go down this aisle right here and be near humans? And the answer is eventually, yes, we're working on that right now. That's called cooperative safety. You're in the same proximity as humans. So if Digit is walking down an aisle and a human starts to approach, it needs to react in a safe manner. We are working on cooperative safety. We'll be demoing that by mid-next year, and it'll be commercial in 18 to 24 months.
But the risk right now is that it might fall over, or
Digit falls. Yeah, periodically robots fall, and it is 160 pounds.
But you don't want falling on. I don't want Digit falling on me. Tell me about the sensors. It clearly has some kind of cameras in its neck. It has cameras in its waist. Does it have a LiDAR system there?
It has one LiDAR, and it has 7 cameras. And so some of the cameras are looking downward and locating Digit's position, and then other cameras are looking out and using perception to recognize objects and things.
Does it have acoustics? Is it hearing?
It does, and we can give Digit commands that way. In fact, we can do a demo where we'll give it a command, but because this is a bit of a noisy environment, we'll do it through the iPad. But yes, you can give Digit a command. Turns out, though, in factory settings, it's also very noisy. And so generally, Digit takes commands in the workflow process that the manufacturer has already specified.
Right, okay, so it would go into a factory and there would be a robot manager who would maybe have a fleet of Digits moving boxes or, you know, taking oranges out of boxes and squeezing them or whatever it's doing. But you would have given it a workflow saying, hey, get the oranges, take them out of the box, squeeze the oranges?
Yeah, so it'll be part of a workflow, and that you'll tell Digit, this is what we want you to do today. Typically what that is move these boxes from this conveyor belt over to this tug robot, and take the tug robot takes the boxes away. You
laughed when I mentioned the oranges, which suggests that Tropicana is not one of your clients. Who actually buys these things right now?
So we announced our first customer, a multi-year agreement, commercial agreement, RAS, as the gentleman said, Robot as a Service. The name of the company is GXO. We announced that earlier in the summer.
Great.
Digit walks in, gets paid to work, and works all day long. And we just today have some news to announce. We're working with Schaeffler, who is the motion technology company. They make a lot of automotive parts and aviation parts. We also have some Schaeffler parts in Digit. Schaeffler is going to be both an investor and a customer of ours.
Wow.
They are planning to put humanoids in all of their global network, which is about 100 sites around the world. So they very much are excited about this technology. They see it as very helpfully disruptive, and we're thrilled to be working with them.
All right, well that's big news. Let's do the demo.
We can.
Tell Digit to do something.
Do you want to walk over here?
Let's walk over.
Okay. Yeah.
And get very close to Digit.
We'll stand on this side.
This side?
Or do you want to stand on that
I'll
side?
stand on this side. Hi, Digit.
So
Digit's cute. Oh, he blinked at me.
Yeah, he's flirting with you.
Okay.
Basically, we'll show off a consumer type of activity, but this is very similar to what Digit does inside logistics warehouses as far as picking things up, placing them in another spot. And today, we are going to have Digit do something very relatable, I think, to everyone here, which is sort some laundry.
Yeah, I sent a video of Digit sorting laundry to my wife, and she wants to get it for our 14-year-old.
I know, and I've said I want to get it for my husband, who, after decades of marriage, still doesn't know how to do this correctly. But Digit will show us how to do this correctly today. So I'm going to give Digit a command. Put the gray shirt into the laundry basket. So I've sent the command to Digit, and now Digit,
Oh,
through the AA model, recognizes the gray shirt.
they're kind of.
Through its perception, it knows where the laundry basket is.
Wow.
And it just performs the task. Do you want to try it, Nick? Or
Yeah.
we
Sorry,
haven't
say
practiced this,
Nope.
so.
right. Hey, Digit, put the green
Oh, wait,
shirt.
hold on. You have to do this.
Oh, okay, sorry. Hey, Digit, put the green shirt on top of the gray shirt.
And
It's a little ambiguous because
that
am I
is a
saying to do
little
it inside the
ambiguous.
box.
We'll
What's
see
it going to do?
what Digit's going to do here.
So right now it's processing, and it's seeing them through those cameras in the kind of the neck region?
Yeah, there's 7 cameras where Digit is processing what it's seen in front of it, and then it will take that and act upon it. So we are actually giving.
Well, close enough.
Picked up a pink shirt.
Yeah.
But it threw it on the green.
It threw it on properly.
It did throw it properly.
Maybe it doesn't. All right, Peggy, you ask it. You ask it to pick up. Maybe it didn't understand the green because of the green striped shirt. It's interesting how imprecise language can be when discussing with a robot. All right, you get it. See if you can get this guy to put the green striped shirt into the laundry basket.
Put the green striped shirt into the laundry basket.
Probably should have said the green shirt with the white stripes.
We could have, yeah. But you know what? That's a human. You might have said it one way. I might have said it another way.
There we go.
And Digit recognized that and drops it into the basket.
So now, how long until it can like fold the clothes? Yep. Good job, Digit. Can we give it a cookie?
You can.
All right. So how different will Digit be in 2 years? Will Digit look like this?
No, we're continuing to work on Digit. We're getting, as I said, the battery will improve quite a bit. And in volume, we'll be able to do a lot more with, say, the end effectors. You can think of the hands as being a tool for whatever it is you need. There may be a way that is easiest to fold laundry that, it might be 6 fingers that we find out. But the point is, it's swappable. We'll put the right tool for the right use.
Yeah, like in the Princess Bride. All right, let's try one more.
Okay, clear that. And then you hit,
Hey, Digit, please pick up all the shirts and put them in the basket.
Send.
All right. Let's see Digit. He's
like, Nick's making me work today.
Yeah. Got one, okay. Progress. Nice work, Digit. Okay. I like that it's like unknowing what's going to happen. Let's go. Do it. No, you freezing, Digit. Come on, yes. Good job, let's do it. Nice.
I will note that that's a twofer. That's 2 shirts in one. He's being
Okay, that's
very
good.
efficient.
Good job, Digit. Now let's see. You got 20 seconds until we're kicked off this stage, Digit.
That's right.
19. 15. You better get it.
Oh, it slipped through his fingers.
Still have 10 seconds, Digit. You still have 10 seconds. Can you do it? Can you do it?
Go, Digit.
Go. Is it going to keep going? How do you know when it's paused out?
I can say.
We're 6 seconds over. They'll let us go.
They'll let us.
Keep trying, Digit.
Pick up the last shirt, Digit.
No, it's got it. It didn't even need that.
It didn't even need that, Nick. You're right.
All right.
Yay.
Good job, Digit. Congratulations. Thank you for not falling on us. All right. Thank you very much, Peggy Johnson. Thank you to Digit.
We go off this way.
All right. Training and running large AI models requires massive scale infrastructure. In fact, it requires the biggest supercomputers ever built. In this session, CoreWeave CEO will discuss the pivotal role of advanced AI infrastructure in driving innovation and how he has built the global AI hyperscaler, leading the next generation of cloud computing, counting already 28 data centers by the end of this year. To talk about creating the core of AI infrastructure, please welcome in conversation with Harry McCracken from Fast Company, the co-founder and CEO of CoreWeave, Michael Intrater.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Good morning, Web Summit. And hi, Mike.
How are you?
Great. Thank you so much for joining us. This is an important topic, and this is going to be fun. And just to make sure everybody's up to speed, why don't we start by talking a little bit about what CoreWeave is?
Sure. I'm excited to be here to have an opportunity to introduce my company to a broader audience. CoreWeave is the AI hyperscaler. We are a specialized cloud computing company. And what we mean by that is in a world where some of the people in this audience will launch new companies and could conceivably become one of the top 20 consumers of computational power in a relatively short order, like 6 months or a year. The demands on compute, the demands on what the cloud has to be able to provide to the consumers of computational power, the software layers that are necessary to allow people to access compute at that scale successfully. All of those things have changed in the last 3 years. And with that, CoreWeave went about building a solution from a blank sheet of paper, from the ground up, with a no-compromise driver to build the best solution for this specific use case, rather than the entire cloud and all the different use cases on it. And so we are a very specialized scale solution to providing parallelized compute to consumers that require it to train models, to run inference, to build artificial intelligence applications, all of those things.
A lot of the conversation about AI in the cloud is about companies with names like Amazon, Microsoft, Google. They know a lot about scale, too. Is competing with them about matching their ability to do that, or being better, or finding a different niche?
Yeah, so we kind of view the space as there was the legacy cloud that had built this incredible infrastructure that enabled people to do anything, right? You wanted to store your photos, they had a great solution. You wanted to store your data lakes, they had a great solution, like all of those things. And like anything that's built one size fits all, implicit in that is that they will do everything well-ish, but they will do some things not as well as a specialized solution, right? And so I always use the analogy of the legacy clouds built the minivan, right? They built this vehicle that could move your roommate's mattress across town. It could get your kids to soccer practice. It could do any of the things that you need to do in your daily life. But when you're building AI infrastructure, and when you're serving labs and companies that are built in and around AI, they have a very specific use case, and they want to access compute in the most efficient, most effective way. And that was the opportunity that was available to a company like CoreWeave. It was the opportunity to build a solution specifically to address the needs of scale consumption of compute by these massive parallelized supercomputers. And so our opportunity to compete with the hyperscalers is by providing an entirely different product, a product that's built to serve this group, not every group. So if you came to me and say, hey, can you store my photos, our response would be, you should probably go use one of the legacy clouds. They do a great job. That's not what we do.
AI has this voracious hunger for scale. As you said, you're about hyperscaling. Can that scale go on forever and increase, or at some point, do we max out the ability to grow, or maybe at some point, more scale is not as necessary as it is right now?
So forever is a very long time. So it's very difficult to answer questions on that type of timeline.
Or talk about the next few years.
Yeah. So better, easier for me to speak to that is that our clients are providing us with the signal for planning for a continuation and acceleration of the building and scaling of compute for both training purposes, but also the ever-increasing demand for inference infrastructure that will be able to allow users, whether it's enterprise or consumer, to be able to access and use the models ultimately, which is what they're all being built for. And so we really do see that in the foreseeable future, the demand for compute is pretty relentless. And our job is to really position the company to be able to continue to meet the demands of our clients that are building as fast as they can.
When you read about CoreWeave, quite often something that's mentioned is the fact you can get the chips. You have access to the NVIDIA technology you need. Is that actually a big advantage to you? Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we have a great partnership with NVIDIA. You know, they're an investor in the company and have been very supportive of the technical solution that we represent. And so we don't have an advantage at accessing the chips. What we have is a proven track record of taking the technology and delivering it to the ultimate consumers in the most performant configuration possible and on the shortest timelines possible. And ultimately, from NVIDIA's perspective, as any technology provider, you know, like them, ultimately wants the hardware to be delivered to the clients so that the clients are happy and successful with their infrastructure. So our relationship with NVIDIA is really built on the success that we've had bringing their infrastructure online in its most performant configuration faster than anyone else in the market.
And a bunch of other companies are also trying to do that as well. That's kind of important. Can you talk a little bit about how you're able to do that in a way that maybe others can't match?
So the question really is on which others, right? So like if you're looking at the hyperscalers, the way that I think about it is that our suite of software is configured in such a way as to allow for bringing the infrastructure online in an incredibly expedient way. And so when we think about them, we're able to go out into the market, find clients that believe that the way that we deliver the compute, the software that we have as in terms of the orchestration, in terms of health checking, in terms of all the things that are really required to run these colossal supercomputers, they understand that our solution is superior to anything else out there. And so when other people come into the market, if they're hyperscalers, they're going to deliver their solution. They have to integrate that solution into the legacy cloud that they've built. It's a much more complicated technical exercise, and that's a lot of why we've been able to carve out the space so effectively.
This whole AI moment, to a remarkable degree, is built atop NVIDIA technology. They're certainly not slowing down, but there are a bunch of startups with chips that they say are faster or cheaper, or maybe faster and cheaper than NVIDIA's GPUs. And the tech giants are also very into designing their own chips. Do you expect NVIDIA to continue to play the role, not forever, that it does now, but at least for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, so look, the demand for the NVIDIA solution is based on the integration of their hardware and their software and the ecosystem that they have built over the past 10 years to be able to support developers as they work with these supercomputers. And they've done a masterful job. The world hates monopolies, and so it stands to reason that there will be competitors, both from the establishment and upshots, that will attempt to displace them. Many of them will fail. Some of them will succeed to a degree. Some of them, will succeed in a more prolific manner. I think that the chase is going to drive technology. It's going to make for faster, better, more performant compute, which is ultimately going to lead to better outcomes across the space.
We should talk about sustainability, because historically, great power demands more and more energy. What's the story now? Is it possible to make inroads and offer even more scale and power without power consumption going up at the same level?
So you've got two problems that you're trying to address. One is the electrons, right? Like, you need more electrons to build more infrastructure. And that is a discrete problem in and of itself. How do you access large-scale data centers that are able to perform on hundreds of contiguous megawatts worth of computing? And that's one set of problems. And then you've got a second set of problems, which is the environmental impact of consuming that power. And they're not truly the same, although they are related. We have seen a lot of activity within the data centers that are driving efficiency. The most obvious and easily tangible one is, of course, liquid cooling, right? And the amount of efficiency that drives throughout the data center per flop. And so you've got an entire industry right now working on siting new data centers, accessing power at scale, and trying to minimize the environmental impact. So, like, you come over to our European data centers, and we have, we put a commitment for 1.2 billion into the UK, and then another 2.2 billion in Sweden, Spain, and Norway, right? And all of those data centers are being powered by renewable energy, 100% renewable energy. And so we understand that this is a challenge that we are going to face as a company, and the industry is going to face over the next several years. And so it's front and foremost in both of its configurations, both access to power and access to green power.
We should talk a little bit more about Europe and the fact that you recently announced this major expansion. Are you competing with locals or other global companies? And what's the competitive landscape like?
So we're going to compete with everyone in the jurisdictions that we're trying to serve. Our clients want our solution for inference globally. And so we need to go ahead and build infrastructure in order to serve them. And so as we continue to expand our footprint, around the world, we'll continue to bring our solution to the forefront, and we think that people really will choose to use that solution because it is so effective at ultimately allowing them to do what they need to do, in a cost-effective, consistent way. And so that's sort of how we see the space as we continue to expand our footprint globally.
And are you serving big international companies or local customers here, or both?
Yeah. So we are. The regulatory environment really is driving one of the drivers for building compute across the globe, right? Like, data sovereignty, all of these other things really require you to be able to deliver the type of compute that people need in the jurisdiction that they need. And so, when you look at CoreWeave as a company, you're going to see us expanding across the countries in order to fulfill the requirements of our clients who need compute within these geographically distinct areas. And so that's what you're going to see from us. It's going to be a continued march to expanding our footprint to do that.
There will be a new administration in the U.S. come January. Any expectations of that having any particular impact on companies like yours or on the AI cloud in general?
So I think you're going to see, there's going to be impacts, obviously, right? What we expect to see is a more business-friendly environment. We expect to see within the U.S. We expect there to be a more open approach to where technology flows. We also expect to see a continued resistance to allowing the technology to flow to China.
I was going to ask about the global strategic element to this.
There's a global strategic element, or at least there has been, and there's a layer of kind of, I don't want to call it nationalism, but certainly sovereign gravity, where different nation states want to maintain their foothold in this as it continues to expand. And so I think that all of those things will come to bear as the new administration takes over, as it provides for an opportunity for this technology and for American companies to really provide this technology globally.
As we start to wrap up, any predictions for the next year or so, or things people should be on the lookout for?
So I think that from the infrastructure side, the drivers are going to be towards continued scale, with the caveat to being the size of the contiguous clusters are going to go through a pretty material step function, because the scientists that are using the infrastructure are expanding onto larger and larger requirements in order to build and train as we move forward. And so my expectation is just a lot of the compute that's going to be built is going to be built into clusters that are so large that could not even really have been conceived of 2 years ago, right? And so it's pretty magical, right? It's an amazing time. So much is changing, and it's just really interesting for a company like CoreWeave, which has emerged to be so central to the build out and delivery of this infrastructure for a technology that truly is changing the world.
It is a remarkable time. I hope we get to continue this conversation and see where it leads next.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time, Mike, and thank you, audience.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Taking over as CEO is a challenge, especially when there are high-profile founders and investors involved. Not to mention the glass ceiling that women need to break through time and time again. In this session, we'll learn from two women who've recently taken over the top job. What have they learned? What would they do differently? And what are their top tips? In conversation with Danielle Belton from the Huffington Post, please welcome the CEO of people management platform Lattice, Sarah Franklin, and the CEO of social networking app Bumble, Lidiane Jones.
All right, all right, all right. Who's awake? I'm awake. It's morning. I'm with two incredible CEOs, women leaders in this very competitive industry today. And they're very awake and alert. I'm very proud of them for it. So let's just get into it. So how did we even get here? How did we get to the point where we have climbed to the highest ladder in our various industries? Like, Lidiane, how was it for you? Like, how was that ascension to get to where you are today?
Well, for folks that don't know me, I am a Brazilian girl from the suburbs of São Paulo. I never, ever dreamt of being the CEO of a public company. So, it's a bit of a moonshot to go to college in the US on a scholarship, become a software engineer, and then really aim to go bold at each step of the way, aim higher. So I'm very grateful to be at a company now that I love the mission that I'm proud to represent. So it's truly an honor to be here.
Oh, that's incredible. I had a similar journey where I never anticipated that I would be an editor-in-chief of a major news publication because I was just so happy being a staff writer. Sarah, what was it like for you in your journey?
So similar to Lidiane, I come from humble beginnings, just a regular girl from Virginia in the United States. My mom was a single mother and teacher growing up, and I didn't grow up thinking, oh, I want to be a CEO of a company, but I also had an engineering degree, and I really loved, really leading and growing and learning. And you asked, how we get there. Both Lydia and I both have worked very hard, but also as women have supported each other. And that's been a very important part of the journey because whether it's engineering, whether it's leadership, technology, it is not enough representation in these roles. And I have a big passion for changing those ratios. And I'm so proud to be here with my fellow friend and colleague, former colleague, as two women that have achieved this incredible position.
No, it's really valuable. I mean, oftentimes there's this narrative that gets that persists in the States that somehow you just ascend to the top all on your own metal, you pulled yourself up by your bootstraps. People don't always talk about the importance of networking and relationships and friendships and bonds. Can you speak a little bit on your bond and how it particularly helped you get to where you are today?
Well, it is true that Sarah and I actually know each other quite well. And the importance of having a network, as Sarah mentioned, is so, so important. Especially for women, there's just not enough of us. It's been fascinating to me, though, how women genuinely support one another, and that's been, heartening. And Sarah and I exchange phone calls from time to time, so it's for real. The other thing is, I think men play a huge role as well in being great allies when it works. I have had great mentors along my journey. And so the power of women supporting women and great allies, I think, has an insane amplifier effect, in helping combat some of these racial challenges.
No, that's so important. And you mentioned mentorship. Now, I'm someone who did not have a mentor coming up in this industry. Therefore, when you see all the bumps and bruises and scars all over me, it's because I didn't know what I was doing. I just kind of made up my own path. Can you talk a little bit about how you found your mentor and what impact that had on your career?
For me, one of my first jobs outside of college, post-college, was working as an engineer at Microsoft. And I really looked up to a vice president there. He was just bright, talented. So he was my, inspiration. And he was just a great ally, great advocate, just great human being. Over the years, I actually asked him to be my mentor, shamelessly, and I am happy to share that now he's the CTO of Bumble. When you really build relationships that last over a decade, it changes the trajectory of your own company, but you build relationships that last. So when I was looking for the best possible CTO, he was the person to call, and it's just an honor to have him.
Sarah, what about you? Did you have a mentor?
I feel very fortunate to have had many people that I can, call my mentors. And mentors are people that are up, beside, below, the whole sphere. You need to look to everyone in this world as people that you can learn from. You mentioned the word of I.
Yes.
I believe that in this world, we are so naive to think that we ever do anything on our own. If I were to say I did this by myself, I would be pretending that I manufactured my clothing, my shoes, that I made the food that I ate this morning, I made the shelter that I live in. And I think that we all need to show up every day with a gratitude to understand that we do this together. We help each other. Men, women, we all help each other. And that's what we can do to really make the world better. But then for myself, you asked for mentorship. I feel very lucky to have had incredible people that I've learned leadership skills from, that I've also been humbled by. And I think that's important. I don't see any bumps and bruises on you right now. You look gorgeous.
I'm covered if they're covered in jeans and a jacket, right?
I mean, you look gorgeous, but I think that is what's important is you need people that will be truth tellers more than anything.
No, that's really critical. I mean, your industries in particular tend to be very male heavy. And in media, it's a bit more of a mix. But the leadership is still a similar situation. It's often men who are at the top leading media corporations, just like tech companies, just like all Fortune 500 companies. It's a lot of guys. What has been the biggest challenge for you that you think is related to your gender and trying to ascend to the CEO position? Like, what was the thing that men don't have to think about when they're making their way to the top?
Look, I think in life we all face, stereotypes, biases in every part of our lives, but it's extremely heavier for women. The amount of stereotypes, we both have engineering degrees, and I'm sure we both have, heard that we're not technical enough, or you name it. There's a tremendous amount of them. For me, it's always been very important to tune out stereotypes. Those are just distractions. It's other people's views. It's important for me that I believe in me, and to Sarah's point, that you're surrounded by people that you want to be around. Your team, your leadership, your friends, your family. So I think it's really, really important to believe in who you are, be unapologetic about your style, and just be convicted on how to move forward. And do it with integrity. I think, I loved that you talked about the collaboration of those around. For me, collaboration, integrity, transparency, a set of values really ground how I show up each day. And it allows me to not be so worried about the gender dynamics as much.
Good. Sarah, how about you?
I mean, how long do we have?
Exactly 14 minutes and 16 seconds.
Good moderator over there. The Web Summit appreciates that, I am sure. The world has systemic unconscious bias, whether it's gender, race, sexual identity, all of the above. And so as women, we're not raised the same to be always confident and always believing in ourselves, and we're critiqued by our bodies and our voices and our opinions. And it's something where this little birdie grows on our shoulder called this little imposter birdie that sits there and tells you, you don't belong here, you're not good enough. And we have to learn how to tell the imposter birdie to sit down, appreciate you humbling me, but I'm going to walk into this moment with confidence, and I'm going to believe myself as being the strong, independent, very smart person that can lead and grow, and know that you have to do that sometimes not with having all of the answers. That's the other thing, is that we sometimes allow fear to penetrate our decision making. I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if I'm wrong. I don't know how this will turn out. But a big part of leadership is having confidence in your ability to make the decisions that are right at the time and to bring your team along and to support them. And that confidence, while not taught in our society, is something that we can teach ourselves and support ourselves in having. Lidiane and I have had many times together where we've given each other confidence and strength and reminded each other, you don't know everything, but we are here together and we have trust, and that's just so important.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because it's a common misconception that people have about individuals in leadership, that everything has to come from you, that you have all the answers, that you're all-knowing and all-powerful, but we're not the great and wonderful Wizard of Oz in this situation, Like, we're human, and humans are fallible, and we need the support of our teams and how to delegate. When you became leaders, what was like the biggest revelation for you in like trying to like just navigate that leadership space and trying to be that North Star for your company, make the right decisions for your team, knowing that on the inside, there's so much going on emotionally?
I would say that teams really want to feel that their leader is telling them the truth, is transparent and accountable, and very open and accessible. And these are things that when you have a leader, that you know that they are communicating their vision and their strategies and their plan very openly and transparently, it builds trust. And so the deepest learning is, for me, that you need to build that trust, be authentic, be vulnerable, and it builds that trust. It cultivates this sense of, okay, I believe in this leader, I trust this leader, she will tell me not just things are good, but also if things are not good. And that's very important for people to have that trust in their leader and CEO.
Yeah, for me, I never sought to, be a leader. It's never been like the thing that has been the goal. I love building products. It's my passion. It's where I get the most joy. So even from early on in my career, it's always been about how do we get a group of great people to build the product, and that's where you see me get most excited. My team will tell you all about it, even if they tell me I should get out of those meetings. But it really is, when I think about that, it's about driving direction, it's inspiring. And as you grow, and now as CEOs of a company, it's so important for me that I think we are all people, as you said, especially in today's world. We're all looking to be inspired. We're looking to have an impact and to matter in this world. And so I'm really proud to be leading an organization that's mission-led, because we are really focused on supporting our members. So now we're united as a team behind a mission that we really believe in. And as Sarah said, how do I want to show up? I want to show up as a human being also. As you said, we're people, and some days I have great days, some days I don't have great days, but I want everybody in our organization to know that is okay, not just for me, but all of them, and that we're creating an environment where everyone is seen, where everybody can do their best work, and can be proud of the impact that they're having each day. So not perfect by any means, but certainly I'm excited by the culture that we're developing as a company.
Oh, incredible. When you were speaking, I had this vision. My father was in management in the aerospace industry. I'm actually the daughter of an engineer. I tried engineering camp. It didn't stick, but I did it 2 years in a row just to get out the house. Now, my father, I knew I would have his life and not my mother's life. She was a stay-at-home mom. And so I would watch him go to work every day, be a leader in the aerospace industry, and then come home and my mom literally did everything. He'd just turn on the TV and zone out because he was so stressed out from his job. And I realized the reason why he was so successful is because he didn't have to deal with any of the other stuff. He didn't have to worry about me and my siblings. He didn't have to clean the house. He didn't have to cook. The meals were prepared for him. And so I want to talk about the concept of sacrifice, watching him go through that, and I realized as a woman, it was really unlikely that I was going to find a partner who's just going to be like, your dream is the dream, and I'm just going to help support your dream. Because that doesn't often happen for us as women. And so my sacrifice is like, I don't have kids. And I've been unmarried for a large portion of my career. What has been a sacrifice you felt that you had to make or give up in order to pursue your dreams?
Well, I'll start. I'm a believer that I can really achieve my goals in general. So I have a family, I have 2 kids and a dog. And for me, it's really about like being extremely thoughtful about my time, extremely thoughtful about, when I'm home and when with my kids and with my dog, I'm 100% there, like mentally there. Notifications are off, all of that, like clear boundaries, so that I can be truly present. But when I'm at work, when I'm in my team's different locations, I'm 100% there. So it's been really important to figure out how to manage that. It's taken energy and time. But I do think everybody, there's more dual leadership couples nowadays. I think families in general are figuring out how to navigate that. For me, it's really important to be a great mother, a great wife, a great CEO for the company. And it's not perfect, but we're making it work. One final thought on that is that a proud moment for me is that we're really great role models for kids and for younger people. I was home a few weeks ago, and my 9-year-old came down with a purse and one of my heels, and she said, "I'm playing with my friend as I'm a CEO on a business trip."
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, how awesome is that? She also plays dolls and a million of other things, but I don't know that a lot of little girls were playing CEOs, a while back. So I'm hopeful that more of us will figure out how to manage this, and we'll have more opportunities for girls in the future.
Yeah, I love the story of your daughter because, my 2 daughters is my purpose every day, and also all of our daughters, all of our young girls in this world, where if they can be what they can see and they believe it, then hopefully we can change the ratios for the next generation. And for me, I'd say sacrifice a bit along the way of, I was engineer, mother, now CEO, product lead, a bunch of things. I also believe, as Lidiane does, that we can have it all, but it requires prioritization. But that wasn't a lesson that I've learned until more recently. And it's interesting and somewhat serendipitous that Lattice is a company whose mission is to make work meaningful. And a big part of that is to connect what you do to the company goals. So you feel like every day you're coming and doing something that's helpful for the company. And that's a very important part of feeling connected to your job. And so in terms of sacrifice, there's been a lot of sacrifices along the way, but I believe that I am a whole person. I am a mother, I'm a CEO, I'm a friend, I'm a sister, I'm all things at once. And it's important that we don't sacrifice ourselves. That's the most important thing that you can't sacrifice, is what is important to you, what is your passion, what drives you every day. And I would say, as my career, I also didn't have a perfectly, linear career from student to CEO. I meandered along the way. I learned something at every place. And what I've developed over time is clear identity. And that is something which, no matter your career choice, you should be very happy in what you're doing. You should be very passionate about what you're doing and working with incredible people that you trust. And that is something that I just would say, never sacrifice that.
Oh, that's so powerful. Lidiane, when you mentioned your daughter, that really sparked a memory for me. Me and my sisters, when we played Barbies, Barbie was never getting married or anything. Like, even though we had a stay-at-home mom, and it was in a very happy marriage, it just never occurred to us that Barbie would have, focus on that. We were always playing Barbie goes to college. Barbie is an astronaut, Barbie gets a job, Barbie gets her first apartment, Barbie gets first car. That was the type of ways that we played. And so I think about what you both are saying about the power of that image, of being able to see a woman in a leadership position. Because when you're able to see something, you're able to achieve towards it. You're able to idealize that. Was there someone in your life or some figure that you saw growing up or as you started to ascend in your careers that was inspirational to you, that thought, okay, this could be possible, I could do this?
You know, because I grew up in such a poor neighborhood of São Paulo, my role model really was my mom, because she was a house cleaner, doing 3 jobs, trying to juggle it all. And I was like, wow, if she can do that, you know, I can do more. I can do better for her. She's still one of my best friends. So she has been my role model. But, you know, I think for right now, I've been so inspired by Whitney Wolfe Herd, who's the founder of Bumble. And it's amazing what she's accomplished in, you know, 35 years of her life. It's amazing how young she is. So it's been a really great friendship and partnership that we've formed.
I mean, for me, I would say that pre-COVID, I remember there was an article that said there was more men named John in the Fortune 500 than there were women. And I read that article, and it, like, lit me up. I was like, this is not okay. And I said, I want to be a CEO. I want to get on that journey. And it was, you know, that was 5 years in the making of laying down the pathway to get there. People put you in a box, and I wanted to escape the box, and I want every other woman to know that there is no box. You can be whatever you dream, you can do whatever you want, and there is nobody to put you in a box or a corner. And so the lack of that is what drove me, because I'm like, this is not okay, and for our daughters, they need to be able to see this, and I want every daughter to play like, you know, CEO goes on a business trip, or astronaut goes to space. Whatever it may be, whatever they dream, our women should be able to do it.
Well, that is so incredible. We have to stop, but this was amazing. You're both powerful, incredible women, and it was really an honor to have this conversation with you both. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, social media enables us to connect, express, and promote ourselves in ways never before imagined. It's also linked with a collapse in teenage mental health, rising levels of anxiety, and widespread misinformation. How can governments work with the big tech companies to mitigate the risk and maximize the positive potential of these platforms? To find out what we're going to do about social media in conversation with the Financial Times' Tim Bradshaw, please welcome co-chair at Oversight Board Pamela San Martin, the head of the content at the New York Stock Exchange Joe Bannerock, and privacy expert and author Mark Weinstein.
All right. Okay. Thanks very much, everyone, for coming. So how do you solve a problem like social media? We're still talking about this. It's 2024. Joe, I'm going to start with you. There's been some news overnight on your old boss, Mr. Elon Musk, now in charge of, this isn't strictly a social media question, but it's topical, so I'm going to ask it quickly and we'll get past it. Like, what do you think Elon will do as the new head of the Department of Government Efficiency in the US?
Well, first, thank you. I'm really excited to be here. This is my first Web Summit, so this is a great kickoff, and I'm really excited. I know that we'll get to it later to talk about the New York Stock Exchange and everything that we're doing to really power and become an information pipeline really to every platform out there. But you asked a really good question. It's very topical. I think if you look at the constellation of companies that Elon is overseeing, you have Tesla, you have SpaceX. These are long companies that have worked with governments in a variety of ways. You have Tesla that's working on safety compliance. You have SpaceX that's working on regulatory processes and a lot of federal contracts. Elon's been very big on and public around the need for AI regulation, and as the owner of X and working with the EU Commission and governments around the world. So I think if you put all of that together and that collective insight, I think it stands to have a really meaningful impact, and I think more so just in tech, but across all industries.
But do you think the U.S. government the infrastructure of U.S. government can withstand the kind of cuts that he made at X when he came in and bought the company?
Well, that's to be determined. I mean, I don't know what's in his plan or within their proposal, but I do think that understanding the efficiencies that have probably come from working with Tesla and SpaceX will have a very meaningful impact, and I think that is the type of expertise and knowledge that you'd want to impart within the administration.
Okay. Pamela, we've had a few elections this year. The oversight board was created. The Meta oversight board was created back in 2016 or 2017 after the Cambridge Analytica scandal. Do you feel like Meta, after all this time, has learned from those past mistakes? Well, how did it conduct itself this time around?
No, thank you, and it's wonderful being with you guys on stage. I think we have to see the impact that Meta has had, that social media platforms in general have had on elections in its different varieties, and the positive impact as a way to empower people to communicate, to access information that is absolutely necessary for democratic process. But also, when you look at the harms that you can have, the capacity to polarize, to incite, to coordinate, to incite violence, or to mislead in order to get political gain, to mislead users in order to undermine democracies. All of that has to be seen together. And when we were heading into the year of elections, because there has in fact been quite a bit of elections during this year, we were all concerned about how are social media platforms, and from the oversight board, how is Meta going to deal with these elections? Are they going to learn from the past lessons? Are they going to learn from the mistakes that they had made? And I think that if we see throughout the elections that have occurred all the cycle, we have seen things that we would always expect not to happen in democracies, and even in not so democratic countries that have had elections. But that we have not had, up to today, a scandal that has to do with the role that social media platforms are playing on elections, especially the role that Meta is playing. And I think that has to do with the fact that it had been preparing for these elections, for this election cycle for a long time. And from the board, we've been pushing into the different measures that they had to have in place in order to guarantee transparency, to have metrics to evaluate their electoral integrity efforts, in order to not allow content, to act quickly on content that could incite violence, but to protect political speech that is absolutely necessary for a democracy to move forward.
Do you think that was related to how Meta effectively tried to sort of deprioritize political content in discourse on its platforms? Is that abdicating its responsibility as a sort of town square?
I think that there's two things that we have to understand. One, what does the deprioritizing of political content mean? It means it won't be amplified. It doesn't mean it won't be spread organically. Right. It just won't be amplified. It won't be fed in news feeds or in recommendation algorithms. There's a lot to question there because of the impact that can have in the possibility of people organizing, of people accessing information. We had a case in the oversight board regarding Venezuela and the protests in Venezuela, and we called out on Meta to really think of what impact that could have, for example, in protests or in oppositions that are trying to get their message out in criticism towards governments or other political parties that are participating in elections. That is something that I think has to be assessed, but we have to be clear on what it means to deprioritize that political content, because any content that is organically out there, any account that any one of our, or page that any one of us follows, we will be able to get that political content. If we follow newspapers, we will be able to get that political content. But it just will not be fed to users. And there's a lot of discussion to be had around that, I think.
Okay. Mark, what do you think the new US administration, what kind of impact do you think that will have on how the social media platforms conduct themselves and think about content moderation?
You know, it's interesting. And also, thank you guys. My first time up on the stage at Web Summit. And I've got a new book, Restoring Our Sanity Online, that our dear comrade, Sir Tim Berners-Lee, heartily endorsed as sharing the vision. And here's what's happening. So, you know, first of all, Meta sort of pulled back, right? Because Donald Trump several months ago said, you know, I'm going to put Mark Zuckerberg in jail if I'm elected president. He said that in July. And 3 days later, Meta took all the sort of guardrails off of Trump. And there were hundreds of millions of dollars spent, you know, on Meta, but, you know, paid for it during the political campaign season. So it's not as though there was no boosted content. There was paid, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars from all sides. But what happens now is, if you look at what is unprecedented in America, Trump's, you know, reach through social media, his influence through social media, through X, through his site, Truth Social, and of course through his cozy relationship with Fox. For a sitting American president to have that kind of you know, reach just via social media is unprecedented. So what we're going to see is, without having to pay, so to speak, to pay to boost all these things, you know, we're going to see that Trump will be able to promote, you know, his agenda through, you know, through social in unprecedented ways. But we'll probably see is there is an antitrust case in the U.S. government, you know, that's been working through for 3 years, and I've been part of it. I've been subpoenaed by the Federal Trade Commission. I've been deposed by Meta. I've been deposed by the U.S. government. I've provided hundreds of pages of documentation around what I know about it. And I believe that you will see the Trump administration likely to support that case moving forward. And in this case, if that case moves forward and there's, you know, maybe we get lucky and we get data interoperability, data portability, where we can really get the free market working again, because the free market doesn't work right now for personal social media, which is sites like Facebook, of which there are very few, where you're connected with your family and your friends, in addition to all the news and all the pages and groups. So I think we're seeing both.
Joe, can I just, do you agree that if you know, Trump uses X as his de facto government communications machine, will that bring brands back? Does the New York Stock Exchange want to play in that kind of environment as a partner to a brand that's so closely allied to a particular political viewpoint?
So let me unpack. I think you asked two questions.
Sure.
You probably asked a third that's buried in there. But I think, you know, kind of putting together both things that were discussed in terms of leveraging these platforms and leveraging X. I think that you probably saw both administrations leverage all platforms, and you may have seen, you know, one administration use one over the other depending on their constituencies and their bases. And so I think that's probably a healthy digital ecosystem. But the second part of your question was around brands.
Yeah.
And
the FT had a story, my colleagues at the FT this morning had a story saying that brands are actually coming back to X, partly because they feel like they want to cozy up to the Trump administration.
Well, I mean, and that's a brand decision, and that's something that, you know, I can't speak to. I can speak to the, you know, the New York Stock Exchange. The New York Stock Exchange does have its content on every platform, and that's a good thing because we do reach a wide-ranging constituents, and business audiences are on every platform. So for brands to say that they want to do that specifically on the X platform is a great thing then for X and its monetization.
But so do you kind of, I mean, a brand like the New York Stock Exchange is, I think of as relatively, you're a very traditional kind of brand. You're not a kind of racy, fast-moving new consumer goods business that's trying to start up on social media. Does that kind of change? I mean, you've worked with brands for many years. Does that have a different kind of texture to how they would engage with social media? You have a new role to do exactly that, right?
Yeah, so there's two parts to that, because in my specific role, it's to create a pipeline of information to every single one of the platforms. So if you think about the thought leadership and the business acumen that comes from the New York Stock Exchange. Just look at the New York Stock Exchange just in a couple data points. $40 trillion. $40 trillion is the market cap of the 2,400 listed companies that are on the stock exchange. In addition to that, those companies employ 43 million people around the world. So if you look at that and you think about all of the platforms and all of their communities, then there's definitely communities on every single one of those platforms by which would be very interested in the thought leadership and the business acumen and the financial perspective that's coming out of the New York Stock Exchange. So definitely all platforms are of high consideration, and we're in conversation with all of them, including X. In fact, I just had a really great conversation with the X team just last week, and we're thinking about what we will do and to rev up our partnership.
Okay. When you were working there and you left this summer, right. So before the kind of election campaign really ramped up, I guess. But did you see any sign that Elon was using the X algorithm to amplify posts that he agreed with, to sort of amplify conservative views?
No.
No?
No. I think that the platform by and large is preserving free speech for all diverse voices, and that's the work that platform is doing, and you can actually see it in all of the work. I know that the current election is one specific endpoint as it relates to free speech, but if you look at the platform and you look at its transition from Twitter to X, new company, new value proposition, but you look at its work in Brazil, you look at its work in Australia, and I know that there's a lot going on in Australia. You look at the platform's work in India, you definitely can see that the protection of free speech is baked into all of those different efforts. So I think the current U.S. election is one very specific input that you see a lot of voices able to emerge and able to have the ability to engage in an election process.
Pamela, do you feel like it would be a problem if a proprietor of a social media platform was using that sort of algorithm to promote their views? I mean, we've had newspaper barons using their politics in print for decades.
I think that if there's one thing that we have to hold social media platforms accountable for, is to be transparent as to their design decisions, what they're amplifying, what they're demoting, what they're not showing people, what is moving organically and what is being boosted by the platform. I think there's a difference when we're talking about advertisements, because advertisements are that. They're paid propaganda that is moving, and it can occur in social media platforms, or it can occur in other traditional media, etc., where you pay for something to be pushed. But when there's an algorithm that actually is continually showing something to people, that is continually pushing to have amplified certain information beyond the reach that would have because of the amount of followers you have, for example, then there should be clarity on that, because you can be promoting certain narratives. We saw it, for example, in Brazil. You could see coordinated campaigns in Brazil trying to contest the results of the election, but not only that, call for violence and call for the taking over of the Three Power Plaza, which actually occurred. And those were coordinated campaigns using the social media platforms. Though it's true that there have been efforts by some social media platforms to stop some of these coordinated campaigns, especially when they're inauthentic, especially when you have bots, it is also true that these are still occurring, and they have enormous impacts. And what we have to hold platforms accountable for is for transparency, at the minimum, at the least, on this. And I believe that if social media platforms today have a lot of say in what we see, what we hear, and the information, the political information we get. So long as you have more social media platforms being like the vehicle for political information, we have to hold all the social media platforms accountable. Meta decided, for reasons that had to do with Cambridge Analytica, that had to do with scandals that occurred in those ages, decided to create an oversight board. But today, they do have an oversight board that actually holds them accountable, that is independent from them, that doesn't act on behalf of their political interests or their business interests, and that brings out, fleshes out the problems that we identify and tries to find solutions for those problems. Other platforms don't have that, and we're not holding them accountable to be transparent into what we see, what we hear, and why, and how they're functioning. And I think that if there's something that everybody has to work around is making social media platforms accountable, because you have private actors really controlling our fundamental liberties and our fundamental freedoms.
One of the things that I think the Oversight Board was warning about as we went into this election season around the world was the use of deep fakes to kind of think. I mean, that didn't seem to be, I don't know, have you seen that become the problem that it was feared to be, or was it overhyped? Was it controlled properly? What happened?
We all feared that this year of election, because we had like two things together. A year of enormous amount of elections and a year of a boost of AI. So it was, if you put these two together in a mix, this can be like a recipe for disaster. But what happened? We have not seen an explosion of that in these elections. Does that have to do with the fact that social media platforms are enforcing better and controlling better what is on their platforms? I would doubt it, because we would see differences in different platforms, and we're not seeing that. I would think that what we're seeing is that it is not being used yet. Does it mean it won't be used? Of course, we saw an enormous rise in deepfakes in this election cycle vis-a-vis prior election cycles. But we didn't see the hype that we were expecting, and for it to like overrun our capacity to understand what was real, what was not real during an election. Yep. But we still have to be aware, and the guardrails still have to be put in place.
Okay. Mark, I mean, arguably a bigger problem with deepfakes is areas like non-consensual pornography or child abuse imagery that's being used, being made with AI. What do you feel like the regulators' response on child safety online has been so far? And we've seen this new proposal from the Australian government to ban social media for under 16s outright. Is that workable? Is that the right approach?
You know, and you guys may be familiar with this. The Australian government now, the Prime Minister has said that he's about to introduce legislation to make a mandatory minimum age of 16 for children to be on social media, and with user ID verification. Now, in my book, Restoring Our Sanity Online, I talk about user ID verification, because we've got to do something for kids. We have to protect the anonymity of those at risk, whistleblowers, things like that. But we've really got to get our kids protected. And all of us, civil discourse and democracy are at much greater risk than we're talking about up here. Because when you've got, even half of Elon Musk's followers, according to Time magazine, half of his 200 million followers are bots and trolls. So while free speech is important, if it's bots and trolls and nefarious actors in adversarial countries that are perpetrating this bots and troll, overreach on these platforms and making us hate each other when we really don't hate each other, we've got a problem. And for kids, we've got to protect their mental health. We've got to get them stable again. We know that the screen is addictive. We know that the algorithms that keep all of us addicted on social media are now supercharged by AI. So, it's not just about political content. It's about all content. The AI can do A/B testing in nanoseconds, and we all know people who are completely addicted to our screens. In fact, some of us in the audience today, right? So I think the Australian government is taking an interesting approach. I think 16 personally is just not workable in a country like the United States. So I'm an advocate for 13. I'm an advocate for figuring out very good systems like Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the web, has a new system for user ID verification also, where we can just make sure that kids are talking to kids, that they really are 13 if they're on Facebook and other places, and that we can get them no boosted content, no targeted, no advertising, all this stuff until they're 18. We've got to protect kids.
Joe, do you feel like everything that's been tried with child safety, can the platforms be trusted to regulate themselves at this point? You were involved in this at X.
Yeah, so during my time at X, which was actually a very prideful moment, and I spent a lot of time at Meta, but specifically at X, the platform itself had put a ton of effort. In fact, that was one of the very first things that, or very first kind of policy overview that Linda and I reviewed when we got there. In June of last year, in June of 2023, and they had done they had made a step change in all of their enforcement, and in fact, they actually supported, I think, up to 5 pieces of legislation with the Report Act, with the Shield Act, COSA, and I think when you look at platforms leaning in to legislation, the Report Act, in fact, actually became law. That's in fact when you're holding each other accountable, and that's what you want to see. You want to see tech platforms working with governments more closely, and not just in the US. You want to see that happening around the world, because what you want to make sure is that you're making a sweep and a step change. And I actually know that from that platform, they actually had 10 times more enforcement than they did when it wasn't owned.
Okay. Last question for you, Pamela, very, very quickly. I mean, do you think that child safety is a solvable problem online, or is the best thing just to kind of put an alcohol-style age limit on it?
I think that we have to work to protect children, but also to give voice to children, to be able to empower and give them agency, and to find the balance. This is something that we will not achieve only through regulation. There has to be a combination between regulation and self-regulation, through accountability mechanisms, through independent oversight. If we don't get all of this together, we will always be a step behind, because regulation is not fast, it's not fast to approve, and it's not fast to implement.
Okay. This panel has gone very fast, though. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Web Summit, as you know, hosts conferences around the world, but next year we will host our first in North America. While we hosted Collision in Las Vegas, New Orleans, and Toronto in the past, it didn't carry the Web Summit brand name. And so as we sunset the Collision brand, next year we will be shining the spotlight on the West Coast of North America. As a born and raised Vancouverite, I am super excited to announce that we will be hosting the very first Web Summit Vancouver starting next year. Check out my socks. I even got some Vancouver socks here to commemorate the excitement. All right, Vancouver is the home to massive video game, animation, and movie effects industry. There are climate tech, blockchain, and immersive and frontier technologies all thriving there. It's the birthplace of the NFT, so we still collect those, and it's where huge companies from Amazon to Electronic Arts call home in Canada. It's a gorgeous city, as many of you may have heard, and it's easily accessible from cities like Calgary, Seattle, San Francisco, and across the Pacific from Seoul, Tokyo, Shanghai, and more. It will truly be an epic international experience. Now, I brought out my friend Tanis George. She's the co-founder of Identity Platform Startup and Vancouver unicorn, Trulioo. Tanis, thank you for coming all the way out here to Lisbon. What are like 2 things that you think your fellow startup founders need to experience when they come to Vancouver?
Yeah, Casey, I'm really excited to be here. But, as a founder myself, one of the things that I noted about Vancouver is that we are a place for connection. Being so close to Silicon Valley and other tech hubs, Vancouver has really grown into itself over the last 25 years. That is now central central to many of the major hubs in North America. So founders, when they come, are going to reach a whole new, diverse group of connections through Silicon Valley, of course, Toronto, all these other locations. So that'll be the #1 reason founders want to go. The second one is it's a vacation spot. So Vancouver is one of the most livable cities in the world. And as an entrepreneur, we need to recharge. And sometimes we don't have the time to do that. So Web Summit Vancouver will be the place where you can come, get fed at the summit, and then at the same time, recharge by all the activities that we can do in Vancouver.
That's amazing. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks, Tanis.
Yes.
I hope you and everybody else here will join us in Canada next year for their very first North American Web Summit. So this is Web Summit Vancouver. All right, I know that looks a lot like Lisbon, but wait for us to film all the new stuff. All right, the stable of tech unicorns, companies valued over $1 billion, is ever growing. But to be valued at over $10 billion is to be an exclusive company with only around 50 existing in total globally. SpaceX, OpenAI, and Stripe are all examples of the decacorn. What does it take to get to this level, and what are the pressures on the founder to sustain it? To find out how to build a $10 billion plus company, in conversation with Susan Lee from Fox Business, please welcome the co-founder and head of technology at Gusto, Edward Kim, and managing partner at Indigo Capital Partners, Christina Fonseca.
So we did the unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
Just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive comedown.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either way.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
Thank you so much for joining us on day 2. And a good morning to you. I'm so happy to bring you a conversation with two of the most impressive startup entrepreneurs at the event this year. As you heard from Casey, unicorns are rare, but decacorns, $10 billion plus companies, are even more rare. We know it's been a tough funding market the last 2 years. 3,200 startups have now gone out of business. But these two companies and these two founders have been able to thrive in the last 2 years, despite the fact that we have the highest interest rates that we've seen in close to 25 years. So I would love to start this conversation talking to Eddie Kim, who we know is the co-founder of Gusto, which is an HR platform worth over $10 billion. And then Christina Fonseca, who I don't really need to introduce to our Lisbon audience, since she is one of the homegrown champions. She built a co-founder, female co-founder of a $10 billion decacorn talk desk. And she is now one of the largest independent venture capitalists in the country. So Eddie, why don't I just start with you? Because I've been having this conversation with you about how difficult it's been for startups, but you haven't had to raise cash since 2020. Do you think now the floodgates have opened up with a new Trump administration, tax cuts looming, and lower interest rates?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to humble brag a little bit and share that we haven't actually had to look at the capital markets recently since our last fundraise in 2021. And the reason for that is we've actually been cash flow positive since then. We've been cash flow positive for more than a year now. So actually defer to Christina. I'm sure you've seen a lot more on what is going on in the funding markets.
I think pandemic was a forcing function for companies and investors to rethink getting the basics right. And I think in the last 10 years, lots of companies decided to just throw money at problems. And we've noticed like that doesn't work all the time. So I think it's been, like these last years have been
difficult, I would say.
Difficult.
Probably the worst funding that you've seen in over a decade.
But that forced companies to like focus on solving problems for customers and using capital efficiently,
okay,
which is not a bad thing.
There's good and bad. I say minuses to the fact that we've seen capital dry up for the last few years. But do you feel, and just from your anecdotal conversations, that animal spirits are back, that people are willing to, again, invest. LPs are opening up the wallets and willing to fund VC companies. You can raise more cash easily in these type of markets. I'm talking about animal spirits. Do you feel it unleashing?
As you can see, I'm very positive. So I really hope, especially in the next couple of years, that more funding is available for funds. I mean, we are fundraising. We're always fundraising. And the last couple of years have been tough. I believe 2025 will be about, with lower interest rates, will be about having more money being funneled to VC funds and having a little bit more liquidity in the market.
Are you fundraising right now? You said you're
yes,
always fundraising?
We are always fundraising.
Yes.
We are deploying out of a new 100 million fund, and we are raising our next fund as well.
Okay.
I think to what Christina was saying is that the last few years has instilled a lot of discipline in companies, and we've gone through, obviously, many rounds of fundraising. And the thing that I've learned is that the best time to be fundraising and the best term sheets will come from when you are in a position where you actually don't need to fundraise. So if you have created a cash flow positive business, as Gusto has, if you do want to raise money, even though you don't have to, you're going to be able to raise on really, really good terms. I think that's going to be especially true now and going forward.
Well, the obvious question to you for Gusto is you've been around for close to a decade now.
13 years now.
Yeah, so I think the same question applies to you. You're worth $10 billion now. Same question applies to Gusto as it does to Stripe. Given that I spoke to Carta yesterday, Carta says that IPO markets will normalize and should normalize in the next 2 years for startups. Are you ready for an IPO exit?
We don't comment on timelines. I think if you look at the business, we're in a really, really good spot, though. As I already shared, we're cash flow positive. The company's been growing very, very nicely. If you look at unit economics, I think we will stand the sniff test to many very strong public companies when it comes to things like gross margins and unit economics, like CAC, customer acquisition costs. And we've already shared, actually, almost a couple of years ago now, that our last fiscal year, which ended in April of 2023, the 12 months trailing that, we actually had a fiscal year of more than $500 million in revenue. And so that's a period of time that started in May 2022 to April 2023.
But I'm sure you have pressure from your early investors. People need to cash out. They need to repay their investors as well. And have you thought about secondaries? How do you basically make your early investors whole when they need the cash right now, the money?
I think for investors and early employees, there's always going to be liquidity options. Going public is obviously one such option, but there are also many others, right? There are secondaries, tenders, and those are things that, when you're a company that's much later stage, like Gusto is, you get into a pretty regular cadence, and there's lots of options to create liquidity for both investors, early investors who want to cash out, as well as early employees who deserve the liquidity.
And what has been your preferred strategy, just quickly, in cashing out?
Yeah, we've done a combination of secondaries and tenders in the past.
Yeah, and Christina, you've seen both sides of the coin as an entrepreneur and now as a venture capitalist and investor. So when you look at the markets and you know that a lot of these startups, on average right now, are only going public after 9 years. 9 years, which has been almost double the long-term average for startups. As an investor, at what point do you start telling these startups, I need my money back to repay my LPs and my limited partners?
So first of all, I think we need to do that from the beginning. Sometimes startups, when they start taking money from investors, they don't understand the game they are playing. So
they don't understand.
Some of them don't understand. It's very important for founders to understand the business model of a VC. Like, we need to get our money back and return the money multiple times more to our own investors. And that we need to do that in the horizon of like 8 to 10 years. So that's why, like, the reason, like, the fact that it's taking longer for companies to go public has created like this market of like secondaries, like funds that buy other funds. So that market is a lot more dynamic compared to what it was like 10 years ago. But yeah, I think it's important for founders to understand the game they are playing when they take money from investors.
Right. And are you eager to deploy your cash right now, $200 million in assets under management?
Like, we are very active. We are closing investment number 50. We have like a couple of different funds, and there's a lot of opportunity in AI, space tech. Like, there's lots of sectors that are still like, they still have big problems worth solving with technology. So we are very bullish on the next 10 years.
Right, and I guess our audience should take note of that, that you are looking to deploy money to the right startups and founders.
As he was saying, I think like when companies focus on the right things and they build something that's different, like tackles a real problem, there's no shortage of money for these companies. Like, I never met a company that had like a killer product that was struggling to raise money. That's the reality.
Customer focus first.
Customer focus, solving the problem, focus on execution, and money will come after.
Yeah, product market fit,
exactly.
as you said. Before I talk about Lisbon, Europe, and Portugal specifically with you, Christina, I want to talk to Eddie about Gusto in that $10 billion decacorn range, because some would say it's kind of a tough area to be in. At $10 billion, you have competitors that are roughly the same valuation. Like Rippling is worth $11 to $13 billion. So I guess the crossroads for you is either you merge with a competitor, or you possibly sell to somebody else, or you go public. Those are the options facing you at this point. So I'm just wondering, how do you, and you and your founders, how do you take a look at the problem right now and decide on the road to take?
For us, I think it's really clear. I think our path is definitely being a public company. We don't have timelines on exactly when that's going to be, but we feel really excited about the opportunity that's ahead of us. We're in a huge market. We have actually today less than 10% market share in the United States. And so as big as we are, a $10 billion company, there's still so much room for us to grow. And I think the best way for us to do that, the best way for us to actually realize our potential will be to stay an independent company. And so that just kind of like logically leads us down the path of becoming a public company.
But isn't there competition? Because the people that I talk to about the products that Gusto provides, which, by the way, a lot of people compliment because it's like a one-stop shop, especially for small and medium-sized businesses that need the help. But you have larger, much larger competitors like ADP on the horizon. You know, if they reached out to you with a pretty hefty premium, you know, hey, would Gusto sell to us for maybe 100% more, $20 billion?
I think there's obviously would be a lot of factors that go into that. I think for me personally, like, I want to be in control of our own destiny, right? I truly think that we're going to reach our best potential if we stay in control of the company and stay independent. And so, you know, I'm never going to say never, but like I think
at the right price.
I think our plan is definitely to stay independent.
Okay. Now, Christina, I wanted to talk to you because I feel like you can address this homegrown audience, which I'm sure everybody kind of knows who you are already given your success. But you've said before that it's very hard to build a decacorn here in Europe, in Portugal in particular. Why is that?
I mean, we are in the right place, don't get me wrong, but I think, like, especially in a world where we talk a lot about remote work and like being flexible, if we look at the talk desk, and one of the reasons why we were successful was because we took very good advantage of being in Portugal, but we also moved to the US. Like, the first talk desk company was created in the US. Like, we moved there, like me and my co-founder. It's very important to have, like, be close to customers, have sales teams, marketing teams, and hire the best of the best. Mm-hmm. If you want to, like, conquer the world and be the leading solution in an area, then you'd better find the experts that have done that before and can help you, like, get to that level. And like, you can do that in every area in Portugal. So you need to go abroad. If we look at the success cases that are Portuguese, founders went abroad. So it's very important to understand if you're building a global product, you can't just be in your own desk and pretend like working remotely will get you there.
So, okay, I just want to be specific and understand, is it a personnel issue? Is it getting the right fit, right hires?
I think it's right hires.
Technical knowledge?
Technical knowledge, being close to customers, being pressured. We were having a conversation backstage. I think the benchmark, the best tech companies are probably in San Francisco. If you want to be the best of the best, you need to spend time with the people that are at the same level. There's way more entrepreneurs. Most of the decacorns, they are there. They are not here. So you need to build your benchmark based on the best of the best, and that means spending time in really competitive markets.
Right.
If your solution sells in the US or in London or in a competitive market for your solution, then, I can make sure I'm doing a good job if I can sell in a really competitive market.
So how can Europe improve this? Is this about education? Is this about funding? Is this about government policy?
To be honest, in our case, what helped the most was having the right investors, because sometimes as an entrepreneur, you're focused on your market, building your product, and the people that can keep you in check are typically your investors. So if you raise smart money and you get money from investors that can not only bring the money, but also the connections, the network, and help you go abroad, that makes a lot of difference in your journey.
I think that if there's more stories like yours, like Christina's, I think it creates the ecosystem here, right? And so I would imagine that you don't want it to always be the case that you have to come to America to build a company, but that's a way to get it started. The reason why you were, I think, able to raise your VC fund is because you were such a success story, and that's helping to create an ecosystem here in Portugal.
Of course, look, don't get me wrong. If we didn't have Portugal, that would also be very hard.
Yeah.
Because we had unfair access to technical talent. We have half of the company here, and that plays a very important role. But I think alone, that's not enough.
Yeah. But Lisbon will always have your heart, right?
I'm here. Look, I'm based here for a reason.
You and your family. No, I agree with you. And I think Portugal and Lisbon's very, very lucky to have you as well. But back to, I have to obviously talk about the big news story that has developed over the last week. And we know that there will be a new administration in the US starting in January. Red sweep, meaning Republican House, Senate, White House president, as you know. So given that you work with small and medium-sized businesses, Augusto primarily, Goldman Sachs says that companies that actually target small and medium-sized businesses should benefit the most during a Trump term. So I'm just wondering, from your perspective, how are you gearing up for that?
Yeah, I think there's going to be...
What are you anticipating policy-wise, first of all?
I think there'll be a lot of things that will change over the next 4 years and for Gusto, and there's also going to be a lot of things that don't change at all. Gusto is no stranger to changing regulations, changing administrations. For the last 10 years...
Are you preparing for that?
For the last 10 years, our job is to really stay on top of everything that's changing in terms of compliance, tax laws, and make sure that we embed those changes immediately into our products so that our customers, small businesses, don't have to worry about it. So even with the incoming administration, that's no different than what we've been doing for the past 10+ years. Now, there's a lot of things that I think will change as well. When we hear from our small businesses, and Gusto's fortunate enough to have a team of economics folks that actually survey our small businesses, there's a few things that we hear that our customers want, that small businesses specifically want. They want to see lower tax burden.
Of course.
They want to see lower cost of health premiums, because they do want to offer health insurance to their employees. It's just getting too expensive for them to do so. Gusto's one of the largest health insurance brokers in the United States, and so we're really interested in seeing the health insurance premiums go down as well. And then finally, they want to see lower complexity in the tax law and less regulation.
Right.
So I think all of those things, in addition to the lowering interest rates that are already happening, I think they will be boons to small businesses specifically, and obviously great for our business as well.
So you sound optimistic then for the next 4 years.
I'm optimistic. I'm always optimistic.
For the US, for Gusto, for the startup community.
Yeah, very optimistic.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Christina, from your perspective, since you have a global perspective, does the election change anything for you and your outlook?
I mean, hopefully more money will be funneled to the startup ecosystem. And I think, like, as I mentioned before, liquidity, like the IPO market opening up, it's going to be very, very interesting for companies because, of course, we need to return our money to investors, and so they can give us more money to keep investing. So I only see positive things happening in the next couple of years.
Excellent. So we have the last minute here. I just want to leave our audience with maybe a piece of advice from two very successful, highly successful startup founders, serial entrepreneur here. But if you were to give an individual who came up to you at this event and say, hey, Eddie, hey, Christina, how do I build the next decacorn? What advice would you give them? Eddie, we'll start with you first.
Yeah, I think for me, it's pretty simple. You have to start in a very, very large market, and you have to be solving a large and real problem.
But obviously, it's not that easy, especially when things turn very quickly, like what we've seen in the last 2 years. So grit, tenacity. I mean, there have been hard
times,
in
yeah,
the last 18 months or so for you?
100%. Like, I think you have to have a long-term mindset. You have to have a lot of tenacity, grit, perseverance. I think that's one of the things that makes founders really great is that they're able to overcome adversity, and in the face of tons of challenges, they just keep pushing through.
Yeah. I didn't even ask about the AI question just yet, but is AI, is it overhyped or is it maybe underhyped at this point?
I personally think it's underhyped. Now, I think it depends on industry to industry. I always say that there are certain industries where they will get impacted by AI, and then there are certain industries that will be completely transformed. And I think our space, the industry that we're in, especially for small businesses, because of the sorts of things that happen in the back office, our industry is going to be completely transformed by AI.
I'll ask about AI, and then we'll ask for the advice to end this session. So AI first.
Huge potential in AI. I think like we have not yet implemented successfully like AI in the way it's going to be out there in a couple of years. I believe in 3 to 5 years, no one will talk about AI anymore because AI will be everywhere.
Will we start to make money off AI in the next 3 to 5 years?
For sure. Okay. For sure. Like there's huge productivity gains. There's different ways of solving some of the problems we are solving today. So it's not just like a huge hype that's going to pass. I really believe it's going to be embedded in every single thing we do. Resilience, like to answer the first question, resilience is for sure like the way you get to build like a huge company that's successful. But you also need to start small and validate every single step. I think the most important thing is if you solve your own mistakes quickly, you're going to get big faster. But you need to face reality. Like you don't wake up and do things right every day. You need to learn how to face reality and solve like in baby steps.
Yeah, I think that's a reality for just average folks. I hope you take on board some of the advice that's been passed on by Eddie and Christina, and we hope you enjoy a wonderful rest of your Web Summit. Thank you so much to Eddie Kim, Christina Fonseca.
Thanks for having us.
Right. How many of you have tried Runway's Gen 3 Alpha? Okay, all right. It's really incredible what you can get from a text to video Gen AI tool. I saw another news piece on the way here. A company called Metaphysic has used AI to de-age Tom Hanks in his newest movie in real time. Companies are scrambling to create new AI-powered tools to put to market, with these inventions fast becoming a staple of everyday life. These tools enable everyone to become a creator, quickly turning this generation into Generation AI. But what effect does artificial intelligence have on creativity, consumption, and how society does business? In conversation with Lizzie O'Leary, the host of the What Next TBD podcast for Slate.com, please welcome the CEO of Pixar, Hovhannes Avoyan, and the co-founder and CTO of Runway, Anastasis Germanidis.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Hi, thank you all so much. Thank you to both of you for being here, Hovhannes, Anastasis. I'm really excited to get to talk to the two of you. And one of the things I like to do when I moderate something is to cheat a little beforehand. So I asked you both before we came here to think of something that has really wowed you with its creativity, that kind of blew your mind a little bit. And that's what I wanted to start with, because I think it gives the audience a glimpse into how you think and how you kind of problem solve and approach creativity. So, Anastasis, I don't know if you want to kick us off.
Yeah, I mean, I have two answers. My cheating answer would be I'm wowed every day by the things that our team is creating, and especially had a wow moment this week that we will talk about soon. But I guess if I look kind of more broadly on like kind of things that have been happening in the kind of the art world and creativity, like the thing that came to mind actually when you asked that question was the film Megalopolis by Francis Ford Coppola. It wasn't a universally acclaimed film, if you've seen the
reviews are mixed.
But the ambition, how like over the top and personal and earnest that film was, I think was pretty inspiring to me. Francis Ford Coppola spent $120 million of his own to make that film, but ideally we'll soon be in a world where you can make those really deeply personal, earnest films that might not necessarily be for everyone, with much less than that. And hopefully as those generative models improve, we're going to empower more and more people to tell those stories.
And what's wowed you lately?
Hello, everyone. So yes, I think I am an early adopter of new technologies. I always been, and I also former AI scientist back in 90s. So I always adopt new technologies, and what I start feeling, when I start using tools like ChatGPT, the other AI tools, is like feeling of superpower. I feel like I became so much productive in doing all my daily tasks, right? So like better writing, better creating content. I started doing coding after like 10 years of not coding, and I started doing coding again, and I really enjoy it. It's so much easier, communicate to the team, not by just giving like vision or ideas, but just giving the prototype. It's already built, like in my spare time during over the weekend. So this feeling is like, you have a like army of, agents, independent agents helping you to be productive. And it's not only me, it's so much accessible, like everyone can do it. If I can do it, like everybody can do it. So it's the feeling of this, power you give to average person to make more stuff at a shorter period of time. I think that was an amazing thing.
Both of you have talked about moving beyond the model, that in this sort of post-ChatGPT moment, that we're no longer focused entirely on data sets and how you train an AI model, depending on what it is. But I also think that's very dependent on your customer and what they want. You guys have somewhat different business models. So I want to talk about when you partner with, say, a company like Lionsgate, right? What are they looking for? What are they asking you to do?
Yeah, so just to give some context, yeah, we recently announced a partnership with Lionsgate, and that has essentially two components. The first component is working with them very closely to understand how our AI models and our tools can fit into their workflow. And the other component is training custom models on their library of films, of TV shows.
So you're licensing with them, licensing from them.
It's both a data and a kind of creative partnership. We've seen our tools being used in a lot of different parts of the workflow, actually. So you can use like generative models in pre-production to post-production. So we work. So for example, with Lionsgate, we're kind of working closely with both, the VFX supervisors, the editors, kind of figuring out like how could the models help them to move faster, to be able to create like effects that would traditionally take months to create in a span of days. But also on the more earlier stage, at kind of the inception process of a new film or a new project, being able to kind of visualize what the 80% version of the final film very, very quickly is extremely helpful for creative teams, whether it's Lionsgate or a lot of the other companies that we work with. So those models are very versatile. They can be used kind of all across the workflow, from using the outputs of those models directly into production and the final outcome, but also to get an idea into something that's really tangible and visual very quickly.
You were dealing with a very different customer, a small business, a medium-sized business. What are they ideally doing with your product? Is it making a logo? Is it saying, I don't have to spend money on a graphic designer?
Yes. So we started, initial as a consumer app. Actually, I started this, company. This is my 5th company. I started because of my daughter. I want to create a product for her. And gradually, we became more and more like a prosumer platform. So at least 36% of our users identified themselves as prosumers. We call prosumers like solopreneurs, small business owners, people who are doing like side hustling, doing something on the side. So, I actually love to ask, how many of people here are using PixArt? Okay. Yeah. So I think the idea is really like, I mentioned like being superpower and, giving this, productivity gain to like an average person. That's what we're trying to do also through PixArt. We want to really like enable small businesses, solopreneurs without big budget, with tiny budget, but also no budget, to really deliver, amazing quality content, like providing tools. We just announced Logo Maker. It's an amazing Logo Maker to enable like Logo Maker, create your personal brand, to create promotion for your, yoga studio or a restaurant or bakery, all kind of small businesses, and are using our product to create all kind of like, personal brand identity assets. Promotions, social media posts, all kind of things. So I think we are seeing this 36% I mentioned. It was like 2 years ago was like almost 0, and now we see 36%. So people are becoming much more entrepreneurial, especially even like teenagers. They're really like already entrepreneurial. They want to do something, some cool stuff. They want to make money, and we are there to help them.
What do you say to the graphic designer who is terrified by the prospect of a small business owner saying, I can use PixArt, I don't need you?
Basically, we're talking about much smaller businesses. These people never go to designers because they don't have budget for. Like, think about, like, my daughter sell her first T-shirt when she was 16 years old, and she have no budget. She really designed herself, right? So these are people which have almost no budget. They don't have like, they cannot spend like, for logo making or whatever. They really do on their own. So we are not really like taking any jobs. We're actually creating more opportunities. We are expanding the market. So we are creating more markets, bigger market in a sense. So yeah, I mean, this is a very untapped territory. This is an area where they do either poor design and no design at all. So
I want to talk about what we referred to backstage as the finger problem. the sort of, there's just an AI-ness to both the still images, but video really does have this issue, particularly in sort of character continuity and in facial expressions. How do you fine-tune that? What is the way you approach that problem and try to solve it?
Yeah, so when kind of encountering the limitations of the current models, I think maybe one way to approach that is to look at the trajectory of the technology. So looking at where we were even like 4 years ago or like 6 years ago when the company started. I was giving a talk yesterday and just gave a glimpse of like what the outputs look like every successive year. And if you pay attention to the trend and like the kind of improvement trajectory, it becomes clear that essentially every year you have another main issue that everyone is focused on, but it's increasingly more and more of like a subtle, defects in the outputs. So the hand issue was a very common issue in like image generation in 2022, potentially 2023. It's effectively, more or less solved now in the image domain. There is still a lot of, I think video is a bit earlier than image. It probably lags by a year or two. So you have other issues like, like generating realistic walk cycles or like complex character actions, that consistency issue. But I see no technical limitation that would prevent us from solving those issues as well.
Is that a training data question that you just need to kind of have more inputs?
So scale really matters. We've seen predictably models improving performance when you increase compute, when you increase data, when you improve the quality of the data. There's also like fundamental research and algorithms that need improvement that need to be made. But I would say the high order bit, the most important thing is scale at this point. I think those models can be much further scaled than they currently are when it comes to the visual generation.
One of the kind of hottest legal issues has been the question of, to put it really bluntly, stealing. And both of your companies have looked at this from a licensing standpoint, figured out how to train your models in a different way. I wonder if you could talk about the partnership with Getty Images and why you decided to do that and what you think the benefit is.
Right. So we try to be fair with people, right? To create this kind of amazing content, and we want to train our models with the clean data. It's very hard because there's not that much clean data available. So that's why the partnership with Getty was so instrumental for us. We are building joint model with them, and we are planning to replace whatever we have with these clean models. I think this is still work in progress. I think we are going to see more of this. I think we are going to see more synthetic data to be used for training. We're going to see more licensed data to be used. But for us, I think the focus is moving away from like just pure model things towards more applications. So we are really looking like there are so many like models now, open source or non-open source, or APIs, and Runway providing one of these APIs, for example. So I guess like the major focus is moving from the model itself to applications, right? What we can do with that. It's like we see AI as more like internet, right? It's not about the internet, but how you use internet to make it good things. So what kind of applications you build with this internet. Because ultimately, like every company is going to be a company at one time, right? The same thing like internet. You don't just say I'm an internet company just because you are using internet, right? So I think this is going to be like everywhere. So now is the challenge is how to make it useful, how to make it, good thing. So how you can use this amazing power to deliver better, life, work environment, productivity, and all other benefits.
This has come up for you all as well. It was a major sticking point when you look at the writers' strike, the actors as well, and when people are concerned about kind of where the finger problem is solved, how it's solved. What do you say to them? Do you say don't worry about it? Like we're not taking your work?
So yeah, again, I think the technology is expected to improve quite dramatically, even further. I think with like the history of art and the history of technology have always been very intertwined. And you have these questions arise every time there is kind of a major shift and a major revolution in the way we kind of, in the creative tools, in kind of the tools that we have. We see Runway and the models that we have as, you know, a new kind of camera. Like the role of an artist is still very fundamental. Like where you point the camera, like how you, what story you want to tell is still at the center of it. And ideally, we get to the point where people, you know, like when you watch a great story, you don't spend a lot of time thinking about like how it was made. The whole point of like a compelling story is that makes you kind of like forget about and kind of become absorbed in the story. So when it comes, so in terms of the like kind of how we think about kind of jobs and like and kind of how the art world is going to change. I mean, we have a lot of precedent, right? We have, like, when Photoshop first came out, there were a lot of questions about, like, what is the role of, like, visual artists going to be with, like, those incredible kind of these tools that will automate it that way. And we saw that didn't quite happen. And the kind of number of visual designers in the world has expanded rather than contracted. So there's definitely going to be change. I don't think the kind of the workflows are going to change. We're probably not going to be spending as much time on things like, you know, rotoscoping is like this process of, you know, manually kind of selecting a specific subject in a video to add a visual effect. Like a lot of those things might not be as relevant in the world of generative models, but there's going to be way more storytellers and way more artists that are creating stories that are enabled by those models.
So you see it as additive?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident it'll be additive, yeah.
If we were to spin forward a year and have this conversation here, what are we going to be making with your products in a year?
4 years from now? Sorry.
A year from now.
A year from now. So there's some things we can kind of be more certain of, and some things that I think we need to discover with the artists and the creators that use our tools. We love this saying that comes from one of our favorite books at the company is greatness cannot be planned. It's a lot of the way kind of research works it's a much more discovery-driven process where you don't quite, you know that, you know, when you're building the next model, it's going to be better than the previous one. But the emerging capabilities and the things that you can create from it are not like fully clear ahead of time. And that's the magic, but also the uncertainty of building those tools. But like, it's never, I think it's very difficult to predict the kinds of kind of artworks and then kind of new genres, new forms of media that are going to be created by those models. But it's pretty clear that the nature of like what you're creating is different, and so there's going to be some things that we're not able to predict.
Same question to you.
Yes, I see AI as democratizing the creativity. It's a technology that's really making us more, people to be more creative. So basically, it's lowering the barriers to, to start the business, to create these amazing assets, etc. So I would love to see, like next year, much more macroeconomic impact of these small businesses to the economy due to AI. I want them to see like more businesses using AI to, make it like a bigger businesses, right? So basically, I want to see more success stories. I think we are going to see more application year from now. We're going to see amazing applications. I think we are going to see amazing successes done by small guys to, reach the level of like big companies in a sense, with all this unlocked creativity and unlocked productivity. So, that's my dream. I want to see much more people using AI for good and, benefiting from this technology.
And you managed to hit our timer exactly at 1 second, and now we've got to stop. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much, the two of you, Havanas, Anastasis. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
All right. Even though Ukraine's tech industry has faced huge challenges since the start of the full-scale invasion back in February 2022, its resilience and agility brings new opportunities for the world. Ukraine's Ministry of Digital Transformation presents a brand new project aimed at evolving cooperation with the tech community and enhancing the country's capabilities. To tell us about it, please welcome Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation, Alex Bornyakov. Nice. Awesome.
So, hello everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here to share the story of Ukraine. Not just as a country defending itself, but most importantly, as a country that's actively shaping the future as we speak, in real time. Ukraine is living through the darkest chapters of its history. Yet, these times are pushing us to move the limits of what we thought possible. Right now, truly great-breaking innovations are being created and tested in Ukraine. This is our asymmetric response to the challenges of war. It gives us strengths not only to defend ourselves, but also to grow our economy and aspire to the new heights. And as a modern American poet once said, success is an only option, failure is not. Therefore, Ukrainian companies continue to demonstrate remarkable resilience and prove they will be reliable partners you can trust. For them, there is no challenge too big to overcome. Power outages, the offices are not fully energy independent. Bombings, the shelters are equipped and transformed into comfortable tech workspaces. This adaptability is a core strength of our national character, turning obstacles into the strengths. Before full-scale invasion, Ukraine was advancing towards becoming one of Europe's largest technology hubs. And even now, we remain focused to achieving this goal, bolstered by impressive performance of Ukrainian tech sectors. It is represented by more than 5,000 technology companies and over 300,000 highly skilled professionals, 30% of which are women. Can you imagine 100,000 women working in the tech sector? This is huge. And they're making, and they're making significant impact on the global technology market. The Ukrainian sector is a strong exporter of deep expertise across many high-demand domains like fintech, healthcare, automotive, game dev, and many more. Ukrainian companies deliver top-tier services, helping tens of thousands of companies worldwide achieving their ambitious goals. Also, each of you has likely used at least one product founded by Ukrainians. Matpor, Ajax, Grammarly, Preply, BetterMe, GitLab, many others. Maybe just wave if you used Ukrainian products at least one more time. Good, good. I know it's a lot of you. These names are just the tip of the iceberg of what Ukraine has to offer. And this war has driven Ukrainians to create technologies that didn't exist before. One such innovation is a company called Esper Bionics. This is a prosthesis control system that uses specialized sensor and AI to detect muscle movements. This allows prosthesis to understand the user intentions. And this paves the way to brand new possibilities in technology control in future. Just watch it. So our message is clear. The best way to support Ukraine is to partner with Ukrainian companies and investing in Ukrainian projects. And this is ain't about charity. This is a win-win partnership. This is why we're launching CodeUA, a marketplace with Ukrainian tech companies. The platform aims to facilitate effective matchmaking between Ukrainian IT companies and global businesses seeking reliable partners for technology projects. CodeUA is where companies from around the world will connect with Ukrainian businesses, achieve remarkable goals together. The platform showcases companies you can trust, vendors with impeccable reputations verified by us, Ukrainian government. Each of them meeting the rigorous standards for delivering high-quality products and services. And when you collaborate with the Ukrainian IT company, you can expect deep technical expertise, clean code, full responsibility, and a reasonable price. The search for a perfect match is simple as convenient as possible. It's about also direct and fast communication with the potential vendors. Access the detailed information about each company, including experience, achievements, and strengths, and filter by type, services, tech stack, and industries. Additionally, CodeUA offers no contract fees, legal support, 24/7 concierge service, and AI assistant. And after all, Ukrainian companies are already trusted partners for Fortune 500 companies. Here are just a few examples of those great partnerships. The Ukrainian company SoftServe, in partnership with NVIDIA, develops programs based on artificial intelligence, machine learning, along with solutions for virtual reality and edge AI. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian team at Luxoft developed the technology platform behind Mercedes multimedia entertainment system. So each time you sit in a Mercedes-Benz and click anything on the screen, this is being done by Ukrainians. Remember that. Thank you. So you might wonder, where else I can find Ukrainian code?
Where is Ukrainian code? It's in Ireland and in Norway and up in the sky between Stockholm and Berlin. It's in the clouds. It's on the ground. It's in the worlds we explore. It's in a friend's call. It's in your secrets. It's in many cars, from big ones to cars that look like little bug ones. It helps people treat people, looks good, delivers big, and empowers the journey ahead. Ukrainian code is everywhere, and in Ukraine, of course, among other places. Our best tech companies are on CodeUA, Ukrainian tech marketplace. Let's make what's next together.
So the answer is indeed simple. Ukrainian code is everywhere. It's really everywhere. And this platform was born in probably the darkest times for Ukraine. However, it also born to bring the brightest results. And you know, I'm traveling a lot, and I've been often asked how we can help Ukraine. This is our response to that question. The response which brings partnership and mutual benefit. So join CodeUA, register your account, we'll be there for you. Thank you.
All right. With the number of active venture capitalists in Europe falling by more than half since last year, and the funding to European startups failing to reach the heights of a couple of years ago, how are VCs balancing caution with opportunity, and what's in store as we look forward to 2025? To talk about what's next for European VC, in conversation with Mike Butcher of TechCrunch, please welcome to center stage partner at Indigo Capital, Christina Fonseca, general partner at HV Capital, Rainer Markle, and partner at North Zone, Per Jorgen Parson.
Hello, everybody. Hello, how are you? Having a good time at Web Summit? Yes, marvelous, thank you. My name is Mike Butcher. I'm a crazy journalist from TechCrunch. I've been on TechCrunch since 1870. And of course, many of you remember those times when we switched from the horses to the cars.
Just after the Civil War.
Exactly, yes. Oh, well, let's not go there. Too early, yes. We are going to talk about venture capital in Europe. Yes, because that's part of the reason why entrepreneurs can get going. And I've a fantastic panel, and we're going to sort of unpack some of the things that have been happening over the last year, since we were here last year at Web Summit. Yes, and we just got a fairly downbeat introduction there about the number of VCs halving and there being less money around. To what extent do we have to beat ourselves up in Europe about this? And is it a European issue? Because actually in the US, basically the same thing happened, didn't it? Was this just a function of the fact that we had a massive boom over the pandemic and just afterwards, and then things had to quieten down, we sort of flush out the system? Are there systemic issues that we need to address? Christina, what do you think?
It's a very good question. I think everything in the world runs in cycles, and from time to time, we need to readjust some things. The last 10 years were there was a huge boom in many areas, and I think both on the startup side and on the investor side, maybe we had to adjust a little bit and focus on the core business model, how we are really creating value, so focusing on unit economics, understanding that sometimes throwing money at problems doesn't solve everything. So I believe this adjustment period we are going through is a reflection of that.
Right.
But I'm positive. I'm always positive. And
right, Rainer, what do you think?
Yeah, to understand a correction, you need to understand what happened before, and I think it's fair to say that 2021 was just crazy times, and there was maybe an inflationary influx of capital, VCs, new firms coming in, interest-free rates, you know all this. When we actually draw the line from the earlier years, it's actually strictly upward if you take 21-20 out of the equation. So what we see in our daily work is actually the market is pumping. It's red hot across seed, Series A, growth, rounds are being done, entrepreneurs are building great things. So it's great.
I would totally agree. And there is no shortage of funding for really strong startups in the early stage, and actually also through the period of 21, 22, and after, there wasn't that much of a reduction and contraction in the really early stages, and primarily driven by the new energy that was infused in the system from predominantly AI-fueled type of startups, and also sustainability and energy type of startups. That was in healthcare also. That's been tremendous amount of activity there, despite the big changes in predominantly the later stages.
And also,
And some of these sectors really require a lot of capital compared to some of the SaaS businesses or e-commerce companies and marketplaces we've been funding. So I think that's also an interesting aspect, which is funds and startups require more capital in some sectors to get to market. And I think that's a trend that's going to continue.
Yeah. And I noticed some VCs use that kind of window to do different things. You launched an ocean fund, a blue fund, didn't you, as well?
Yeah, exactly. Capital. I think that's an area in Portugal. So we are Indico, we are based in Portugal. We raised the Blue Fund because we really saw the potential of how technology can help solve some of the blue economy challenges. I have more faith in technology than humans to solve some of our grand challenges. We invest heavily in sustainability. I have a personal connection for AI. So I think all of these sectors have like tremendous potential, and they're going to be used in the next couple of years.
Well, to point out the fact that you know, there's still funding at early stage, but Norso and PJ, sorry, you raised $1 billion euro fund, in fact, just over 2 years ago. But then a lot of there was a feeling for a while that a lot of VCs were not deploying that capital very much. There was a lot of, you know, dry powder, wasn't there? Do you think that's being unlocked now?
Yes. Part of the problem was that there was the hangover of the big exuberance for the very late stage type of players that came in and pumped up the valuations, and then it took a while for that market to basically normalize, and that sort of took a lot of the activity out of the late stage market. You know, the wind out of the sails. But I think that has basically bounced back as people have sort of adjusted to new realities, and the growth is back again. And as you said, Christina, is that when you invest on sort of just top line growth and start to look at the unit economics, that really has to work out if you want to create something that works in the long run, and that's what you're seeing now.
And we're 2 years really in, it's incredible to think about it, into the generative AI revolution, and that obviously suddenly pumped valuations back up again. But to some extent, all tech is now affected by generative AI, by the revolution of the transformer. Do you look at decks from startups now that don't have the word in AI in them?
Oh, absolutely. So yes, we look in all. We are a generous investor across technology. For us, the most fascinating topics right now are in deep tech, climate tech, and AI, but AI more in the applied AI sector. So we shy away from foundational investments, and I think it's fair to say that most of the capital needed for AI is in CapEx investments, which we don't want to fund. So we focus on the application of AI and trying to understand which sectors of enterprise software you can actually build a sustainably defensible model using AI, training your models early on, proprietary data sets, which then give you this USP in the long run, versus many models that will at some point be replaced by generative AI. So that's a delicate task and makes the job of VC even more fun.
Isn't the problem, though, with AI that your startups have come to you fundraising, particularly in generative AI, are really just fundraising to buy GPUs? And it's so hard to actually access GPU. The GPU market is so locked up by the big tech and, you know, the companies like OpenAI that have raised billions of dollars.
I think that's the area where, like, it's a little bit more challenging for us to invest in because of the massive amounts of capital that's needed for you to, like, build a model, maintain that model, and so on. But honestly, I think every single sector we look at, there are repetitive tasks that can be done by a computer, probably better than a human. So my favorite way of looking at a company is when you, like, don't necessarily call yourself an AI company, but you're solving a really big problem, and you can leverage AI to, like, build a solution that's probably 10x compared to what you could do 5 years ago. So I think those companies, and honestly, maybe in 5 years, AI will be what mobile was 15 years ago. Like, it's going to be embedded everywhere. We are not going to talk about AI anymore, but we expect AI to be there. And if it's not, then you're probably not a competitive startup or solution.
Right. One of our most recent investment is called Tandem Health out of Stockholm, and it's a AI scribe for physicians to basically improve their workday. And historically, selling software to the healthcare system has been extremely slow and cumbersome, and you won't get paid for it either. But these kinds of products are so valuable for the actual interaction between the physician and the patient. So it's actually flying off the shelves. And that, I think it's not only this company, there are lots of AI companies that see growth trajectories that you just have never seen before. And that is extremely exciting. But on the other hand, the cost of delivering that is, as you are alluding to, can be very, very high. And that's not necessarily a sustainable business model in every of those growth stories.
Yeah. But to me, I think the favorite part of this AI revolution has been like also on the startup side, but on the corporate side, like every single person has a sense of urgency to adopt AI, right? Like some of these technologies and some of these solutions, it was possible to build them before, maybe not at scale, maybe not at this cost, but on the demand side, it was not there. Right now, every single company has this sense of urgency. I either have to adopt AI or I might be in trouble in a couple of years. So that's also like some interesting movement that's fueling like the startup growth.
Right. Ryan, do you concerned that a lot of people just really just doing AI wrappers, you know, companies which are just wrapped around the foundational models? You know, what do you look for in a company? What are the telltale signs of something that's got a real genuine idea that isn't just pulling OpenAI?
Yeah, I mean, you obviously apply OpenAI and other platforms to solve some issues in some sectors. And what we look for is, are your early training cycles done on proprietary data? How easy is it to replicate with today's technologies? And then you also have, which is the more difficult task, anticipate as we're building companies for the very long run, 7, 10, 15 years time frame until we materialize our investment. You have to anticipate, well, probably what new technologies might enter the stage in like 3-5 years time, which could even make this solution of that company obsolete. So that's kind of the fun part.
Obviously, there's a lot of interesting geopolitics going on at the moment, but Europe does feel like it's trying to get its act together, and there's new initiatives, certainly at the EU level. There's also initiatives from the UK to be closer to the EU now that there's a new government. And Drogi, the technocrat Drogi released a report recently talking about unlocking private capital into innovation sector. In fact, Ursula von der Leyen just recently was talking about a new thing called the 28th regime, which is some people are calling EU Inc., which is possibly a way of creating a kind of a Delaware C Corp across Europe. Do you think these kinds of initiatives, make a material difference to how entrepreneurs think in Europe? Are you encouraged by them? Obviously, they'll take time to work through the system, but are we going in the right direction? Anyone?
Well, I shouldn't be barfing on Germany here specifically, but you know, you have to get a notary to sign papers, and you can't close a funding round in a few days, which you can in the US, and actually you can in Sweden too. And you certainly can do it in Estonia, but you have to sort of wait like 3 months to get an appointment with someone at 11:30 on a Friday morning in order to even do these basic things. So yes, the 28th state Delaware thing is probably a very important way to start changing the mindset of, you know, lowering the barriers to create great companies as opposed to creating them.
I think a lot needs to be done on many levels. I think that's more like the technical part. It's very important. But then also if you go through the stack, I mean, we need to unlock private capital for the European market. I think a lot of initiatives, France leading the pack. Germany actually released an agenda putting 12 billion into the market over the next 10 years. So there's a lot going on unlocking this capital. And then I think generally Europe has to act as one market, because otherwise we lose relevance in the global ecosystem. And you all know the ingredients, and let's not even get into US election geopolitics, but it's not getting better probably. So I think Europe really needs to act as one market, and there are many ingredients, capital, orchestrating, EU Inc. as a smaller example, so that we are actually a relevant marketplace for the global ecosystem.
And unfortunately, I would say that the EU is not really impressing when it comes to the regulatory environment for AI right now, which is basically scaring away the entire industry to the US, and also training data on like US data as opposed to European data, which means that we're importing all their prejudices and all their sort of ways of looking at the world into our models instead of creating our own. So I just don't get it why EU has to be that.
Is that the feedback you're hearing from your portfolio companies, that the EU AI Act is acting as a brake?
It's a disaster. It's a disaster.
Do you agree?
I mean, it's for sure preventing companies from achieving the potential we could. I think, like, especially when lawyers get involved, they tend to scare people a lot. And at a time where governance is becoming a topic in the startup world, I think, like, these regulations just, like, scare people.
Yeah. I think generally, I mean, capital, talent is all very liquid globally. And it just follows opportunities where you can build those opportunities in the most efficient way. And then all layers of regulation are either beneficial or a disadvantage. And what we need to avoid is obviously those ideas and the capital just choosing other places, Singapore, US, I don't know what. So I think we have to orchestrate Europe as an attractive place. And I agree, the AI Act is probably not helping this.
Well, I'm afraid we are going to touch on geopolitics, because I did want to ask you about the effect of what's the result of the US election on Europe. There's a fight for talent. There's obviously going to be a deregulation of markets in the US. On one side, there's that fight for talent, which we have to address in Europe. And I think you have views on that. On the other side, it seems like Wall Street is open, and it's going to potentially unblock a lot of the pipeline. What are your thoughts about that? What's happened just recently, and what effect do you think it'll have on venture specifically in Europe?
I think to start with, I mean, putting my personal perspectives aside, I think you have to see something positive in it, I think the positive is markets reacted positive. The IPO window will open. I think for the short term, you see a macro stimulus into the market. I'm just much more worried on the mid and long term. I think 25 will probably will be a good year for markets. But then mid long term, I think the changes in the US are a disadvantage for us in Europe. We are export countries with probably facing some tariff structures, but in the end, it's a wake-up call again for us to get our act together in Europe and just build this relevant piece in the global ecosystem. But you're more exposed to the US probably than I am.
I mean, and as a side effect, I think, like, we've been discussing this need of, like, being able to fund really big companies in Europe, and has always been a little bit of a struggle for funds. I think we really need to realize that we have to create the right incentives for more capital to be fueled into the ecosystem.
And we also saw US VCs come over to Europe in the last couple of years. Do you think that trend will continue?
Probably, because, like, they see Europe as, like, it's a very good source of pipeline, because they know European companies that are successful, they eventually need to go to the US, so they need to keep finding the capital that's needed to achieve, like, the scale they are looking for. So from that perspective, like, it's obvious, like, big US funds, like, they come to Europe is a very good source of deal flow. But we should be able to fund more companies, like, for longer. And there are certain sectors like space tech, defense, sustainability, and so on, that probably those companies will have to, like, stay longer in Europe. So there are, like, these very interesting dynamics. I think something is going to change.
There are actually a lot more high-skilled graduates from European colleges and universities in the tech sector than in the US. So I think and what probably is happening now with Trump being elected is that they will continue to sort of crack down on immigration and make it even harder to get a visa to work in the US, even with those kinds of skills. And that is obviously bad news for the US. I think it could actually be good news for Europe that now with the availability of capital that has been was in the past a big problem for European startups. But, yesterday, one of our portfolio companies, Klarna, announced that they will be going public, although in US, they will be going public next year. And that sort of shows that the public market is opening up, that there is a tremendous amount of pent-up demand for going public for these kinds of very successful, but companies that have stayed private for a long time. And that sort of begs another question, is that we do have probably some 500 unicorns globally in the world today that are private. And in any given year of the past 25 years, there's been like 50, 60 IPOs of significance. So there is obviously some mismatch in this equation that has to be solved somehow. And I'm not sure if that's going to be all positive.
Just very quickly in the final couple of minutes, I wanted to ask you about the issue of diversity, equity, inclusion. It appears to have been kind of gone off the boil in the US, and there's been a certain amount of politicization of venture capital in the US around this subject. Are you hearing from your portfolio companies and your founders about whether or not they're continuing with DEI initiatives? Or what's going on? What are they saying to you? And because big companies, some of them, especially in the US, are rolling back those initiatives. What do you think, Christina?
It's a very good question. I think some of those initiatives were a very easy way of saying, I care. But I think the companies that really care, just solve the diversity problem and hire for diversity early on. I think that's the best way that you can guarantee, you're only going to have a diverse company if you start early to hire for diversity.
Right. Anyone else?
I think generally we are not trying to be opinion leaders in anything or coming up with agendas. I think what people realize and what we realize, diversity allows for much better decision making, for much better outcomes, ultimately returns. So for us, there's no dialing back in agendas that somebody puts on us, but it's more like everybody realize, well, actually diversity makes us better people, makes us take better business decisions, and will ultimately produce higher returns. So, and this actually, we don't see the dialing back on this front in our companies.
Yeah, I would agree. And also, I think that it's really important that it doesn't get politicized in the same way it has done in the US, where you start to sort of make a case for it not being a good idea. That's just crazy.
We have only got a minute left. What's your advice to entrepreneurs raising right now? What do you want to see? Do you want to see deep tech? Do you want to see space? Do you want to see defense, dual use, enterprise SaaS? And what do you want to see coming out of Europe right now from entrepreneurs? PJ first.
Yeah, I want to continue to see really differentiated products, which is difficult in the AI space, but you can. And I want to see huge markets and generally messy markets.
Right now.
Well, actually, I'm a VC for 20 years now, I think similar as you, PJ. And finally, it feels like VC in Europe is getting where it should be, funding real innovation, step changes in technology, making market sectors, industry, and ultimately the world a different, better place. And this is what we want to see, real innovation and technology.
Christina.
So just to differentiate a little bit, we are based in Lisbon. We focus in Portugal, Spain, and Italy. So startups from the south of Europe, very happy to meet them. I like companies that solve difficult problems and that have a differentiated angle. So come find me.
Fantastic. Well, there you get it. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The scene from venture capital in Europe. But please, a round of applause for PJ, Rainer, and Christina. And from me, Mike Butcher, have a great Web Summit.
मैं इस बंदी के साथ हूँ पर दिमाग में तू चाहूँ या चाहूँ ना मेरी हर बात में तू तेरे आगे हूँ बेबस ऐसे ना मुझ बेहस I don't know what the fuck do तू करे control मुझे जैसे voodoo करे control मुझे जैसे voodoo करे control मुझे जैसे voodoo
Please welcome to the stage your host, Laura Vicente.
Boa tarde, Web Summit! Ai, obrigada, são vocês. Well, welcome back to the afternoon sessions here at Center Stage Web Summit 2024. As you might know by now, my name is Laura Vicente. I'm a TV host and the co-host of Web Summit Rio, our conference in my home country of Brazil that explores Latin America's explosive tech ecosystem. Estou muito feliz de estar de volta em Lisboa. Eu já fui no Chiado, fui em Alfama, fui na Graça, fui em Belém, fui em Cascais, fui em Sintra, tirei 7.000 fotos, é tudo muito lindo e a memória do meu celular está completamente lotada. But this week is all about the biggest and the best in European tech. And this afternoon on Center Stage, we'll be showcasing, for the first time, the European Capital of Innovation Awards, as well as discussing the future of AI in the creative space, how AI is transforming the workforce, and of course, the pitch semifinals, where the top 10 startups that have been pitching all around Web Summit these past few days compete against each other to see who makes it to the finals tomorrow. But to kick off the afternoon at day 2 here at Web Summit, let's talk about sports, technology, and creativity. Our first session of the afternoon is a discussion on the ways technology and creativity are impacting and transforming sports. How is technology evolving the fan experience, the player experience, and how are those changes producing new creative opportunities? So, without further ado, to talk about innovating at the intersection of sports, technology, and creativity, in conversation with Nekesa Mumbi-Moody of The Hollywood Reporter, please put your hands together to welcome the CEO of Code and Theory, Dan Gardner, and 10-time NBA All-Star entrepreneur and co-founder of VIN, the Seventh Estate, Carmelo Anthony.
Hey guys.
I like this.
Yes, great. So Carmelo, I'm going to start off with you. It's been two decades, a little bit more than 2 decades since you started. What do you think has been the most transformative change involving technology and athletes?
Well, first of all, thank you guys for having me here and allowing me to speak to you guys today. It's an honor, it's a blessing for me to be sitting here on this stage. So I just want to say thank you guys for listening to me today. But to get back to your question and to answer your question, I just think over time, from an athlete standpoint, we've been seeing different types of technology. I mean, for myself, over the past 20 years, I remember back in 2003 when we came in, and they would introduce different technologies to the team, and we would just be like, what is this? Why? We don't need this. This is not going anywhere. And to look fast forward now, and all of those kind of different technologies and different concepts that was being thrown at us at that point in time, we look at them now. You see the wearable technology, you see the wearable shirts, you see the chips that's out there that goes into the uniforms that get all this intel and this data. So it just goes to show you that in that short period of 19, 20 years, where it's been, and now where we're about to go at in the future.
How do you think it's changed the game? I mean, coming in, looking at the athletes now, if you had that technology back then, how do you think it might have changed?
Oh, man, that's the cheat code. It's like, you know, competitively, right, you get a chance to, if you use it the right way, it's very beneficial to you. And for me, if I had that during my time of playing, You know, you're talking about scouting reports, you talk about film, you talking about breakdowns, offenses, defenses, X's and O's. You can ask questions, right, and you get answers back, right? It may not be the feeling that you want back, but you get a grand scheme of what that answer is. So the sky's is the limit. I think I'm excited about it from seeing where it was at and being a part of it for a couple seasons in the NBA to where it's going. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Dan, what do you see?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a little earlier. I started my company in 2001. I think you entered the league in 2003. In those early 2000s, it was so new.
Yeah.
I mean, like no one knew what to do. So in the early days, it was all experimentation. And what it's created is really everybody closer to the consumer or fans. So whether it's athletes closer to the fan or networks, even now we're still seeing that evolution, like Gotham networks, direct to the consumer. The NFL is going closer to the consumer. And we've seen an arc with this emerging technology that it just allows a different type of relationship at all levels, community, leagues, teams, athletes. And that's really been the fundamental difference. It's created platforms in ways that we didn't understand, I think, in the early 2000s.
You work with the NFL to recreate their app, and you also work with the Commanders as their relaunch. Talk about how your work with both those organizations was also designed with fan engagement in mind and to connect the fan and the athlete as well.
Yeah, the Commanders were coming from a place with a historically racist name that really was hurtful to a lot of people. So that really was, how do you build a modern brand in an inclusive first approach to branding, which I don't believe has ever been done, certainly not done in sports. So data and listening and different tools to help generate ideas to create an outcome that can re-engage a community in a new type of way. The NFL was about how to deliver an experience, again, closer to a fan, to simplify that, to make it meaningful, whether it be during field time or off the field time, and understanding the difference between those moments and how an experience actually should be different during those moments.
Let me talk about how that's changed. I remember, I'm a Knicks fan.
Thank you.
And coming out and watching you, when I wanted to catch up with you, it'd be ESPN late at night, catching the highlights, sports radio, and now it's almost second by second. You can catch up and watch highlights and get stats and so forth. How do you think that's changed the fan-athlete relationship?
For me, I think it's very beneficial. It forces the athlete to think differently, right? Because before we was engaging with fans with what the team was telling us to do. Hey, go to this appearance and pop up here and do this autograph signing, and that's how you engage with the fans. But that's not the way you engage with them. I mean, that's a part of it, but it's like you really have to dive deep into the actual engagement. So if I have an opportunity to, after a game, have my own press conference and talk directly to my fans as opposed to using a third party, a news outlet or a media outlet, like I can go directly to my fans. I feel more comfortable getting my point across and getting my message across to my fans as opposed to it's being filtered through somebody else. So for me, that's the biggest thing that I really love about that. Just controlling your own destiny and controlling your own narrative.
Yeah, I would imagine it's a removal of limitations, because historically, this is the way you did it. You did sponsorship a very specific way. Again, you were supposed to show up here. Now, there are no limits. And I think athletes have the ability, as I think you have done, to move beyond just what happens on the court. And that's where you see even programs like Drive to Survive, like what are the narratives around the narratives? Because it's not just what's happening there. It happens beyond there, and I think it allows, again, enablement of a certain level of control to remove any limitation that historically has existed.
Carmelo, do you think that has also helped athletes today? We have your line here, Ben 7th and State, has helped athletes today to broaden out their perspectives in businesses and what they do. Maybe this wouldn't have been as much of an option 20 years ago because you might not have had the info and the data and so forth.
Well, the industry has changed, dramatically, and drastically, sorry about that. And so where was that before? And we just using wine for an example. Like, this wasn't a cool thing to do. This wasn't, as an athlete, you was looked upon, you was frowned upon if you was drinking wine, because it just wasn't for us. It wasn't for a younger demographic. It wasn't for athletes. You know, we look bad if we're drinking wine and alcohol and things like that. And to now, you know, over the years, athletes has become so, you know, empowered by just resources in society, whereas though we took back our voice as an athlete. It's almost like we taking back our name, image, and likeness, in a sense, to be able to go out there and speak directly to the fans, to create businesses, to create this inclusivity, you know, among different communities and different people. So now it's fun. You know, I could be here in Lisbon talking about wine as a former athlete, and before you couldn't do that. It was just such a hurdle to get over because it just wasn't accepted. But I also think with technology and the fact that we can actually talk directly to our consumer and to our fan, and we can give them that information as opposed to them having to go out there and search for it. That's what I'm excited about, and I think that's the difference between athletes and resources and outlets from, you know, 20 years ago to 2024.
Do you see the same, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no more stigmas in anything, any possibilities. That's really what good, you know, removing limitations. I mean, even beyond athletes, you have direct-to-consumer businesses that have reach in ways that they've never been able to do. You can have disruption in categories from not traditional players. Like the wine industry isn't being disrupted by a winemaker, and whether you're an athlete or a startup, you have the ability to reach people regardless of your location. We have the equalizer, the great equalizer, which is the internet and mobile phones, that puts it in the pocket for anybody to have either access or ability to do anything. And that's pretty remarkable.
Is there ever a downside by having that direct connection to fan? We talk about fan emotion, and, you know, I know your Knicks fans can get very emotional. Is there ever a downside to, like, the toxicity of fandom and so forth, that you kind of wish that could be changed a little bit?
No, because it's community, right? It's when you in a community, you want honest information. You want everybody to have an honest approach, whether they disagree with it or agree with it or whatever. So you want them to be honest with you. That's how I learned. Be honest with me. Let me know that my wine is not nothing. Then I'll go back and try to perfect it again. But, you know, I think that dialogue, going back and forth, and that boomerang of information, and, you know, the disagree to agree as a community, I think we need that. It's very beneficial.
Look, I believe discourse is the unlock to creativity. So I actually think disagreement is what humanity needs, and in a productive way, it creates incredible outcomes.
Mm-hmm. When your son is about to, I believe, start Syracuse.
Hopefully.
Okay. What advice do you give not only him, but younger athletes as far as how to use technology, how to use you know, these new platforms in order to be the best versions of themselves, whether it's an athlete or as a brand, both?
With my son, it's more about me listening and observing what he's doing, because you got to think he's 17 years old, so he's in the industry where this is constant. That's the only way he know how to communicate. Right, so I have to look at him and just observe from afar and see the things that he's into, see the apps that he's on, see all the different technologies that he utilizes on a day-to-day basis. And then now I sit back and say, okay, here's how I'm going to come into this and infiltrate this, and here's how I'm going to build this based off of watching him and observing him and his friends, because they are the generation that is going to. It's going to expand, it's going to blow up, it's going to grow so much that for me, I have to really be a student at this point in time for them to lead in this generation.
You know what's funny about that? I have 5 kids, and you know, I've run a digital agency for over 2 decades, and I thought I'd outsmart my kids, and you don't outsmart the kids in technology.
What are some of the things that your kids are teaching you?
I mean, look, they can live in virtual lives in ways that we don't understand. You know, it's like I remember when I was a kid. It's like watching TV. It's like when I was a kid, you know, and then I find myself in the same thing, and I just don't. I can't comprehend it how it rewards them in ways that they engage, and it feels like they're connecting and having meaningful relationships. And who am I to judge, sort of thing? You know, other than judge as a father.
We got to know when to fall back.
Yeah.
You gave a talk earlier about how the internet sucks.
Yep.
And talking about how the internet doesn't really work for us.
Yep.
Like it once did. And I'm wondering how you think it can work better for us.
Yeah, I mean, I truly do believe the internet sucks. I mean, look, we've had it for now 2-3 decades in our lives. But if you look at, in the course of human history, it's quite narrow and small and actually quite immature. And we've really been focused on the functional part of the internet, and we haven't really tapped into the emotional part of the internet. So I believe we're going from like an IT to an ET in the future of the world, where that emotional technology can actually give value in ways we've never even understood from a digital platform perspective. I mean, it's you know, and some people are like, oh, it does so much, but like travel sucks. Engagement with entertainment, you know, I'm searching through like rows of columns and I can't ever find what I want, and then I go on TikTok and then I spend 30 minutes and I don't feel rewarded. Like you can, healthcare, it doesn't understand if I have an illness and I'm waiting for results or I'm trying to book an appointment, the empathy of like how my emotion may be in that moment. And I believe we are now going to go to this new era where actually can have empathy and the range of emotions, and true intelligence can actually deliver different types of value. That needs to be designed, but you actually have to design to solve a different problem, which is emotion and empathy, and not solve just for function, which is where I think we are right now, in its totality at least.
Mm-hmm. Now, at this conference and just around the world, the conversation about AI has been so integral. How do you think AI will change this next phase for athletes, for businesses, for both? I mean, what do you see?
For me, I think for athletes in particular, sleep, right, recovery.
Oh.
You know, again, competition against the opponent, right? Understanding your game, breaking down your game and deficiencies and things like that, taking all of that information and that intel. Again, we go back to wearable, you know, wearables, right? And it's like you put a T-shirt on and you put it, you know, and sometimes they don't even have it. It's just natural wearable. There's no chip that's shown or anything. It's just so fluent that it looks a part of your aesthetics. But that information as an athlete, now we're able to today tap into that information, as opposed to having to go to somebody else and wait for them to give us that information. Now we can react and we can respond on how to recover for an 82-game season. And if we're playing 6 games in a week, how do we, the quickest way to get back and get rest when we're living on a plane, when we, you know, it's just a lot that goes on with that. So I think that information and that data when it comes to AI really is beneficial for the athlete, but I think it's only as beneficial as you allow it to be.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't put chips in your head and just have the information in your head.
I mean, we could talk about that.
Yeah. But, you know, I think, look, AI in sports, first of all, the platform that really we speak a lot about this is Cannes Sport Beach, you know, the Davos of sports. Because a lot of this is unknown. We don't, I like to think there's a lot of fake experts out there, and we have incredible technology emerging, but we're yet to really see its material impact beyond sort of like what we've seen to date. And like you said, there's new technology, glasses and whatnot, the fan experience, like there's an amazing technology called Around, where you're in the stadium and you're engaging in different ways with the community that sits around you in the arena. So there's so many different things happening. But I think now's the imagination time. Like, what could it mean to us? What it could mean to an athlete? What could it mean to a fan? What it could mean to a team? I think we are so early in the beginning, but we know it's going to transform because technology always wins. It's undefeated. It will find its way into culture, into athletes, into media rights, and everything in between.
How do you see AI or, you know, some of the wearables, the Vision Pro affecting the fan experience. I think I tested out Vision Pro once, and you could maybe be on the sidelines and be able to experience that. Do you feel that that will change the fan interaction, or do you think that there's always going to be a place and people wanting to see it live?
Yeah, I think it's a place for everything. It's like movie theaters, going to the movies. Like, we don't have to go to the movie theaters no more to watch movies, right? But we still get the nostalgia of going back to the movie theater and getting your soda and getting your popcorn and going that experience. I think we will still have that in sports, but I also believe that it's happening now. You see people sitting home, and you could be courtside at a basketball game sitting in your living room. Like, that's really connecting the fans, right? So it's going to get even more crazier out here.
It's going to crazy. I mean, I like to look at it as this. You have caveman drawings, then you have a photograph, then you have moving image, then you add audio, then you had new amazing ways of distribution from movie theater to in your home to on your phone. It's not inconceivable that maybe it won't just be that one day. It will be more immersed. And yeah, the technology is a little clunky now. You're sitting there with something heavy. But one day, I'm going to want to be courtside.
That's a fact.
I want to sit next to you on courtside of the Knicks, but not everybody can right now, but they will be in the future.
And you take something like Meta with the glasses, right? And the Meta world. And as a fan, I can go and get inside of my favorite player's world, right? He's showing me his world through his lens, right? It's not a phone. It's not. I'm showing you through the lens of my eyes and what I'm looking at and what I'm watching. As a fan, if I was able to watch Michael Jordan growing up through his lenses, through his eyes of a pair of glasses, that would have been the best thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah,
so as a fan now,
oh
it's crazy. So as kids now, they have an opportunity to be at a Knicks game when you all the way in Lisbon, right? So it makes sense. I'm excited.
Cool. Well, thank you guys. But before we leave, we want to toast to Portugal.
Yes, yes. Oh, this is the first time I've had some wine on the Web Summit. But today we'll be pouring, our nice vintage Ultra Fidelity 2020 out of Chateauneuf de Pape. So we want to do a special toast today. And again, thank you guys. This is amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you. And cheers to Portugal. Thank you guys.
From growing up in the Cultural Revolution in China to becoming a global pioneer in genomic sequencing, Molly has quite the story. She's one of the highest-raising female founders of 2024 with her company Element Biosciences, having raised a $277 million Series D this year to revolutionize the field of DNA sequencing and genomics. To tell us her story from immigrating to the US from China and to becoming an industry disruptor, please welcome the co-founder and CEO of Element Biosciences, Molly He.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming here. How are you feeling today? I need a little bit more energy because I'm talking about a story of a unicorn. How are you feeling today? Great. That's awesome. I hope you can take away at least one point of my story today and take it home and use it tomorrow. Now, this is a story about a rebel, that's me, who take bold steps and defying the odds to build a company from scratch all the way to a unicorn. So I grew up in rural China, and my parents were two of many intellectuals who were sent to countryside to get re-educated during Cultural Revolution. And they're both math teachers. And our living condition was poor. We did not have running water. We did not have heat. We only have rationed meat products and rationed fabric for clothing. But our teachers taught us well, and we had a lot of fun. So when I was in elementary school, our PE classes were literally running on the playground of dirt. And I was short and chubby, but I was naively competitive. I always wanted to ring. So I kept on practicing, wanting faster times, and eventually I became the record keeper of a 200-meter dash in our county for many years. So in my formative years, there are two values drilled in me: hard work and education. And I was taught that education is powerful, and that's the only way that can lift us from poverty. And hard work is what makes education count. And these two stuck in me for my entire life journey. And I'm a living example of how hard work and education can change a person's life and can level any economic disparities. Thank you. So to seek a better life, I took all my belongings, which is 2 suitcases and $20 in my pocket, and came to the United States of America to pursue my PhD in protein sciences at UCLA. I did not speak much of English. I made many, many laughable, silly mistakes when I spoke. But I have thick skin, as you can see now. Essentially, I just kept on making mistakes and kept on practicing, and eventually I was able to master English. I'm still learning, obviously. But interesting thing is, what I found is that when I discuss science with my classmates, with my professors, I've always felt at ease. And I made friends very quickly just discussing science, because science is a language that does not require translation. So after graduation, my career has taken several unconventional turns, from academia to pharma, to genomics, to a venture capitalist. I don't think I knew at that time what drove me to always seeking new possibilities. And I didn't really know it at that time, like why I chose one opportunity over the other. But then all dots connected naturally when I co-founded my own company called Element Biosciences. I realized it was never about title or money. It's always about dissatisfaction of the status quo. It's always about wanting to learn, wanting to break out of the boxes, wanting to have some fun. Now, in retrospect, I think that's a bit of an understatement, because it turns out the company I chose to co-found would be trying to disrupt a monopoly, which has dominated the market for over a decade, and it has more than $5 billion of annual revenue, and have left many companies who try to make inroads in their space completely destroyed. Before I tell you the very long, arduous journey of making this unicorn, I do want to share with you an observation. In the past 30 years of career progression, I've observed fewer and fewer women in the room where decisions are made and the strategies are set. And in fact, in my last company, I was the only female director amongst more than 30 R&D directors for at least 4 years. And even today, I was the only woman board members on my own board. So sometimes it feels really lonely. So I look around the room. There's so many young, capable women not having the opportunity, not because they're not good enough, but really it's because sometimes they shy away from confrontations. So how many of you actually feel like that in the room full of your colleagues? So that inspired me to mentor a group of young female, especially women in science, and really try to help them to break the glass ceiling, not by gender identity, but by assertion, confidence, and competency. And I'm really happy to share with you that some of these women that I showed here in the photo, who were in the first class of a mentorship, were made into a leadership position in my company. Now, back to the technology, the power of genomics. What is genomics? Let's start from DNA. You all have DNA in your body. DNA are the letters of a book of a life. And genome is the completely book. It's a complete set of DNA in an organism. And genomics is the study of genome, making sense of the entire book. What does that book mean? And DNA sequencing is essentially reading the letters, reading the book. And it's a very, very powerful tool because it provides an individualized approach to uncover the genetic variations behind a trait or a disease. So it can be used to track a pandemic. It can also be used to test fetus for genomic variations. It can be used to diagnose a disease and come up with an individualized treatment plan. So we can live much longer and a happier life. Even though there have been a lot of advances made in the genomics research today, the DNA sequencing market has been dominated by this one monopoly, which occupies roughly 90% of the market. And as you all know, as with any businesses, without a competition, the monopoly can and will dictate the price. And in addition, the lower price of DNA sequencing is only available to large centralized labs, where they're very well funded and they have a lot of samples to test so that they can take advantage of the economics of scale. Now, as a result, 86% of genetics information obtained today are from European descendants. So coming from rural China, I truly understand the importance and value of increasing technology access. And we really need to democratize sequencing to these areas that's less well-funded or less developed and more price sensitive. And we must define the access gap. And this is our opportunity. So in 2017, 3 co-founders started Element Biosciences. In this decade, or in the last decade, there are so many companies have tried to take on the same challenge to offer DNA sequencing to masses, but they have fallen short in grasping any market from the Goliath. And actually, as the ex-CEO of the Goliath used to say, the road of DNA sequencing is littered with dead bodies. There's also a Chinese saying, new calves are not afraid of tigers. So while naive, we actually knew that we have to use a very different technology, completely innovative, to provide economic scale to smaller labs without the scale. So we took apart the entire platform a DNA sequencer down to every single technical elements, and this is where our names are from, and try to use the first principles approach to build the platform from ground up. Boy, it was hard. And I feel like we are the newborn calves here. With the $5 million of seed funding, we were able to start a lab in the basement with no air conditioning. And that really reminds me of my childhood. And we bought used lab equipment, and we hired a few very young and ambitious, smart students fresh out of school. So for every single element we tried to rebuild, we made many interesting discoveries, only to realize they cannot be put together practically as a product. So after more than 500 days of running at a furious pace, we finally, on May 19, 2019, were able to put the pieces together and saw the first glimpse that new technology may actually work to attack the giant. We were so excited. We wanted to ramp up product development, and we raised more money. And then the first pandemic in the last 80 years hit us, and it hit us very hard. With the risk of shutting everything down, and we also made a promise that to our employees that we wanted to keep them on the payroll, we must navigate the shutdown. So we implemented many appropriate measures to make sure we can bring a passionate team back on site to work on the product development. And we took temperature screening and making sure people are okay, and we also worked shifts to reduce the density. And incredibly, we not only did not slow down our product development, but also we accelerated because we have a common mission. We generate a genetic solution to track COVID pandemic. So our first product, which is called Avidi, was launched during COVID virtually on the Pi Day 2022. Thank you. Now, we met a new set of challenges. While we are scaling up our commercial, trying to sell the instruments around the world, the macroeconomic environment took a huge downturn. And to make it worse, in our industry, most of the genomics research companies has lost their value significantly, 60 to 80%. And because of that, investors has lost their confidence in this sector to be able to build profitable business. So the funding situation is extremely poor. But at the same time, we're just starting to make revenue. We did not have enough revenue to break even, and we need more money to scale our commercial. So I know we must raise money in this very hard time. And if not, all of our work in the past 5 years will be lost. I was really worried at that time because time is ticking and our funds are drying up. But I cannot show it to the company. Have to put up a very, very positive face, positive attitude towards the company, keeping the momentum going. So what I did was I took a few very capable leaders with me and went on a 9-month-long pitch to more than 80 investors. And after hundreds, literally hundreds of pitches, we finally was able to successfully raise our Series D. And guess how much we raised? It's a test for you if you're listening to Laura earlier. We raised $277 million US for Series D. This is our largest round ever since the company was around. And altogether, we have raised more than $680 million since inception. That is incredible. Thank you. But now, we never got a break. So what happens now? Since we got new powder, new money, we accelerated our commercial footprint, and we're being successful. And what happens then with the Goliath right there? They start to be worried. And what they did is to try to chase our customers. For every customer we have, they're offering significant price discount, anywhere between 20 all the way to 80% of discount, try to undercut us to squeeze us out from the market, just like what they have done in the history. And on top of that, there is a saying, nobody gets fired for buying IBM because people naturally wanted to go with a seemingly safer route, even though that route may not be that safe in the long run. Do you think people should be fired for buying IBM? I see a silence. That's exactly what we have met as a challenge. Now, with all these challenges in front of us, we knew very clearly that we cannot sell on price. We must sell on value. And we also must accelerate our innovation pipeline so then we can make unique, fully differentiated products to open up our own blue ocean so that our competitors cannot chase. I'm very happy to announce today that we are the only and the first commercial company that has achieved the lowest price point for human genome sequencing, as low as $200 per human genome, to a small lab on a small benchtop sequencer. And we own more than 400 patents and patent applications. And thanks to many, many small labs around the world, we're in more than 30 countries, including Portugal. And we have a mighty distributor sitting down there in the audience for Portugal. Thank you. And more importantly, we're in many emerging markets, including Southeast Asia and Africa. We're truly realizing our vision that we want to democratize sequencing, and we're doing it. And finally, with the $680 million raised, we have reached our unicorn status. So people ask me, how did you do it? The answer is simple. Well, it's not simple, but 2 words: bold defiance. We've got to be bold, because the bold in us see opportunities. I'm not going to read all these letters, but it's very important to know that it was very hard. It was so hard, it was painful. And people ask me, do you want to do it again? I actually said, no, I don't want to do it again, because it's so hard. And I told my kids, my lifespan has been shortened by 10 years by working on this company. But I will say, the reward, the impact we make to the industry, and the sense of accomplishment is well worth the pain. And maybe I'll do it again. Now, the future is bright. We're taking our initial success to expand into the much broader area of biology. Biology, just like river, it's dynamic and it's complex. We have to measure many, many molecules to understand biology at many different time points. So towards that vision, Element came out with a new product. It's called a VD24. So we not only can measure DNA, but also RNA, proteins, and cells all at the same time, from the same samples. And this will provide unique opportunity to provide unified data type for AI to build more accurate and more predictive model to understand biology. And I would love to collaborate with all of you, especially those in AI for healthcare, to work with us, because we are unique in a way to provide you this fully integrated and fully unified data set. With bold defiance in us, we can make a difference. Thank you so much for your attention.
Next, we have, for the very first time on center stage, the European Capital of Innovation Awards, which will determine who will be crowned the most innovative city in Europe, powered by the European Innovation Council. To guide us through this, please welcome from ARTP, Silvia Alberto.
Hi, hello everyone. Yes, here I am, and I'll have the pleasure of being your host for the next 20 minutes. So welcome to the 2024 European Capital of Innovation Awards ceremony. A round of applause. And a strong round of applause. And you know why? Because it's the 10th anniversary this year of this ceremony. Another round of applause. Let me hear you. Thank you so much. So today, we continue celebrating the remarkable achievements of cities leading the way into innovation across Europe. And to kick things off, let's take a look at this year's inspiring finalists. Let's meet them. Thank you. Thank you to all our impressive finalists. Who will win this year? That's the questions we are about to answer. So, for now, please join me welcoming to the stage the European Commissioner, Iliana Ivanova, and the Mayor of Lisbon, Carlos Moedas. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. So, Carlos, we are delighted having you here as a host and as previous winner as well, as iCapital winner. So, just a few words to welcome us on stage and to the ceremony.
So, welcome to Lisbon. I'm very happy to be here. It's bittersweet because it's the last minutes that Lisbon will be the capital of innovation of Europe. And so I'm going to pass the baton. But I want to thank you, all of you, because I came here the first year of my tenure to ask you to help me and to tell you that I wish that Lisbon one day would be the capital of innovation, and you made it happen. So I'm very happy for that, happy to be here. And Iliana, you did an amazing job. Last year was amazing, and I told you, this year would be in front of a lot of people.
And
so,
here we are.
Welcome. I'm so happy to have you all here.
And here you are in the main stage. Thank you so much. And now to share her perspective on the impact of these awards and the role of innovation in shaping the future of cities across Europe, I hand the stage over to our Commissioner, Iliana Ivanova, if you please.
Thank you so much, and I'm really thrilled to announce today the winners of the European Capital of Innovation Awards here at the Web Summit in Lisbon, a fitting place to celebrate visionary ideas. Mayor Moedas, dear Carlos, thank you for hosting this ceremony as last year's winner. We launched the iCapital Awards 10 years ago. The idea was to celebrate cities that use innovation to improve lives. By 2050, 85% of Europeans will live in cities, creating a rising demand for resources and services. For the clean, connected cities of tomorrow, Innovation must happen today. And Lisbon demonstrates this and won the Y Capital Award last year. Woohoo! Congratulations.
This for Lisbon.
And fostering this vibrant innovation ecosystems is a top priority for the European Commission. We need bold ideas to fuel Europe's competitiveness and well-being. And we need you, researchers, companies, and investors, to choose Europe as your launchpad. Through funding, cooperation, and advice, we can help you aim high. The European Innovation Council, a part of our research and innovation program, Horizon Europe, is now Europe's biggest investor in technology startups, leveraging €4 for every euro invested. And this October, we launched the Trusted Investors Network, joining forces with over 70 investors to co-invest in deep tech, mobilizing over €90 billion in assets. And the club door is open, so if you are an investor, please join us. Next year, our STEP scale-up scheme will start offering investments at up to €30 million, helping scale-ups access funding of up to €150 million. And the iCapital Prize is one of many ways we support groundbreaking innovation. I'm really looking forward to revealing this year's winners. But first, congratulations, of course, to all finalists, because your vision and hard work are truly inspiring examples of urban innovation for a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Iliana Ivanova, and thank you also for this idea, to support this idea of the iCapital Award celebrating this year its 10th anniversary. So it's time to deliver the first award of the day, the European Rising Innovative City. And this award celebrates cities that have made exceptional strides in innovation, setting new standards for growth, sustainability, and community connection. And to help us honor this year's finalist, I'd like to welcome back someone who knows a thing or two about this category. The mayor of Linköping, last year's winner, along with this year's dazzling finalists. A round of applause for them, please. Welcome all.
All the mayors.
Uy, how exciting this is. I imagine they're all nervous. We are as well. Well, the results are right over here. Yes. European Rising Innovative City.
I'm also nervous.
Keep it, but
let's reveal.
Let's reveal. I'll hand it over to you, Commissioner Iliana Ivanova.
And the winner is Braga.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Mayor Ricardo Rio from Braga. Braga is the European Rising Innovative City of this year. Thank you so much. And now the second and third.
The second place goes to Linz. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations.
And we know it already. Third place goes to...
Third place, Oulu. Congratulations.
Oulu.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
I would like to invite you all to take a picture in the center of the stage. Congratulations, but first a picture with our commissioner as well. Please join together. all of us, of course. Please come over here. Okay, so smile. This is the moment we want to mark for the future. Is it a moment to mark for the future, Ricardo? Come up here.
Ricardo, tell me, what does it mean for the city, for Braga, to being recognized as the rising innovative city?
It's a great moment for the city of Braga. For the ones of you that don't know the city of Braga yet, Braga is one of the oldest cities in Europe with over 2,000 years, but at the same time is one of the youngest cities in Europe. So you can imagine that to keep ourselves attractive and sexy, we need to continuously reinvent ourselves and be innovative. And that's what we have been trying to do every single day, together with a large community of stakeholders, with the business sector, with the academia, with the citizens of the city, so that we can provide to all of those the best conditions for the fulfillment of their dreams. And I hope that all of you get to know the city of Braga and help us shape the future of our city together with all of you. Thank you very much.
Invitation made. Congratulations once again. Congratulations to all the winners in the category Rising Innovative City. Thank you all. We'll see you back soon. Thank you so much. And we continue with the revelation, and we'll now go directly to the next category. Oof. How was it? Okay, next category, as you know, is the European Capital of Innovation Award. And this category honors the cities that have truly raised the bar in innovation, creating transformative change and inspiring communities across Europe. So, let's call to join us on stage. Please help me welcoming this year's outstanding finalists. Woohoo! Nice dance as well. Welcome to all of you. So, I would start with you, Mayor Carlos Moedas, because you've won in this category last year. What would you say to the next city that is about to know who is the winner?
So I enjoy the moment. It's such an important moment. I was so nervous last year here with Iliana in Marseille. And you know, cities are really the engines of Europe. Cities are the engines of innovation. Mm-hmm. And so really enjoy the moment and try to think what you're going to do with the money, because it's €1 million. This is like the Nobel Prize for innovation, right? And so with that money, use it for your city to really take care of people. We created these 3 major innovation awards for social innovation, one in education, the other one in health, and the third in immigration. Because innovation only happens with diversity, with people that come from other countries, with other religions and other credos and other ways of thinking the world. So that's what you have to do, is like to use that money to keep being the capital of innovation. I know that I'm going to pass the baton, but I will feel Lisbon will always be the capital of innovation, and you always, one of you will always feel that, because we are a community of innovators, and I really wish you the best for this moment, but enjoy the moment, my friends, because it's a unique moment. And thanks, Europe. Iliana, thanks to Europe. I mean, the reason we're here, because Europe is putting the money, and Europe is putting the money in moderation, in diversity, in inclusion. That's what Europe does. So thanks, Europe.
Thank you so much, Carlos Moedas, our mayor. And Iliana Ivanova, our commissioner. So this is the envelope. One of these 3 amazing cities is about to receive the iCapital Award this year. And please do the honor of revealing who is 2024 European Capital of Innovation. Who will win?
It is my big pleasure to announce this year's winner of the European Eye Capital Award. And this is the city of Torino.
Torino in Italy. Torino in Italy is the European Capital of Innovation 2024.
Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations. A great moment.
Congratulations.
Winners. Let me see.
And the second and third place, Ileana.
Second place goes to Expo.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Expo.
Congratulations.
Second runner-up. And the third place, we know it already.
The third place, of course, West Midlands. Congratulations.
My friend.
Congratulations.
And I would invite you all to take a picture next to Ileana and Mayor Carlos Moedas, if you please, as well. And yes.
Oh, good.
Okay. That's it for our photographers. It's okay? Okay. I would just to ask Stefano, what does it feel like?
To be honest, I'm really excited about this prize for many reasons. Let me thank to all the team of Torino. Viva Torino! To all the team that work with me. We are very proud. Congratulations to the finalists. Congratulations to the Mayor of Lisbon. This wonderful city is for me very, very amazing. Thank you to the Commissioner, because her words are really, really important, because we are in a troubling moment for Europe, and as innovators, we have to work to enforce our values, that is diversity, inclusion, social cohesion, and economy. That is very important. It is a very good field in which we can work on innovation practice. Thank you so much.
It's worth it. Yes. Plans for the future.
Of course, we have first to make a big party.
Weren't you Italians,
you are all
right?
invited. Second,
we are also going to have a party.
It's okay.
So we'll join together in the party as well.
Join together. No, I'm joking. Of course, now we have the responsibility to work in this kind of field as a network of cities, because as the mayor of Lisbon said very well, Europe is made up by cities, it's most important now in this moment. So we work all together as a group of cities to promote our values and to work with this prize on the different fields in order to share our experience, to be capable to work with other cities in the next year. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to all the winners, especially for the city, Torino, who has now won Innovative Capital Award of this year. Ileana Ivanova, I would now please kindly ask you to close this session and have the final words, please.
Thank you to our 6 finalists. Thank you for your dedication, and congratulations again to all on you have achieved, because you are role models. And I trust that other cities will also learn from your experiences. I invite you now to join the iCapital Alumni Network to share your knowledge and work together with past finalists to build the cities of tomorrow. I'm also happy to share that applications for the next edition of the iCapital Awards will open around March next year, so pay attention to that, because also today's winners have set the bar very, very high, and I'm very excited to see what comes next. Congratulations again to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor of Lisbon. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you for joining us in this celebration. And now, finally, let's look back at 10 incredible years of iCapital Awards. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon here at Web Summit. Bye-bye. Thank you all.
Technology displacing humans in the workforce is nothing new. Rarely has it ever been as impactful across so many sectors as AI is today. At the same time, it can create new roles and allow us to focus on different areas. How can we navigate the disruption and opportunity that is happening? To talk about how AI is transforming our workforce in conversation with Charlotte G. of MIT Tech Review, please welcome the CEO of Cresta, Ping Wu, and head of TMT for the Qatar Investment Authority, Mohammed Al Hardan.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Okay, great. Everyone, thanks for being with us today. I think we're going to dive straight into questions to use our time best. Alan, can you tell us a little bit about the most interesting or exciting uses of your technology that you've seen from customers so far?
Yeah, so I'll tell you what are traditional use cases and what has surprised us in the last a year or so. So traditionally, what we do is we help large enterprises process all their unstructured data so that they can make the decisions quickly. And examples could be, let's say you're JP Morgan Chase and you have to give a home loan. People submit this 1,000-page long application packet. Can you have AI look at everything and make a decision? Or if somebody is making an insurance claim, they submit huge number of documents. Can you have AI process all of those? So those were the traditional use cases. But now what we are seeing is people creating many of these new kind of things that we had never seen before. For an example, there is this insurance company that does cattle insurance. So you basically, when a cattle dies, you have to make sure that you have to pay them back. And somebody built this app quickly to figure out if the dead cattle is same as the cattle that they insured, by AI being able to see all the features. And earlier, this would take several years to train a model. And we are now seeing different teams being able to create these productivity applications. For example, HR team. How many questions you send to HR, right? Currently, they need to hire people to answer those questions. Now they just put an AI agent that answers all of those things. Legal team. So we are seeing a huge sort of self-citizen applications being built on top of our technology, which is amazingly good.
Ping, I've got the same question for you. What's been the most kind of surprising or unusual use case that you've seen so far from customers?
Yeah, so a little bit background. Questa started with Copilot and agent assist for call centers and are also on digital channel. So company like United Airlines use Questa to help the agent to become more efficient, more effective. And then one key feature that we provide is called auto compose, that you can actually type and AI can automatically complete your sentences. And that's actually trained based on auto typing in the contact center. And what we find that the AI also pick up a lot of typos because a lot of the agents are BPO agents. The English may not be their first language. So it's very interesting that AI also generate typos, and then we add additional rewriting capabilities that make sure the English, the grammar is correct. So that's something that we didn't expect the customer will use that way. Another thing that it's more recent, it's actually very interesting, is on the voice channel. Customers, they sell, for example, insurance seller, they sell to different ethnic groups. They have different languages, as we have a more and more diverse population. And oftentimes you need to have a human interpreter because you just cannot find agents that speak certain language. Now, with AI, especially the real-time kind of speech-to-speech translation, now we can enable with the Copilot not only just answer questions, but also help agents to actually speak in another language. So, you can still speak or type in certain, in English, and the other side is let's say Spanish or Mandarin Chinese, and the person on the other side of the phone line will actually hear AI-generated voice that can allow really to the agent and the customer speak entirely different language, but there's removed the barrier of communication.
That's amazing. That's like Douglas Adams' Babelfish kind of technology. That's incredible. Mohammed, you must have a really broad overview of what's going on in AI from your position as an investor. What's been the most impressive thing that you've seen recently among the different companies that you're investing in or weighing up to invest in?
I think the most impressive thing is, and the world had its ChatGPT moment. The overall education when it comes to AI has reached a new baseline. I think companies are starting to become very dynamic. The rate of innovation is not something that we've seen, and it presents challenges to us as investors. And Stanford publishes an AI index, and the time between major innovations in AI has been shrinking. And major development, major breakthroughs in AI used to happen in a couple of years, but now we're talking in terms of months. So I think the evolution and rate of change of innovation is really exciting, and we're seeing many companies really go deep into the details of certain verticals within industries and innovate, really creating applications that no one has thought of before. And larger enterprises look at this and say, okay, is this the company that I need to spend time with, or do I wait things out? And that creates a bit of uncertainty when it comes to investors. Do we invest now? Do we invest later?
Yeah, and I'm sure also, for people who are running companies, it's just having to constantly update your products even more quickly than before. But yeah, I'd love to hear a little bit more about that actually from you, Anant. Can you tell me a bit about how you manage that process of keeping yourselves at the cutting edge? Has that changed for you significantly, kind of with generative AI? How do you stay up to date?
Oh, it had changed significantly over the last 6 years. I mean, when we started, AI wasn't powerful enough to really understand unstructured data. So we invested very heavily in something called program synthesis. And maybe that survived a year and a half. And then this famous transformer paper came around end of 2017 by Google. So we developed our own layout-aware language models and transformer models, which are very, very good, like 97, 98% accuracy. But you needed to fine-tune those models on your specific data. And then automatically in 2022, you have these large language models which work zero-sort, which means you don't need any fine-tuning, and it will just work without, with zero-sort on the customer's problems. So we ended up rewriting the whole product. So we now have two platforms called Instabase Classic Platform and Instabase AI Hub that we launched last year, which is entirely built from scratch, with foundational model as the key technology in mind, because it's not just about technology change, because the technology change fundamentally also changes the user interaction, the interfaces. So we ended up completely rewriting entire product at the end of 2022, which we launched last year, which we hope survives for a longer time than the previously, but this is something that I think we continue to look towards, that before somebody else kills us, can we kill our own product and our own technology ourselves?
Yeah, I mean, that's the difficult thing, I guess, is not being too tied to anything in particular. It's funny, actually, just to sort of stay with you, Anant. I wonder, when I'm looking at kind of the cutting-edge capabilities of AI, it continually blows my mind. And it's very easy to fall into a belief where you think, AI can do everything. What are the things that AI still is struggling with, that are still kind of open issues that need to be fixed for it to really achieve its potential?
So I think based on what we know today, currently still research has not figured out how to explain every single thing AI does. So there is a good progress that has been made over the last 6 to 8 months, but still we are far away from being able to fully explain how AI comes to an answer. But more importantly, I think the way AI produces that answer is sort of like a multi-dimensional vector computation over large distribution of data set that it has been trained on. So even though it looks like a novel answer, the reality is it's just trying to find out patterns over multiple different dimensions, which we as humans are not very capable of thinking, and it feels to us that it's something very innovative, something very, very new. But the reality is, even in the human world, most of the things that we do is based on all the things that we have seen and we have learned over the period of time. So the real new innovation, like new physics or new way of space exploration. Those are the things that are still beyond the reach of AI because there is not enough success that we have had in the past. So if people think that AI can really like solve every single human problem, answer is, as of today, what we know of AI is no. If the problem has been solved in the past, or if the similar pattern has existed in the past, AI is very, very quick to be able to process large amounts of data and give you an answer. So I think that we will continue to see a huge value of that, but I just do not believe that it has a similar level of human curiosity and human intelligence to get us into the new frontiers that we have never explored or we have never found in the past.
Yeah, that's something to kind of hang on to sometimes. Ping, I wonder if you can speak about this a bit. What do you see as the kind of real benefit of AI that you're bringing to your customers? What are the benefits? I mean, apart from maybe saving some money, I mean, we can also talk about jobs. What is the sort of exciting potential that it brings them?
Yeah, so we're very fortunate to work in contact center AI, and because contact center, there's so many AI use cases that are oriented around language, right? So if you look at the contact center, there are quality assurance workflows, there are coaching workflows, analytics workflows, human agents, one part of it, and then of course we can now have virtual agent that can automate the conversation. So it's not about just pure saving cost. And a lot of time when the co-pilot actually get a lot of the mundane, repetitive work done for human agents, it actually free up the human agents. And so the agent can focus their attention on building the trust relationship with the customer instead of just juggling with multiple different interfaces on their screen. So I think that's really important for customer satisfaction. And another thing that I've been thinking about is that call center is expensive. Not all business can afford call centers. There are many small businesses or medium-sized business, there's just no call centers. And what it means is that a lot of the calls are unanswered. You hit voicemail. So, there are companies that buying ads on Google, driving call volumes to their branch offices, and, the dealership manager may be on the tour with the customer, then no one pick up the phone. So it's instead of replacing human, the voice agents in those cases, AI agents, actually are competing against dead air, voicemail. So it's actually creating abundance of intelligent human conversation on the phone line, so they're actually benefiting customers. So the total volume of AI-generated voice will increase, not at the expense of human agents or labor displacement.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's often you bump up against that's the limit of what the AI can do. Now someone needs to take over and help out. Mohammed, I want to talk a little bit about being an investor in AI. There's been lots and lots of talk about the need for returns from AI investments. I kind of wanted to get your view on that. Are you getting impatient, or how are you feeling about the investments you're making?
Thankfully, given QIA being a sovereign wealth fund, we're not seeing some of the challenges that other investors are seeing, and there's a few reasons for that. I think the first thing is we're a large fund, and so initially we went in companies at the infrastructure layer, both on the software and hardware, and those companies did very well. The other reason is, given the mandate is so wide, we're typically Series C plus and beyond, and we do both public and private. We have the luxury to choose whether to invest now or later. Especially when there are themes such as AI sometimes that could get overhyped. We can avoid these themes. We can avoid stages that are overcrowded. We have that luxury. We have this long-term aspect where we can say, okay, yes, we like the company. We think the valuation doesn't make sense. Let's wait. We have that luxury. Other funds don't. Other funds are confined to a certain stage element. They have pressure to deploy capital. Let's take VCs. As an example, typical VC funds are, fund life is between 8 and 10 years' time. So there's pressure to deploy capital and pressure to focus on one stage, which AI is different. We're seeing pre-revenue companies raising significantly large amounts of capital in the billions at Series B. So we have the luxury to time our investments rather than feeling the pressure when other investors are.
That makes a lot of sense. I wonder, Anand, if you can talk a little bit about what's coming next in terms of capabilities for your customers. I know you talked about rebuilding the platform. Yeah. Hopefully you're not going to have to do too much of that in future, but what new capabilities can we expect to see in AI automation in the next 6 to 12 months?
Yeah, and I think we haven't gotten there yet, but something that we are very seriously spending a lot of time on. So right now, the AI, if you look at the AI maturity model for any set of customers, the first one is, can you read and understand very basic things and make that decision yourself, like that degree of automation? Second is large-scale analysis, where you have very expert people like legal or healthcare professionals. Can they analyze customers' info with what they have seen in the past? There's a second level of maturity model. Third level of maturity model is, can you understand all of the data across all of the enterprise, understand the conflicts and all of those kind of things? For example, can you do the question, which is, does your submission comply with our standards? Now, every company has their own standards, so being able to see everything and still be able to make the decision. And I think that we are at this third level. The final level is going to be literally AI being able to take end-to-end decision and operate all the tools itself, which I call fully AI-driven enterprise. So you just give it a goal, which is like, hey, onboard this customer, and that's it. Now AI should be able to understand what onboarding customer means, what all tools it needs to operate, what all things that have to change, what are the risks with that, what are the other partnership that needs to be updated. And that is not just like understanding and intelligence. That basically means having the sort of the authority and agency to operate tools in a way humans can do, read, write, and execute operations. And I think currently people people don't have enough confidence in AI that they can do it, and you still need the human checks in those things. But that is the final frontier, that once you are able to achieve that, you are really going to look at completely AI-driven operations, like AI doing entire customer onboarding or immigration or taxes. And that's it. Like basically, there is no human touch. Humans can audit and still see things, but the reality is entirely end-to-end would be done by AI. I believe that we are still far away from that, but I would not be surprised that over the next 10 years, I think majority of industries would have some form of AI-driven operations entirely.
It's a pretty exciting, scary thought. I mean, a lot of people obviously talk about jobs in this context and the loss of jobs, or fear about, I guess, just the fundamental human, like, oh, this is something that's no longer belonging to us. Which skills do you think AI makes more valuable in humans?
So I think it's kind of surprising in the sense that the jobs that we felt requires a lot of intelligence, those are the jobs that are being taken by AI earlier than the jobs that require a lot of these physical things. So I believe that like most of the things where the decisions are primarily based on what has happened in the past and making decisions based on those would be replaced by AI. And humans would primarily be focused on things that is completely novel. And that basically, I believe, is a good thing, because now humans can spend most of the time on thinking about those problems that we have never thought about, like what space means, what universe means, and how to explore more of those kind of stuff. So I'm super, super excited. So even though it looks like scary for many people, I think if you can take a collective intelligence of all the humans and put them to solve on the problem that has never been solved before, rather than day-to-day operations, I think that humanity will progress much, much, much faster.
Ping, what about you? What's your feeling on this question of what skills will be more valuable in this future?
Yeah, I just heard that Salesforce hired 1,000 human agents to sell the AI agents that should supposed to replace human agents. So I suppose that humans still buy software, so I think influence building meaningful relationship and telling stories and sell is very important. The other one is building. So as Anand said, I totally agree. If you think about in the future, there can be trillions of humans. Our civilization really be multiplanetary. There's still a lot of things to do. Like we are just using still burning coal to generate energy. Their energy, we don't really understand how our brain works and how our body. There's so much mystery that need to be solved, and there are tons of stuff to work on. And then lastly, new jobs will be created, like Miss Beast. Miss Beast, if you tell people like in China 200 years ago what Miss Beast do and make a living, no one will think it's out of this world. I think new job will be created in the future.
Yeah, this is exciting. Mohammed, I was going to go to you, but I'm really sorry.
I'll say one word. I think the most important trait is change leadership. Don't wait for AI to come to you. You are the agent of change. Every single organization needs to think, change leadership is important because that's how you progress. Change is the only constant in any business environment. So change leadership is what you need to take away from this talk.
Okay, thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
And thanks, everyone, for coming along and listening to us.
Thanks so much.
That was great.
When Elon Musk took over Twitter in 2022, he did it with the aim of increasing freedom of speech on the platform. Having transformed it into X, he has used his platform as a vehicle to help drive Trump back to the White House. In this talk, we hear from two journalists with inside track on what has gone on at X. Please welcome from NPR, Bobby Allen, and from the New York Times, two journalists who have written the book on this topic, Katie Conger and Ryan Mack.
Put this down. Hey guys, so it's hard to look at the news these days without seeing the name Elon Musk. We just learned recently that President-elect Trump has tapped Elon Musk and former GOP presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy to head DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, which, it should be noted, is not, at least yet, a government agency. How in the world did Elon Musk get so enmeshed in Trump's circle?
You go first, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, it's been a long time coming. Rewinded 2 years ago, and they were at each other's throats. Elon Musk was saying Trump should sail into the sunset. He shouldn't run for election again. And Trump called him a bullshit artist, called him a con man. Remember that Elon Musk also supported Ron DeSantis for president until that bid failed. And this marriage of convenience, we'll call it, kind of formed last spring, where they met at Mar-a-Lago and are now kind of BFF, to the point where, literally as we're speaking, Elon Musk is on Donald Trump's plane flying to Washington, D.C. for the meeting with President Biden.
So it wouldn't be something Elon Musk was involved in if it didn't have some kind of childish pun or nod involved, right? DOGE's Department of Government Efficiency is obviously a nod to one of Elon Musk's favorite meme coins. But it's also just really significant that the richest man in the world, who runs all of these extremely important companies, is now going to be tasked as an advisor in the White House to sort of slash and burn what he may refer to as the deep state. You guys wrote the book on what happened when Elon Musk acquired, staged a hostile acquisition of Twitter and did just that, had this like slash and burn way of laying off lots of staff and upending the company. What might he take from that experience and try to apply it to the federal government that has, what, like 3 million employees or something, right?
Yeah, so Musk's campaign to downsize Twitter is really a model for what he wants to do with the federal government. And in a lot of ways, it's empowered him to pursue this role. I think he saw a lot of people bet against him when he took over Twitter. And when he laid off 75% of the staff, people were saying the site is going to go down. There's no way it can continue to function. And despite some small outages, it still has continued to run. And so I think Musk feels very empowered by that and feels that he can make these deep cuts to the government and that the bureaucracy will continue to roll along. So he plans to cut, I think he said, around $2 trillion from the federal budget, which is quite significant, and will result in a profound loss of work for public servants.
Mm-hmm. What more can you say about the ways in which Elon Musk's really deep cuts at Twitter maybe affected the platform in ways that are just not so visible to the average user. You two are super intimate with how his cuts just really, upended the platform. Can you just talk about that?
Sure. I mean, there's no part of the company that these cuts didn't touch. So we've seen it harm the infrastructure. When Elon first had President Trump on to Spaces to speak with him, there was an outage that hit the site, and they couldn't get that discussion running for about 45 minutes or so. It's also affected things like public transparency, which is a value Musk has stated he holds. The company stopped publishing its transparency reports, revealing how many censorship requests they got from governments around the world for almost 2 years, and they've only recently begun to resume that practice, simply because they just didn't have the staff to keep up with it. There's also been a dramatic reduction in the advertising staff and a corresponding drop in revenue. So it's been really hard for the company to keep going. And Musk has been very in the details of all of these cuts. There's a scene in the book where he sits down with Twitter's staff and starts going through the company budget line by line and asking people to account for the specific amounts that they're spending. And, you know, we think that that is going to be a model for how he moves forward with Trump.
There was a famous quote where he was like, let me see how much code that you've written recently, right? Like those kinds of almost litmus tests, like prove to me that you're a hard worker. Maybe he's going to do this now to civil servants, to technocrats, right?
Yeah, he did those code reviews coming into the company and wanted to see people actually produce or actually put down the work. I don't know, I don't code, but I'm not sure if that's the best judge is volume. But the other day he said this same thing, is that people in the government should turn in weekly progress reports, essentially, to check up and see if their job is even necessary.
One thing I hear sometimes is from people who are maybe sympathetic to Elon Musk's slash and burn strategy at Twitter, which is, you know, I think there's a lot of tech executives who saw that and were emboldened to make their own cuts, or wanted to and didn't have the power to, but said, hey, he cut, 75, 80% of the company, and the main service mostly works. Some sympathetic to Elon say, did he have a point? Was there bloat at this company? What do you all think?
So in our reporting, we found that Twitter's prior management actually planned to pursue a radical cut as well. They wanted to cut around 25% of the workforce. So I think when it comes to Twitter, there was overspending going on at the company. Like many tech companies, they grew really quickly during the pandemic, and I think they thought that that growth would sustain, and it didn't. That being said, I mean, I think a lot of these cuts are very unnecessary, if not for the fact that Musk took on so much debt to buy this company, right? He has borrowed a lot of money to pay the $44 billion for Twitter, and he has loan payments that he has to make on that. The interest alone is upwards of $1 million a year, or $1 billion a year, excuse me. So, you know, if not for the way that that debt was set up, Twitter might not have needed as drastic of cuts as that he made.
So the three of us on the stage, many people in the audience, used to be or still are pretty diehard users of Twitter, now X. Obviously, we've all seen a lot of changes leading up to the election and what sort of content is being amplified. I think many are seeing, especially leading up to the election, a lot of posts from Trump himself, a lot of posts supporting Donald Trump. Can you talk about the ways in which the platform influenced the outcome of the presidential election?
I think I focus on Elon's account himself. You know, this is an account that's grown to more than 200 million followers. It you know, is the most followed account on the platform, and he drives the conversation every day now. Whenever he tweets something, it's in the trending topics. It's what people talk about. The people in the replies are all boosting him because they bought blue check marks, because they believe in his mission, and that alone is, you know, worth its weight in gold when you can have power over that conversation. We haven't talked about as well about you know, who he's let back on the platform. We talk about like Alex Jones, the conspiracy theorist, or Nick Fuentes, who is a white nationalist. These are the people he's emboldened who have come back to Twitter or X and now feel like this is a welcome place for them. And those changes have affected the environment, have affected the conversation, and have pushed the platform rightwards.
What can we say about usage and the business of X? Because we hear from Elon that, you know, business seems to be doing okay and that usage is through the roof. But what has your reporting told you about what's actually happening?
Well, we've actually seen revenue continue to fall this year, which is not what a lot of analysts predicted for this company. They thought the first year of his ownership, there would be a pretty drastic reduction in advertising dollars because advertisers were spooked by his behavior and were worried about appearing next to hate speech on the platform. But the expectation was that would level off this year, and it hasn't. The company's continued to lose money. In terms of user growth, there's been a couple of big moments this year alone that have caused people to leave the platform. One of those being, Musk's decision to remove the block feature so that people can't really protect themselves from harassment and hate anymore. And another being the election itself. We've seen a real big bump for other competing platforms as people have chosen to leave X.
Mm-hmm. What can we say? We know at this point that Elon is a political animal and that he seems to be, really attached to the idea of pushing and amplifying Donald Trump. Do we expect more from him and his PAC, America PAC, when it comes to politics in the U.S., when it comes to trying to push and get more candidates into office who share his worldview, or is it a one and done with Donald Trump?
I think he himself has said he's going to continue this political action committee, the America PAC. I think we'll continue to see him be involved with government. When we talked about this Department of Government Efficiency, I don't know exactly what that looks like, or if that's a cabinet position, or if it's outside the government as they truly claim. But yeah, I think he'll stick around until there's a falling out with Trump, which sometimes happens in that orbit. And he seems pretty emboldened to continue in politics. I mean, even the other day, even after he had won, he was disputing some election results and voting in some blue states.
Mm-hmm. So. Can you talk about, a lot has been made in the New York Times and elsewhere about, Elon Musk's assets and entanglements when it comes to being such a powerful player now in the next administration. There's sundry investigations into his companies. He receives, billions of dollars in federal contracts through, when it comes to SpaceX, when it comes to Tesla. How might he be able to, potentially get in the way of, impede, or end investigations, or maybe bolster some of the investments into his companies, which would be an obvious conflict of interest in normal times, but we're not living in normal times. Talk about that.
I think it's truly unprecedented, the amount or potential amount of conflicts of interest here. I mean, our reporting at the Times showed that him and his companies are under at least 20 federal investigations across multiple agencies. And now, as this supposed head of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, or whatever we want to call it, he has direct oversight into hiring, into firing, into spending of those agencies. If there's a situation at the FAA, which oversees flights and SpaceX, could he have his finger on the scale to change what the FAA does? Like, we just don't know. And I think that potential is pretty scary.
Mm-hmm. Well, something that's true for Musk and for Trump is that they really prefer loyalists and people who will follow their directives. And so I think there's an opportunity for the incoming administration to place a lot of appointees with people who will be loyal to Trump and by extension loyal to Musk. And so it may result in some of these investigations that he's been fighting for a long time, for instance, at the FTC, to go away when those appointments are made.
I've heard some on Twitter talk about this kind of far-out theory that Elon doesn't really believe in MAGAism, and it's just kind of this Trojan horse to get his way into his orbit and then try to convince Trump that Tesla is great and that EVs are great, and to try to change Trump's position on renewable energy and a host of other issues. I think his statements, Elon's statements the past year and a half have really countered that notion, but what do you make of that?
I don't think he'd be the first person to think that if he whispers into Trump's ear, he'd be able to change his mind. That being said, if you look at Trump's statements about EVs over the campaign, they have shifted. He has gone from loving gas-guzzling cars to actually being okay with EVs. And so that might be an Elon Musk effect. And that might have emboldened him to maybe stick around and do more, and maybe see if he can get him to change on other positions as well. I don't know if it's some 3D chess game as well, but he has, there's plenty of reasons why he wants to be close to him. So
yeah, and when it comes to a $44 billion acquisition, I mean, Elon took a pretty big haircut on that, right? I mean, he lost what, maybe 20, 30 billion dollars on that takeover, but he's still the world's richest man, and to him, he has a lot more power and influence than he did before he bought Twitter. Can you talk about how, if at all, taking such a loss on this acquisition hurt his wealth? Because it seemed like it hasn't really.
Right, and I think that's an interesting thing. I mean, there's so many things about this deal where if we were playing by the normal rules of business, it never would have happened. But things are different for Elon, right? So with this deal, we've seen him really take the value of X from a monetary value into more of a political value and a social value. He's been able to use the platform to boost his own political views and to sort of leverage himself into rooms with other world leaders. We've seen him meeting recently with world leaders around the globe, not just with President Trump, but others as well. And a lot of that, I think, has to do with his influence over public political conversation. He said himself he doesn't really care about the monetary value of Twitter so much as the value of the speech that's on there. And I think the other thing that he's been able to do, which is quite savvy, is take the data of Twitter and turn that into value. He's now training AI on the data that's on Twitter, and his AI company, XAI, is raising money right now around a value of $40 billion, which almost replaces the amount that he spent on Twitter. So if that bet does pay off, maybe he's kind of evened the books for himself.
So how long will the Trump-Elon bromance last? They're both pretty big personalities, mercurial individuals, chaos agents. Their critics would say they're quite narcissistic. Maybe they're a perfect bond. Others would say they're going to clash pretty hard pretty soon. What do you think of that?
I don't know if we're in the business of predictions, but I mean, they're both alphas. They have been their whole lives. Elon is a sole decision maker. He is not used to delegating or giving up responsibilities. And now, he has to do that. He can't be president, obviously. And we'll see if Trump allows that. If people interpret it as a situation where he is being controlled by someone else who is far richer than him, I don't know if he'll love that impression. So
yeah.
I guess it's a we'll see situation.
And it's something we saw over and over again in the book. Initially, I don't know if people remember this, but when Elon started investing in Twitter, he was invited to join the board, and he agreed to that, right? He wanted to be on the board of Twitter. But I think he very quickly realized he would be one of a dozen voices in that room, and he chafed at that. He didn't like the fact that other people would be able to overrule him and speak over him. And so very quickly he said, you know what, never mind. I'm going to buy the company outright instead and take full control. And we saw it again after the takeover. He came in with a group of assistants to sort of aid in his transition. And one by one, many of those people fell by the wayside or were even pushed aside by Musk because they were making decisions that countered his own and that he didn't like. So I think we are on a collision course now between these two very bold personalities.
So we don't have a lot of time yet, but in writing the book, what have you learned about Elon Musk that would help explain his rightward political turn and him becoming this very influential Trump surrogate?
I think we've learned that he lives in his own filter bubble, that he is obsessed with Twitter or X now. He spends hours every day, and we saw this kind of slow radicalization, or at least, over a decade or so of spending time on that platform. And it shows that Twitter truly does drive what he believes. I don't think he reads any mass media anymore or watches any mass media. And it shaped his worldview, so much so that, things he says ends up, he regurgitates without thinking about it. And it could make its way into Donald Trump's ear and drive policy, potentially.
Yeah, I think one of the big questions we asked ourselves in this book is what can hold someone who has this kind of wealth accountable? And we really didn't find a lot of strong answers to that. And so I think that's one of the really big lessons here is that, he has gained a level of wealth and influence that is hard to hold on to. And all of these federal investigations against him haven't really been able to ding him. His bankers haven't been able to rein him in. His lawyers haven't been able to rein him in. And so he sort of escaped the gravitational pull of accountability.
Well, Ryan, Matt K. Conger, great book, great conversation. Thanks for doing it.
Thank you so
Bobby.
much, Bobby. Thank you all.
All right, here we go.
In 2023, the US scripted industry ground to a halt as actors and writers downed their tools to strike. They were concerned about how AI could undetermine jobs and creativity if left unchecked and unregulated. As artificial intelligence gathers pace globally, the question now is how can the strength of human talent in preserving authenticity and quality in story making shine through? Nancy Tartaglione of Deadline leads our discussion on the future of AI and how Hollywood and if it can or cannot work together. Please welcome to the CEO of the content powerhouse Bunny Jai Entertainment, Marco Bassetti, and the multi-award-winning screenwriter, director, executive producer, and creator of Peaky Blinders, Stephen Knight.
200,000 hours of content.
More than 130 labels.
23 territories.
More than 1,500 live events.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's show the world. This is our world. This is Banijay.
Hi, everybody. This is cozy. What a great reel from Banijay, content powerhouse. And we have Marco here with us, CEO, and just a prolific creative powerhouse, Steve Knight. And I want to dig right into this. Marco, can you talk with us a little bit about how Banijay is using AI right now?
So far we are using AI mainly for our, let's say, distribution and clipping business. Distribution, because AI, we have, let's say, several opportunities, let's say, to reduce timing for editing, for subtitling, for lip sync, and also for distribution, because just to have an idea, just a few weeks ago, CBS said that they reduced the cost for video from $625 to $10. So there is definitely a better use of our IP on our catalog, and that's where the part that we are more focused so far. For, let's say, the part that maybe is more concerned regarding creativity and generation, we are using AI mainly as an assistant tool for our creativity in order, let's say, to speed up our brainstorm process, in order, let's say, to help us, in order, let's say, to be more productive, to consume more time in order to collect information, or, let's say, to reduce timing for searching on clip or this kind of thing, and to be better productive in our creativity.
So as you say, it's more of a distribution and an actual technology tool right now, rather than
so far, because, you know, AI is something, is the first, let's say, invention that there is no limit on the sky, you know, so nobody knows.
Right, but we also need to watch out for that, which we're gonna talk about. Just in terms of creating your own tools, because you're an independent. How are you doing that? How important is that to maintain your independence?
This is a good question, because, everybody knows how AI is working. It's a learning machine that it can generate new things, you know. So let's say, first, our goal is, let's say, to have our own GPT using, let's say, all our IP in order to protect also our IP, because for us it's important, and to stay as much as possible independent, to continue to create new IP. So that's the way that we are looking. It's not easy, let's say, to do this, because there are already production companies that team up with AI companies like Lionsgate and a few others. So far, we are still looking which could be the best solution for us. But for us, let's say, the most important thing is to protect our IP so far. So we want to be careful on this choice.
And I'm sure protecting IP is something close to your heart. It is such a sensitive subject within the creative community, and I just wonder what your kind of feelings are on it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we all know that as every new technology has arrived, you know, back to the Luddites and all of that stuff, where people are afraid that the monster's coming to get them. I think that creative people will be at the forefront of what will be a conflict, I think. And I think the reason for that is that the definition of creativity, as far as I'm concerned, is you defy precedent. In other words, you don't do what is expected. That's the definition of creativity. I think so far, AI works in terms of creativity, in other words, of doing something new by taking a record of everything that's happened before, maybe taking account of what's worked and what hasn't worked, maybe mixing it around in a different way, but it's always taking previous experience and precedent and presenting it in a different way. Now, you might say that a creative human being does the same thing. All they're doing is taking their experience of what they do, their work, taking their experience of life, and then coming up with something that is a sort of a agglomeration of all of those things. In my opinion, human creativity is more than that. In other words, it isn't just an assimilation of previous experience. It is something more than that, and where that other something comes from, I don't know. But when a creative human being creates something new, the reason it works is because it's not expected. The reason it works is because it's not a consequence of previous experience, and people spot it. And what I would say is that in any area previously, before AI, when the creative process when people try to sort of control the creative process in such a way of saying, well, that movie worked, and that movie worked, so we're going to put those two things together and make this third movie, which is going to work twice as well. It has never worked.
It has never worked.
It does not work. And the only time, well, not the only time, but usually the breakout successes, the shocking success, the big success will come from somewhere else. It will come from outer space. It's like, bang, where did that come from? Why did that work? Who knows what AI is going to be capable of, but for now, I think the conflict between humanity and AI, the battleground will be creativity because of the nature of creativity. And I think that it is going to be a hare and a tortoise. You know, in some areas we are slower than AI, but the hare is going to win.
Right.
I think.
Right. As a WGA member, also because we're talking about how AI and safeguards and whatnot. This was such a big issue during the strikes last year. How satisfied are you with the current situation, and how much do you think it needs to evolve, and how rapidly does it need to evolve?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got to be aware that all of the grand words that I just said about human beings are going to be ultimately more creative, that we're going to be better. That's fine. I think the issue is that in the creative industries, AI is at its best when it's replacing people who are at entry level into our industry. So AI is very good at doing what apprentices do. Mm-hmm. If that's the case, and if AI does it for free and apprentices don't do it for free, where is the apprenticeship going to be? Where's the entry level going to be? Are people going to be expected to come with no experience and then leapfrog straight into the stratospheric area? It isn't going to happen. So I think we have to defend the process of human beings learning the craft, even in spite of the fact that the output of learning the craft could be more economically done by AI. Let's leave aside the big battle of who's better. In the meantime, let's protect that entry-level stuff.
Absolutely, and of course that's applicable to pretty much any industry. We're not talking about just just entertainment. Marco, what would you say to what Steve's just described?
I totally agree with them. That's a bit an issue, to be honest with you, because not only for the creative industry, but for many other industries, the entry level could be cut by AI so far. So, for instance, in our industry, we are using a lot some, let's say, AI that, let's say, they help you in order to brainstorm your script, like Genario or other. So this is cutting a little bit, let's say, the apprentice job.
Right.
This is something that we need to be careful, because otherwise we cannot have a professional or very good creative person that can deliver and can be responsible for this. So there is a process, an formative process of a creative person that has to be defended for this. So far, the AI is at this level, as I say, so OpenAI, Genario, Adobe, and other, there are, let's say, using, we are using as well, a very transparent way, let's say, to be more productive and to cut some time in order, let's say, to achieve better. But in the other side, I should say, because we have always to have a look at which, let's say, the alpha glass that is full, that it can help also people that are not really embraced by a big company or big structure to go faster into the business and can create more. And this is the other part. So there will be more opportunity for more creative people, even outside of the big company like us or other media company.
But how do you balance the situation of cost savings and technological advancement and all of this with the fact that as we're saying, you don't want to eliminate a whole class of workers, people who need to enter. I mean, it has to be sort of on a certain level, it's a business question, but it's also a philosophical question, that carries some responsibility with it.
It's a philosophical question, and also it's economic question. So in our specific company, everything we save there, we invest in more creativity.
Okay.
And that's the way that we used to do, because when you save time, you have more opportunity to create a new video, you have more opportunity to create a new IP, and you can spend more on this space, okay? Our goal is to try to protect as much as possible our investment for creativity on top of, let's say, to defend also our IP. But we made a kind of, let's say, research monitoring around, let's say, our employee, and 70% when we question what about AI, they say, well, we can be much more productive in AI, and this was 73%. It can save more time, so it can, let's say, leave time also. Maybe in the future we will work less for AI, but 80% they were scared about, let's say, their job.
Right.
Because they still have this issue for using AI. And as a creative company, we need transparent, and we need to have a clear boundary between assistive tool and generating creativity. And this is something that we are pretty much into this, and also our industry so far, you understand this issue in order to protect our creativity is protect our business.
Right.
So we have to.
And regardless, there still needs to be a human being behind these things, no matter what. And,
sure,
as I say, there's certainly something so unique as a Peaky Blinders, or pretty much anything Steve's ever done. I don't see how it comes from somewhere, like you say, cobbling together precedents. It's so unique and it's so your story.
Yep.
One thing that I want to address also is potentially in terms of, you have your creative partnership with Banerjee, with Kudos, Kudos Night, and you have a lot of projects together. You are a feature screenwriter, Oscar nominated. You have done, just myriad things in different areas. But in terms of responsibility in this, I'd like you both to address this. Of points of joint responsibility in terms of, studios, streamers, networks, content companies, et cetera. Does there need to be agreement on some level about what gets commissioned, what gets released, what gets greenlit, if it is something that is, largely, predominantly generated by someone who is, not a writer's room, not a creator, by AI? And then the same question also for awards bodies. Do we have to think about, here's the AI movie awards, that are not,
I strongly believe what has to happen is that we being human beings have to be better. So if it comes to awards, we've got to be better. Now, if we're not better, and better being obviously it's a subjective thing, but I do believe there's got to be regulation of some sort. But I do think that if we are going to move forward, we have to understand that for the first time ever, we as human beings are sharing the planet with an intelligence that's almost as intelligent as we are. That's never happened before.
Right.
So all of this is brand new. I mean, it's 2-3 years old. So we're all getting used to that. And I think what we need to do early on is get to the fundamentals of what this thing is about. And, as a human being, you're motivated to write and create, or to go to work and to be an accountant, or to do what you do because you want to feed your family, and you want to, you want to earn money, and you want to be successful, you want to impress people, you want to get on in the world. There's all these organic motivations that we have. Now, the question is, what motivates AI? Why does AI want to be so good? It doesn't want to be good. It doesn't want. It doesn't want anything. All it does is does what it's been created to do. And I think that an issue will develop when we start to create motivation for doing this that is other than our instruction. I think as soon as we do that, we're in trouble. But for the moment, we are motivated for reasons that we all understand. And here we have this tool But we're all a bit uneasy because it's so much quicker than we are and so much apparently more intelligent than we are. But all of the regulation in the world, I think, won't compete with the idea that we have to be better at what we do. Because if it starts being better than us, those regulations won't work.
Right. Well, I'm sure this is an audience of people who are far more tech savvy than the three of us. So, hopefully are thinking along those lines. But we also brought up, the Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning, example the other day, where that AI has become sentient, essentially. So, we'll see what happens in the sequel. But Marco, how do you feel about, in terms of the commissioning aspect or the responsibility aspect?
Definitely, we need to be very responsible on this. We need, let's say, as I said, to create a border between assistive tool and generative creativity. So far, because as we say, there is no limit about AI, so we should talk about what we know now, okay? I don't think that because you own a brush, you are able to do a painting, okay? And so far today, AI is something that has to be used by human being, not the other way around. And that is going to be, for me, for still a few years. Right. And then, that's something that I spoke with Steve yesterday evening. There is a sentence that my sentence, but I like to mention. If a machine is not able to commit a seppuku, a suicide, it cannot write a good poetry. Right. So far. So I think that it would be still like this also in the industry for a few years.
I think that's a very good thing to keep in mind and that we can sort of end on. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks, everybody, for being here. And we'll see you.
Thanks to you.
Yeah.
A Verizon report from earlier this year found that 68% of all breaches involved some sort of human error. Security is inherently a human problem, so security issues must be solved by focusing on people, not just systems. How do we design solutions with a people-first approach? And how can we make sure people are going to adopt and stick with the security practices in the long run? To discuss how to make security simple for everyone, please welcome, talking with Jason Atten from Inc., the CEO of 1Password, Jeff Schiller, and the CTO of Cloudflare, John Graham Cumming.
All right, well, I feel like there are no two better people to have this conversation with. And so we're going to dive right into what I think is the most obvious question, which is, why is security such a hard problem to solve? Jeff, we're going to start with you.
I think security is a hard problem to solve because it is such a human issue. We sit there and say simple things like strong, unique passwords for every login. Well, as humans, we're not set up to remember a single strong, unique password, let alone all of them. And I think the other challenge from almost a psychology perspective is we've been trained so much that security is difficult. When it becomes easier through tools or processes, we almost don't believe it. So I think there's that psychological side of it as well, which says we have to demonstrate to people that it is secure for them to believe that.
Yeah, and I feel like, and John, you guys at Cloudflare see this maybe from another perspective. I think about the average person doesn't think about security until something goes wrong, right? They don't think about, do I need unique passwords? Is this website I'm visiting really the website that I think it is? Is this email really legit? From the perspective of looking at it from an infrastructure standpoint, why do you think security is such a hard problem?
I think we ask too much of people. In particular, I think that it's easy if you're in the security world to see all of the threats there are to a system. And we put a huge cognitive load on people around, you need to think about all these things. And we should actually focus people on the things that really are going to matter, are going to make the big difference. But second of all, the tools should just do it for us. I mean, we're just asking too much of people. And you talk about the average person, but I mean, the average person really doesn't understand any of the issues. And somehow, those of us who do security, I think, risk thinking that they should learn about this stuff when they have no interest and no time at all.
So you said focus on the things that matter. What are those? What are the things that really matter?
Well, look, I mean, my one piece of advice to people is, if you do not have a good password on your email, the rest of your life is pretty much wide open because every single service out there does reset password by sending you an email. So I mean, if I can compromise your email, I can compromise pretty much everything else you have. So I mean, just getting people to do that would be one huge step up. We'd say care about that.
Well, and not only that, but a lot of the services that we use outsource their security to, say, Google or to Microsoft. You just log right in with your Google email address and your password. So not only can you get the reset, you can just log right into the services, right?
Yes, absolutely, that too. Although in some ways that's actually a little bit better because Google itself can enforce some things like, wait a minute, you've never logged in from this device before, or you know, some extra factors on top of it. But I just think that overall we ask too much of people when it comes to security, and it's on us to make it simple.
So Jeff, thinking about what's at stake, right? I get notifications on my Apple devices all the time that'll say something like, this password was found in a security breach. And I'm a tech journalist, and I just ignore it. I just move on with my life, and unless, you know, I try to log into my bank account one day and I can't because the password's been changed, it doesn't really seem like it affects me, but I know that it does. Can you help quantify for people what is really at stake here?
You know, I look at it and I get asked, you know, by a lot of the folks I know, is my bank secure? And I say, for the most part, yes. You can assume that your bank is quite secure and they're taking the proper precautions. But if you're using that same or a similar password or set of credentials on your cat picture sharing website that you don't care about, then all of a sudden that puts your bank at risk. So when you look at something like a breach, it may be a service that you're saying, I don't really care about. But if you're using a similar password or a similar approach to sites that you do care about, that's where you're most at risk. We ran a little bit of a research project a couple of years ago, and it's probably only gotten worse since then, that says, how easy is it to guess a password? And we gave that out to the ethical research community and had a little bit of a contest. And it turns out that for $100 worth of electricity, you can have 10 billion guesses. So then you have to sit there and say, am I protecting more than $100 worth of stuff with this password? And do I think it can survive 10 billion guesses? For many people, if you're just doing that through your own contraption and your own, making up the passwords, the answer is absolutely you can't survive 10 billion guesses. So there's a lot at risk financially and from an identity perspective. And I think both of those are quite concerning for people.
And John, there's a Verizon report that says something like 68% of breaches involve some form of human error. I'm not exactly sure how you quantify that. Like, somebody put the wrong password in the wrong place, or somebody didn't protect something the way that it was supposed to. And for a company like Cloudflare, like, the consequences for something like that are massive, right? Because you guys are the underpinning for a lot of the internet that most people use on a regular basis. So what are the things that you are thinking about internally to sort of prevent that from happening?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing we worried about internally was phishing, right? Because we constantly get people trying to trick our employees into typing in their password. And we completely eliminated phishing, completely, by giving everybody a hardware key, a YubiKey, actually 2, and that just ends phishing. And I think that for us, that was a huge step, because it just doesn't matter if an employee falls for a phish, because the attacker can't log in. And so they don't even have to think about it. And so that's what I mean by removing the cognitive load, because it's like, well, don't worry about it. You made a mistake. And so it has no consequence. And so after that, then you start worrying about other things, like, what's the threat of an insider being bribed or something like that? And then again, you have technical controls around what people have access to. So I think that we worry about a whole variety of threats because we're being attacked from every angle because people want to break into the systems. I'm not surprised by the 68% figure, but I think it just is an indication that we've made security too hard for people, and we should not be blaming people for having, made a mistake that ended in a security problem.
Yeah, and the trade-off is always between convenience and security, right? And even in the example that you just gave, having a hardware key introduces a level of friction, but in an organization like Cloudflare, that's worth it. But most people are not necessarily willing to go to that extent. It's why password managers exist, right? Because you're telling a person, you only need to literally remember one password and we'll handle the rest of it. And yet for a lot of people, that's still too much, right? They're still using the same passwords over and over again because it's just convenient. I recently set up a new device and I had to put my password in like 15 different services. Some of them use passkeys, some of them use passwords, some of them I had saved in one password, so it didn't take me as long. But the reality is, at the end of it, I just want to blow the whole thing up and just get it all going. How do you think about balancing those two things? This convenience, because if it's not convenient enough, people are just like, I'm not going to abide by this security service. Yeah, protocols.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and I agree completely in terms of we need tools to help the people, right? Security is going to be a challenge for human beings if we don't provide them some sense of tool. But for most businesses, productivity is going to take over. If you look at any business, and again, you and I are both in security businesses, and we are going to treat things differently, but if you look at the average business, at the end of each year, every employee is likely to get a personal evaluation. And very few of those employees are going to get their personal evaluation based on how strong their passwords were, right, or how secure their devices are. That's not what people get evaluated on. They're going to be evaluated on the productivity related to their role. So we have to think of it from a business point of view and a human point of view of that is going to be their primary driver for the bulk of their year and the bulk of their business life. How do we then give them the tools that make it possible for them to have an easy approach and a good approach to security in a way that they actually recognize is beneficial to them? People don't want to be unsecure, but they're willing to do very little to stay secure. So the approach we've always taken is, how do we actually flip it? How do we actually sit there and say, you can actually be more productive with a security tool like 1Password than you can be without it. You can use now devices like your personal devices that you may not otherwise be allowed to use. You can bring in some apps that are productivity apps that your company hasn't deployed from an enterprise perspective, and you can start to be more productive in your role at that company, but done so in a way that the company understands their level of security is maintained. And I think that's going to be the interesting challenge as we continue to move forward into a SaaS environment, into a bring your own device environment where companies are saying, we need to grow, we need to prosper, but on the other hand, the security team is rightfully saying, well, we need to make sure that we're secure while doing so.
I would add one other thing. The other thing we did at Cloudflare was we eliminated shame. So we took away any shame about making a mistake, and we actually encouraged people to speak up about anything security related. We have an internal mailing list. It gets tens of emails per day from employees about a weird email they got. Oops, I clicked on an attachment. I'm not sure about this website. And if you eliminate shame around it, then I think you get a lot more interest in security, because people will be like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm not going to get into trouble. And I actually remember an instance where there was someone on my team who fell for a fish and was in a terrible state, thinking they were going to get fired, which they were definitely not going to get fired because the YubiKey had saved the company anyway. And I think that's an important thing. And there's a lot of shame around, you've made a mistake. And actually, one of the most hilariously stupid things at Cloudflare is we are forced to do phishing exercises by external parties who want to verify that we're good at phishing. And they all get caught within about a minute because some employee forwards the fish to the internal mailing list saying, this is definitely phishing. So if you eliminate shame, then I think that makes a big difference to people.
I do like the idea that at Cloudflare, one of the interview questions must be, are you good at phishing? So one of the things I know, John, that's kind of dear to your heart is this idea of CAPTCHAs, right? We've been doing this on the internet for a very long time. No one likes CAPTCHAs. I think we sort of understand that the idea is to make sure that it's really a person trying to access a website, but no one gets up in the morning excited about identifying motorcycles or school buses or whatever. This seems like it's one of those things technology should have solved by now, and yet every day we do this and sometimes it's almost to the detriment of whatever website I'm trying to log into, because I might just be like, I just don't want to do this today, and it's not important enough for me to continue on. So how do we solve things like that where the friction is so much that it's just annoying people?
Well, first of all, it's not dear to my heart. I freaking hate CAPTCHAs to the point where they are just awful. And I think any website that's using CAPTCHAs, when you come across it, you're like, you hate your users. And I actually had to do one earlier today. There are so many things wrong with CAPTCHAs that we could do a whole 20-minute, but in brief, they're very bad for people with any sort of disability, and frankly, we're all only temporarily able-bodied because we're going to have eyesight problems, all sorts of things like that. They're culturally insensitive. I don't know what a freaking American fire hydrant looks like. I can tell you it doesn't look like a British one. And they're just a disaster area. So what we did at Cloudflare was we introduced this thing called Turnstile, which what it attempts to do is identify the device that's being used and validate that it is a known device. And on top of that, the other problem with CAPTCHAs is they're not privacy preserving because typically a third party, such as Google, is doing it. So the other thing we did with Turnstile is we did it in a privacy preserving way using cryptography. So we can say, we know what this device is, but we can't track you. And that has made a big, we completely eliminated the use of CAPTCHA at Cloudflare, 100%. And replace it with Turnstile. And that's a free service we give away to people. They can do the same thing. If they want to have some assurance that the device that is contacting you is known, is not misbehaving, and is essentially, human without proof of human ability. So yes, I may start to, go red in the face because I can't stand CAPTCHAs. It's so bad.
So I should have said it's a thing you're passionate about.
There you go. Yeah. They're not dear to my heart.
So looking to the future, it feels as though there are a lot of technological solutions, passkeys, for example, to help make things more seamless for people, and yet those also introduce their own levels of complexity. Plus, all of our security paradigm is sort of based on what we think computers can do today, and that's changing rapidly with quantum computing in the future. Apple recently talked about how its messages protocol is encrypted to resist quantum computing. Yeah. I'm saying words I don't even know what they mean. Tell me, how do we build these systems that are not going to put so much friction in, but are going to protect us into the future?
Well, when you're talking about post-quantum cryptography, this is akin to the year 2000 problem, right? The year 2000 problem was that everyone stored the dates as 2 digits, and when we got to 99, it flipped over to 00, and a bunch of computers were likely to go haywire. We had this deadline, right? We knew we had to fix everything. Well, the thing about quantum computing is we know we have a deadline. The deadline is that at some point someone's going to have a working quantum computer that can break the cryptography we have today. Unfortunately, we don't know what the deadline is. It could be next year or 30 years. So the only choice is today to introduce post-quantum cryptography. Luckily, we have all that. The research has been done. Cloudflare has spent the last 5 or 6 years working on practical applications of post-quantum. We know today how to secure connections, communications, in a way that a future quantum computer, when it arrives, cannot break them. And so I think the reality of post-quantum stuff is we have the algorithms, we have the implementations, we even have standards from NIST. we should just implement it. And that's what Cloudflare did. We implemented it. We include it for all of our customers, because one of the sort of latent evils in the technology industry is people are going to start trying to charge extra for post-quantum resistance, and they absolutely should not. It needs to be included, because it's a real threat to everything we do in our way of life on the internet. And so we know how to do this. It's just a question of rolling it out. And we are seeing from our largest customers, the banks, et cetera, a real drive to use post-quantum. So this is coming. This is just an inevitable situation.
Yeah, and as we wrap up, Jeff, I would just love to hear your thoughts on the same thing, as we are just creating new technology to help fight against this while also making those solutions easier for people to use.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, quantum is a great example of that, where I think it's the tool's responsibility, the service's responsibility to take that away and abstract that away from a concern that the end user has. And when we look at it from an encryption point of view, the specific encryption routines that are used, whether it's today non-crypto or not quantum proof encryption, or in the future where there will be quantum proof encryption, that should be an implementation detail. We look at it that way. We can switch out the encryption routines much at will. But the rest of the folks shouldn't have to worry about that. They should know that it's the companies that are security companies like ours that are going to do that on their behalf, going to continue to invest in both the research and in the actual execution of those types of processes, so that they can stay safe without having to worry about what it means in the modern cryptography world.
Well, John and Jeff, I really appreciate your time. I did not have clapping for anti-CAPTCHA on my bingo card for this talk, but I am glad that we had some fans of your thoughts on that. And I appreciate all of you joining us for this time. And to the two of you especially, thanks for helping us to make security more simple.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty, for our final talk here at Day 2 of Web Summit, we will discuss if AI is overhyped and ready for implosion. As you all know, billions of dollars have been invested in AI in recent years. Valuations have reached dizzying heights. The question remains, are they profitable? It seems like huge resources are being put into this emerging technology without any clear path to profitability. Is this sustainable, and can it change? Jeremy Kahn of Fortune magazine leads our next talk to find out if AI bubble is about to burst. Joining him, please welcome the founder and CEO of MoveWorks, Bhavin Shah, and the director of the AI Now Institute, Sarah Myers-West.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Great. Thanks for being here, guys. Thanks for listening. Before we get started on the topic about are we in a bubble? Is it about to burst? Bhavin, why don't you just tell us just for 30 seconds what MoveWorks does for people who aren't familiar with it? And Sarah, if you can tell us just, again, 30 seconds on AI Now for people who don't know what it is and what it does. Bhavin, why don't you
Sure. Jeremy and all, thanks for having me here. MoveWorks is a agentic copilot that employees use at work to find information, to take actions, and to generally get support and help throughout their day. We have customers like Honeywell and Northrop Grumman. We have customers like Broadcom, Siemens AG, and Unilever. and about 5 million users on the platform using us each week. So excited to talk more about how we think about the space.
Great. And AI Now, what does AI Now do?
Sure. So we are a policy research center that's focused on understanding the trajectory of artificial intelligence. We're fully independent, and a lot of our work really centers on unpacking the political economy around artificial intelligence, which makes this question front and foremost on our minds.
Yeah, I was going to say, hopefully we'll do some unpacking here in a second. First of all, in order to decide whether we have, the bubble's about to burst, I guess we have to decide, are we in a bubble? What's your view on this? Yes or no? Are we in a bubble, Bhavin?
Not like we were at the beginning of the dot-com boom. I think the situation now is very different. I think companies have really strong opportunities to create and deliver value to businesses. We'll talk more about what that means. But one thing I think is important is that valuation isn't your company. Valuation is someone's external view on what your company is worth. And with any boom cycle, you're going to have people value companies differently. And I think you're going to see those things play out as companies fail, as companies grow and scale. And I think that you see this every day. If you look at Donald J. Trump Enterprises, it generates $4 million a year. I think, and they're valued at $6.5 billion. So, anything can be done from a valuation standpoint. The real thing that we have to talk about is really how you can generate revenue, how you can generate outcomes for your customers.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute. Sarah, are we in a bubble?
So there's a few indicators that we've been looking at in particular, and one of the things that I think became very clear, if you wind back the clock, a year and a half, 2 years ago, at the origination of the sort of ChatGPT hype cycle, is that this version of AI is a very resource-intensive version. If you look at the past 70 years of history of AI, it's meant many different things, but the one that we've sort of settled on requires tremendous amounts of capital expenditure. Now, more recently, we've seen Sequoia, Goldman Sachs express some skepticism about the longevity of this sector, and in tandem, I've noticed a sort of shift in the strategy of some of the large companies to really index very heavily on government investment. And that, I think, is another indicator that we could be in a bubble, depending on where the political winds land. And then it raises two further questions. One, who will be served by this technology, especially if taxpayer dollars are a key source of revenue? And two, if the bubble bursts, what will be left behind?
Yeah, you bring up, Goldman Sachs being skeptical about what the impact of this technology will be, and you've heard some reports from chief information officers saying, I'm not seeing the value here, I'm not getting the ROI. Bhavin, what are your customers saying, and is there a way to get value and ROI out of this technology, or is it one of these things where it sounded great, but it just doesn't work?
Yeah, I think when ChatGPT came out, everyone thought this was going to be pretty easy, just roll this out and everything will change. But I think the reality is change management and behavior is really hard to evolve. And so for a lot of products that are very narrow, they're finding themselves either huge successes or failures pretty quickly. And I think what we found is that you have to take a broader approach. You have to have a variety of different use cases, be able to serve a variety of different employees, and really focus on what gets them back into your product every single day. If you can do that, then you have two opportunities. One, you can drive employee productivity, but I call that shallow ROI. And then you can also drive business transformation, which is really deep ROI. It's changing how the business does work. It's changing how people engage. It's changing how employees can go about their day and also sort of engage with a variety of business services and processes. And so from our standpoint, we've been around now 8 years. I've been through lots of renewals, lots of conversations with procurement teams about what they're seeing. And they often look back to what is the hard cost savings or cost reduction that they are getting from your product, or how are they reducing their costs as their companies grow. So for example, Broadcom's our customer. They went from 10,000 employees to 50,000 employees and didn't have to increase the size of their service desk over that 5-year period. That's real savings that they can count on, and that they can point back to the AI.
Right, and you made the point that if some productivity savings isn't actually that valuable to the company, right? If you only save 3 hours a week for employees, that doesn't really move the needle for a lot of people.
I spend enough time with CFOs, and to that very point, I've had CFOs tell me, oh, you're going to save my employees 3 hours a week? Great. You know, the only one that benefits from that is their dog and the back nine of your favorite golf course.
Right.
And the reality is, you know, it doesn't change the equation if all you're talking about is an individual's time savings. What you have to do is change how they do work, and if you can do that, then there's actually realized gains because there's fewer other members of the company that have to spend time helping that employee, supporting that employee, and I think that's what we're seeing, you know, more and more as the sort of best-in-class business cases behind some of these AI products.
And there are enough of those. You're seeing those come through.
Yeah, especially in, you know, in areas of, you know, IT and HR and facilities and finance, legal affairs. There's a lot of burden that gets placed on a company when you have 10,000, 20,000 employees and more on these various resource centers. So if you can reduce the amount of work that they have, one, you speed everything up in the company, and the employees also benefit from it. But ultimately, you've transformed how the company gets work done. And that's something when a CEO asks the CIO and the CFO, show me the AI transformation that you've done in our company, they can point to these kinds of use cases.
Right. I want to shift to the consumer side. Sarah, have we found the killer consumer app for this technology? And is that also maybe a potential red flag here that if we haven't? What's going on the consumer side?
I mean, it's very hard to speculate about, you know, where the killer app is going to come from, because a lot of the sort of so-called innovations are in the form of like chatbots or, you know, assistive agents to help you write emails or generate sales leads. I think the version of innovation that we're seeing is frankly a little bit more mundane than one would have hoped, and, you know, particularly given the very resource-intensive nature of the technology, it raises questions about how you would seek profitability in the consumer-facing side if you're giving away your product for free and you have more and more people that are a drain on it. The propensity to keep, you know, figuring out ways to ratchet up costs or find a business model to, you know, eke out gains is, you know, historically has led to some of the more toxic business models in the industry.
Right. And I wanted to talk a little bit about reliability. I mean, there's still a lot of concern about the technology not being reliable enough to build something on that people are really going to use. What are you seeing, Bob? And do you feel like that's an overcomable problem? Have you found ways to overcome that? Or do you think that is a kind of Achilles heel that, yes, there are places you can use this in business, but you have to use it in the places where you don't actually care if 1 out of 20 times it's wrong?
So, you know, I think that people overcharacterize the space as being really just a large language model. I think what you'll find as you build these services and products and apps is that you have to ensemble lots of different technologies and lots of different models to actually get the right outcome. And so, yes, you have to have guardrails. You also have to have steerability. You have to give the customer control over what it does and doesn't do. And that's an important aspect, which is not really left to the customer to have to, you know, figure it out themselves, but you really have to give them tools to be able to do this. And so we've had to conform to a lot of business processes. We have to ensure the right policies are met. We have to ensure the right permissions are kept. We work with banks. We work with defense contractors. We work with a lot of organizations, healthcare organizations that do require and are regulated to ensure that these things perform a certain way. So what you have is a probabilistic technology that you have to then encase and manipulate and leverage in just the right way so that you can still get the deterministic outcomes. And some parts of it are deterministic. In our case, accessing a CRM or an HRIS or, you know, some knowledge resource, that's a deterministic action. But the conversation with the employee is really where the magic of AI, it's really where the probabilistic nature comes into picture.
Interesting. And there have been reports in the last week about sort of progress at the frontier of these models slowing down. And again, Sarah, do you think that's a sign that maybe things are not going well in this field? That if you can't, this is the idea of these scaling laws, that if you kept making the models bigger, you kept, you know, deploying larger data centers, that you were going to continue to see progress by leaps and bounds. And if the companies at the forefront are saying, well, we're not seeing that anymore, is that a problem?
I mean, it certainly raises questions about the trajectory that the industry is largely set on, that bigger is always going to be better. I think it also raises questions about, you know, some of the underlying materials outside of compute. You know, what data are these models being trained on, and what does that, then lead to in terms of any sort of accuracy measure. That's one of the places where we've seen significantly more opacity, and so it's very hard to understand what's happening under the hood, which from a regulatory perspective is particularly problematic because it's where you would be able to say anything about how models are going to be performing out in the world.
Bhavin, I know you have a different view on this because you feel like there's too much emphasis on what's happening at the frontier, and actually the value is not dependent on continued progress at the frontier.
I mean, I think that if you look at what these large language models can do today, we have barely tapped the, sort of the depths of what you can then leverage them for inside the enterprise, what you can leverage them for inside of different apps. Just like mobile had so many affordances. We didn't think about products like DoorDash and Uber until the device really became what it is. The same thing with large language models. You take even a GPT 3.5, and there's still so many use cases that we think about when we go to work that people haven't implemented. And there's many use cases now that come with something like 4.0, and now we've got 0.1. And sure, these things do give us new things to think about. But I think there's a huge backlog, half a decade at least, of things that can be built, albeit mundane, for organizations. But that's how a lot of technology, becomes a part of our lives. It doesn't necessarily, show up like the Jetsons, cartoon. It shows up in different ways that really helps, us, do what we want to do, spend the time in the way that we want to spend it.
And Sarah mentioned data as a potential constraint. These things have been trained on the entire internet's worth of data. Makes it very hard to figure out, what biases they may have ingested. How big a problem is that, and how big a problem is data for the enterprise use cases you're seeing?
So I think there's a lot of conversations around these mega cap companies have the most data, so therefore they should have the best AI. The reality is it's more of a know-how problem than a data problem. As you know, OpenAI created ChatGPT, GPT 3.5, with a couple 100,000 utterances that they sort of perfectly crafted. And that's what got the sort of behavior that we all experienced. And so given that, what you realize is that it's not about having troves of data. It's about knowing what to do with that. In the enterprise, we do find that individual companies don't have enough data, just given the use cases, what employees ask for, what they're looking for, what they need help with. But as we start to look across the organizations, there are these very common homogeneous use cases that we can then use and train models against. Also, furthermore, a lot of these models are so advanced now, and they've got so many parameters that you can do few-shot learning or zero-shot learning, and so you don't need as much data as you once did to train them. Now, at the foundation level, that's another sort of conversation around what they need to sort of build those foundation models. But if you're fine-tuning models, if you're extending them, if you're leveraging them within your app, that amount of data is less important as what data you're using to train it with.
Right. Interesting. And Sarah, you mentioned some of the other capital constraints, a big one being energy. Is energy going to be the real bottleneck here going forward? I mean, you had OpenAI talking apparently to the Biden administration about 5 gigawatt, data centers. How concerned should we be about that? And is that really going to be the thing that prevents this technology from, maybe realizing the hype around it?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I raised the question earlier about what's sort of left behind if the bubble does burst, this is one of the places where it's most concerning, right? That there's, a very big push right now to overcome, so-called regulatory bottlenecks, which are also designed, I think, purposefully to ensure the safety and security of our critical infrastructures, and in the rush to development without necessarily knowing that we have sufficient publicly invested demand to fill those need. I think there are real concerns to be raised about the implications for the climate and the implications for local communities that are also dependent on these energy infrastructures. We're seeing discussions about the extension of the lives of coal plants, for instance, or the complete leveraging of cleaner green technologies that would otherwise be put to broader public use solely for the purpose of AI firms, which I think doesn't serve the public very well.
Right. And some people said, well, what if we get smaller models? And you said you don't think that's that's necessarily going to solve that problem. The idea that we might have AI that uses smaller models, runs on device or something, you might not need that huge data center infrastructure then.
Well, I mean, I think it raises a fundamental Jevons paradox that there's a tendency, when you resolve a bottleneck for then the demand to kind of fill that need. So it might not solve for those entrenched, long-standing social problems.
Right. And for businesses, what do you think about this idea of sort of smaller models or coupling many different kinds of models together as the way that you can actually deliver sort of ROI on this technology?
I think you almost have to, because I think when you look at a business use case, and ours is one in which we're directly interfacing with the employee, it has to run really fast. And you can't use large models for every query, for every subquery, for lots of different tasks that go on underneath the conversation. And so you have to use small models, you have to quantize them, you have to do a lot of different techniques in order to create that sort of wonderful user experience. If you think about the largest models only, and you think about, like, for what we handle employee questions that come in, if we use the largest model every single time, it's like taking a rocket ship to go to the grocery store. It makes no sense. And so we are constantly innovating in new ways to figure out, how we can best leverage that.
Right. I guess, it's always interesting to kind of come up with metaphors for this. And there's been a lot of technologies where there's a lot of valuation around companies that they may not have lived up to. Railroads, the internet you mentioned at the beginning. But the technology itself was really valuable. And then there's some other examples like Betamax or something, or Blu-ray, that never really lived up to its potential or hype around it. Which would you say this is? Is this the railroads of the internet, or is it Blu-ray and Betamax?
Well, I think it's the former. I think that AI is kind of like the invention of the transformer. It's going to lead to so many things. We talk about it as an industry, but over time it's going to get absorbed into everything that we do as a society. And I think that will help us think of it differently as we think about different verticals, different markets, different industries. Will be more of what you traditionally think about: healthcare and finance and some of these other areas.
What do you think, Sarah? Is it the internet or is it Blu-ray?
Well, I worry about it being somewhere in between those two, in that, we were talking about mundane uses earlier. If we see the widespread adoption of those most mundane versions of the technology, but then, the reduction in, let's say, taking healthcare, for example, nurses to staff patient beds, then if the technology doesn't work as intended, the consequences are very significant. And that's what we're seeing so far in some of the rollout of these tools. So I worry that it is the internet, but with the performance of a Betamax. Right?
All right, well, I think we'll have to leave it there and come back a year from now and see if the bubble's still going on as it bursts, see what's happened. Thank you all for listening, and thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Bhavin, for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all for today, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We are back tomorrow with more great talks and some amazing speakers like superstar footballer Ruben Diaz. But don't go anywhere just yet. Next up in about 5 minutes is one of the highlights of this week, the pitch semifinals. Enjoy.
What's up, Web Summit? Woo! Woo!
Wow, that's it. Everyone's excited for a pitch. Richie, I'm glad we both got the same black T-shirt, black pad memo for the finals.
You got the memo.
Finals. Great. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Web Summit's pitch semifinal. My name is Casey Lau.
And I'm Rich Ford, and we'll be your hosts of Pitch Today. In a few moments, our 10 startup finalists will begin to pitch right here on center stage.
That's right, Rich. These 10 startups had to fight in the group rounds yesterday to earn their place here today. We've had over 2,700 startups at Web Summit this year, so to get to the top 10 is already a massive accomplishment. Now they will battle out again to decide who will go through to the finals.
Only 3 startups can make it to the pitch final, which will be right here tomorrow on center stage at 12:30 p.m. Now, to determine the best finalists, we'll need some stellar judges. And lots of them. So please put your hands together for our judging panel.
Find a nice seat there.
Wherever you want to sit. Let's go out.
Yep, some people get up on the
What's your name? Where are you from?
Over there? I'm from Portugal.
Nice, Luis.
All
right. You?
Emily Fontaine from New York, IBM Ventures.
Nice. IBM Ventures, guys. Brian? Brendan.
Fusion North from Sydney, Australia.
Nice. Awesome. Awesome. Cool.
Okay, for the semifinal, there will be no Q&A. Startups will have only 3 minutes to impress and convince our judges that they deserve to be one of the 3 coveted spots in tomorrow's finals. But that's enough from us. It's time to hear some pitches. Are you ready, judges? Are you ready, audience? All right. Please give a warm welcome to our first startup, Perceive.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Paul Michaud, and I'm the CEO of Perceive, and I'm the former global executive IT architect and CTO for IBM Financial Markets. Companies spend $1.6 trillion annually developing custom software with a 70% failure rate and $500 billion in annual waste. While the bulk of the cost comes from core development activities, the primary causes of failure are actually constantly changing objectives and requirements and inadequate estimation and resource management. So what's it going to take to fix this? Well, we clearly need better project management. I've been building software for almost 4 decades, and frankly, the numbers haven't budged proportionately despite advances in Agile and the existing tool sets. We clearly need to automate as much of the development as possible in order to get the cost down, but our research shows that the LLMs, despite having amazing advances, are not sufficient to actually get this done. We actually think our enterprise-grade project management software, combined with our AI agent and an LLM model, will actually be able to achieve this. Our team has over 200 years of experience dealing with these issues, and we've made a significant investment towards solving this problem already. We've invested $9 million in hours in R&D prior to even forming the company, and we've put over $2 million of our own cash into it already. We're actually currently investigating filing 12 patents. And we've already released our enterprise-grade project management software, and we'll be releasing the code generation technology in 2025. We've actually conducted interviews with companies ranging from Fortune 100 all the way through to startups, and we actually hear the same complaints from all of them. We actually built our enterprise-grade project management software, P360, to be the first enterprise-grade alternative to Jira, ServiceNow, and Microsoft Project that streamlines the process and directly addresses the reasons for failure, and frankly, gives them the features that they're asking for. Our AI agent is actually one of the most advanced code generators in the world currently, and it's capable of understanding an unlimited context, unlike the language models. And we're actually able to develop the code repeatably, cheaper and faster than any LLM-based generator. To give you an example, our project management software currently is sitting at 3.6 million lines of code that we've developed in-house. Of that, 3.3 million, or 91% of it, is automatically generated using our in-house tech. We've actually achieved similar results doing work for some of our clients in the financial services sector, and we believe we can extend that out as we commercialize. Right now, as I mentioned, the enterprise project management software is actually releasing tonight at midnight, and the code generation tech next year. We use a standard SaaS pricing model across the tiers, and we think our technology combined can actually save the world's developers $1.5 trillion annually. Thank you.
Nice. What a great way to start the semi-final. Now on to our next startup, WiserSense. Please give them a warm welcome.
Hello, folks. This is Boran. I'm from Turkey. I'm co-founder of WiserSense. Although I'm co-founder of WiserSense, actually I am not active role in WiserSense management team. I have just learned 3 hours ago that I'm going to present this presentation because WiserSense has been selected one of the finalists in KPMG's global innovative competition as well. So normally our product manager Burak will be presenting here, but as a founder, I'm going to present the solution. Yeah, here. So what we do with WiserSense? Actually, WiserSense is smart end-to-end machine monitoring solution. How many of you works in information technology sector? Hands up, okay. How many of you works as a system administrator? Okay, actually, I used to work as a system administrator several years, and then I used to work at Microsoft as a premier field engineer for about 10 years, and then founded these companies. So all of you knows that we have valuable data. Actually, the operating system gives us valuable data to predict the computers or servers' health systems. So as an engineer, we are analyzing the data and predicting the failures, etc. But what about the other, all the machines which doesn't have any operating system? So how do we measure their health? So with WiserSense, we are aiming to measure the health of all machines, actually, all machines that rotating. You all know that production nightmare is a nightmare for the companies. So researchers says that cost of the production shutdown costs billions of dollars for the companies. So and no one, of course, doesn't want to shut down the production. but somehow they have to predict their machine's health. With our solution, they can actually. And another, the problem is that energy costs. We know that energy is expensive, and misbalanced machines or misaligned machines energy consumption is worse actually. So reducing the energy cost is a great value for the companies if they have very good maintenance plan, you know. Another problem is that inefficient production as well. Since we are gathering lots of valuable data from the machines, this data can be used for the efficiency of the production. Thank you, guys. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's it. Thanks. All right. That was 3 minutes pitch. A little bit over, but that's okay. Let's keep the momentum going, though. Let's welcome onto the stage our next finalist, Vision Anchor. Minutes.
Got it. A few years ago, we rented a boat in Croatia. We were anchored in a beautiful bay. And after a short swim, we found out the boat has moved, and we were 50 meters from shore, close to crashing. We started to raise the anchor to get out of there, but the chain was really light, so we knew something was wrong. We lost the anchor, and we had no idea. Anchoring hasn't changed since the beginning of time. Your boat safety and your family on it still depend on a heavy object that you drop in the water and hope for the best. According to our interviews, more than half of captains don't trust their anchor. More than 2/3 have experienced an anchor failure. That's why we came up with Vision Anchor. It's the world's first smart anchoring buoy that provides real-time location monitoring and alerts. It attaches to any anchor, and if it moves and the boat's in danger, the user gets an alarm. So everyone on the boat can stay safe, remain calm, and sleep peacefully. We're selling our buoys for 800 euros through our online campaigns and through distributors. We're also supplying businesses like boat charters and sailing schools. We're expanding this model with subscriptions, rentals, and add-ons. In our online campaigns, we've gotten over 2,500 signups, and we've sold out our first batch of units, resulting in over 50,000 euros. We're also working with distributors. We've got 2 secured and a few more in the pipeline. Technology is more accessible, and boat owners are getting younger, so it's the perfect time to make anchoring smarter. There are 20 million boats registered each year in Europe, USA, and Australia, our 3 core markets. That's giving us a TAM of 16 billion euros. The team, we've known each other for over 10 years, and we're all licensed captains. Andrei, he's marketed the Kickstarter campaign, resulting in over $700,000 US. And Jack, he's worked in rough seas on a ferry from Belgium to England. Our tech genius, Addison, part of Google Robotics. And our advisor, Chris, he's also advisor to Business Angels of Slovenia. In the future, we want to connect boat safety with ocean data. By making our buoys even smarter with additional sensors, we'll be able to add additional value to insurance companies and research institutes by creating a positive impact on environmental protection, disaster prevention, and weather prediction. Help us make Vision Anchor the standard for boat safety and share this with sailors you know. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Vision Anchor. Will our 4th startup be successful? Let's find out. Coming out, Bliss Brain.
let me tell you the story of my co-founder, Vlad, originally from Ukraine. When the war started, his family was away from him, and for weeks, he didn't know if they were alive. Meditation was helping him to manage intense emotions, but all the apps out there, they offered generic advice, not relevant to his reality. And that's when idea came to Vlad. What if meditation could be created specifically for you? Hi, everyone. My name is Sasha. In the past, I helped Google build 3-digit million app promo business. And today, I'm Vlad's co-founder at BlissBrain. So Vlad is not alone in his problem. Now, Gen Z is the most connected, yet disconnected generation in human history. Their stress, anxiety, and burnouts cost US economy $84 billion. And 95% of them, just like Vlad, are not happy with existing meditation apps. So our solution is very simple. We combine mindfulness and AI to create hyper-personalized user experiences. How it works? As a user, you share what's on your mind, what's bothering you, you select the voice of a teacher, and in just 3 seconds, wow, you are immersed in a custom session as unique as you are. And that's exactly what Gen Zs are looking for, personalization. They want custom nutrition plans, they want personal trainers, they want products tailored to them. And with the booming wellness market, we believe we can address that. Yes, there are strong competitors in this space, but they rely on a library of pre-recorded content. And that's the same for me, my mom, and my grandma. BlissBrain disrupts the space by custom user experiences. This is meditation made personal. And it's working. In just 5 months, we're already making money, and our retention rates are 5 times the industry average. So that's the best proof of personalization in action. Needless to say that users love BlissBrain, and Ryan Hoover, the founder of Product Hunt, commented, "What a clever idea." So we have an ambitious roadmap to get to 100 million in 5 years by becoming personalized well-being platform, expanding to LATAM and APAC, and growing our B2B business. In order to achieve the first milestone, we have opened our pre-seed round of 500,000. And we're confident we can deliver. Why? Because we've done it all before. My co-founder, Vlad, is an engineering lead. He helped Better Me acquire millions of users in the US. Myself, I'm an ex-Googler, second-time founder, and internationally certified mindfulness coach. So if our vision resonates with you, join us to shape the future of well-being market together. P.S. Vlad's family is safe and sound. And ever since his mom started to meditate. Thank you.
Thank you, BlissBrain. Awesome, great pitch. All right, next onto the stage is a company called Scouts with a Z. Let's welcome them.
Meet Miles, a high school senior who dreamed of playing college basketball. But just like 90% of most high school athletes, he doesn't get a scholarship. However, Miles soon realized that there are thousands of colleges and universities that offer athletic scholarships. So what does he do? Reach out to schools himself. He sends hundreds of cold emails just to get a college offer. You see, the talent is there for Miles, but he's unsuccessful in breaking into the market. It's not just happening to athletes like Miles. It's also happening to college transfers and other pro athletes who often lack the visibility and connections to get to the next level. And how do I know this? Because I lived it. My name's Antonio DePina. I'm the CEO and founder of Scouts. And having living Miles' journey myself is why I created this platform. So a little bit about me. I was once a college basketball player and a pro athlete. I know I gained a little weight, guys. It happens. But just like most athletes, I too had zero idea on how to start my recruiting process or where to begin. I got my first college offer from sending 1,000 cold emails just like this. And I got my first pro contract from this exact Facebook DM that I sent to a coach here in Portugal. And here's what I learned about the process for coaches. Out of the 3,000 colleges and universities, 80% of them don't have the budget to recruit nationwide. And with international recruiting popping up, it's making it harder for them to do their job. And Scouts is solving the problem. So Scouts is a sports recruiting platform that connects athletes and coaches to automate sports recruiting. So essentially, we're like a virtual scout for coaches and a virtual sports agent for the athlete. But let's just take away the athlete for a second. We help coaches find qualified players from pre-vetting them and matching them with the right fit. This saves coaches time and money. So since our launch in 2021, we've already generated $1.3 billion in revenue, scouting and recruiting for professional and college programs all around the world. Well, this isn't the most scalable option, right? Just like Airbnb and Uber, we did some unscalable things to start our journey. So this year, we launched the MVP and are already at $30,000 in monthly recurring revenue to date. We have over 10,000 users and have already successfully matched 120 players with pro teams all around the world. We have a successful pilot with 2 NBA G League teams, and we're just getting started. Our team is small and lean. Together, we have over 10 years of experience in college recruiting, professional recruiting, and the entire recruiting process in general. So again, we are solving the problem and helping millions of undiscovered athletes and thousands of coaches find their perfect player in pro and college sports. And you can follow us on our journey as we become the #1 sports recruiting platform in the world. Thank you.
That was pretty good. We are already halfway through our semi-final, and it's clear the standard is insanely high. We've heard from the 5 impressive startups. We got 5 more to go.
Yep. And before we move forward with the competition, let's throw back to that year, 2023. Right here in center stage at the last edition of Web Summit, Enrique Ferreira was crowned pitch champion with his startup Inspira, a Brazilian-based legal software business who bested the 2,000 startups in the process of winning pitch.
So now we're going to rewind the clock and talk to last year's winner. Let's see what they've been up to. Come on out, Enrique.
Enrique. Enrique, oh, you're mic'd up.
I'm mic'd up.
Enrique, how does it feel to be back on this stage a year later?
It feels fantastic, to be honest. Yeah. You know, just to be here, great memories, I have to say. And our team is also here. They're not backstage as last time, and coming here, you know, to get a little bit energy and party after our conquer. But it feels fantastic. It feels really good.
Were you this tall this last year?
I think so. I think so.
Nice. For those who didn't join us last year, like myself, describe what Inspira does.
So Inspira is a legal software solution for B2B segment. So we're addressing law firms, legal departments, and then corporations in several industries. And right now we're focused in Brazil. And after Web Summit, we launched in Portugal. So that was one of the biggest launches in awesome. News. So we're here in Portugal officially. Cool. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so legal tech, a little dry. What kind of advice would you give to your fellow startup founders who are backstage right now, who are hoping to be the next winner? Like, what are some pitch techniques you think that you did successfully?
So definitely speaking to everyone, right? So feeling comfortable on stage and, you know, talking to our jurors and as well as the audience and, you know, feeling confident and putting the word out there, really.
Okay, that's good too.
Awesome. Enrique, thank you, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Casey. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Ciao. Thank you.
Boom, 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 boom. So now let's look at our return to 2024 and look at our last 5 startups that we have today.
All right, so coming up next, we have a company called Intuitivo. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing well.
and I'm here to talk to you about a problem that we're seeing in society right now, which is the fact that our children's education is at risk. There are over 85 million teachers in the world, but 49 million of them will leave the workforce by 2030, creating a huge labor shortage, which is putting at risk the education of our next generations. And these teachers need to be replaced. But the reality is that no one wants to become a teacher anymore. And no wonder teachers don't get paid enough, they work too much, and just 46% of their time is spent actually teaching their students. And the rest of their time is spent doing administrative, repetitive tasks which are not adding value and could be automated. And this includes over 1.5 months a year creating and grading assessments for their students. And we saw this happening with teachers in our own families, so we decided to make a change. My name is João. I'm co-founder and CEO at Intuitivo, and we're an all-in-one web platform that helps teachers with the creation and grading of tests and exercises, saving them over 40% of the time they used to spend in the process before. With Intuitivo, teachers can find ready-to-use content created by other teachers from all over the country or create their own from our wide range of options, keeping everything organized in a centralized database that they can easily share with their colleagues. Finally, they can build engaging assessments for their students, which are automatically graded and give personalized feedback. And our business model is very simple. We charge schools a monthly subscription of €5 per teacher. And to fuel our schools' growth, we have a freemium model for individual teachers, and we also help governments with the delivery of national exams. And actually, the Portuguese national exams are already being digitized, and the government chose our platform to do this. So, of course, not only this means an important contract for us, but most importantly, this is the best marketing we could ever ask for, because this means that every single student in the country will use our platform. On top of that, in under 2 years, we've grown our users by over 80 times. We've gone from about 500 to over 40,000 teachers using our platform. And we've gone from 0 to over €300,000 in annual recurring revenues. The moment is now. Schools are in the process of digitization all over the world, creating an obtainable market opportunity for assessment softwares of $5 billion per year. We're already backed by some leading VCs, and over the next 2 years, we want to reach 1 million in ARR, to expand to new markets, to continue improving the product, including with AI features, and to hit the 200K users mark. So join Intuitivo if you want to help save our education system. Thank you very much.
Great job, Intuitivo. Now it's time for our 7th pitcher of the day. Let's get out here. Camidel.
Hi, my name is Tosha, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Commudo, where we are unlocking time. For the last 15 years, I have created, co-created, or invested in more than 60 pre-seed startups and traditional businesses. During this time, my internal team, which included accountants and lawyers, provided shared services to our newborn companies. I repeatedly saw the same bureaucratic and financial challenges we faced, especially the enormous amount of time spent on manual, zero-value-added bureaucratic tasks. And I couldn't stand it anymore. So together with my friend João Rodol, with whom I've worked for over 10 years, and who has been working with deep tech for the last 20, managing hundreds of engineers and co-authoring more than 100 patents, we decided to solve this problem and kill company bureaucracy once and for all. So we created Kai, an artificial intelligence that can autonomously create, manage, and operate companies. To make this technically possible, we had 2 challenges to solve. First, we needed a proactive AI, since you can't manage a company by being reactive. And second, we needed an algorithm that didn't hallucinate, since you can't make up laws that don't exist. It took us 18 months, but we did it. We developed a proprietary, proactive AI infrastructure that doesn't hallucinate. It uses LLMs as side brains, like Llama, Mistral, and others, and we coupled it with tools that allow it to interact with the real world. Now, Kai can legally create a company, do accounting, pay taxes, predict cash flow, manage invoice and payments, and essentially do all the boring stuff you don't want to. We're starting in Portugal because although we have only 10 million people, we have more than 1.4 million companies with less than 10 employees. On average, to own a company in Portugal, you must spend 250 euros a month just for an accountant, even if you have 0 sales. By introducing Kai, we can rely on humans only for the most complex tasks, teaching Kai at each interaction, which will drastically reduce our need for human accountants and lawyers. This will allow us to charge up to 10 times less and even offer Kai for free in the early stages of your company. To execute this vision, we build a founding team with the necessary core skills, from tech to marketing, made up of ex-founders and entrepreneurs who believe this is the right moment to create this tech and that we are the right people to bring it to market. Imagine a future where Kai autonomously runs your business, freeing you to focus on innovation and growth. We're creating this future where Kai handles the boring stuff while you build the extraordinary. If this mission resonates with you, we're looking for talent and investors to help us shift time from monotonous bureaucratic administrative tasks to what really matters, growing your business. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commutal. Thank you, Commutal team out there as well. Have we seen the pitch winner yet on stage? Okay. All right, if you don't think so, maybe it's one of our next pitching startups. Please welcome to the stage Government GPT.
Hello, my name is Raja Biancar. I'm from Silicon Valley. I'm a patent attorney. I'm also a former CEO of a venture-backed company, that civic tech company that sold to Google and restarted as Nextdoor.com. I am now building a new future for police and public safety in the age of artificial intelligence. The product we're revolutionizing is this. This is a body camera. The company that makes this is Axon. It's a $45 billion company that was only a $1 billion company 6 years ago. This was an optional device. This was designed to be an optional device. You put your tactical vest on, and then you put your body camera on. What we're doing is we're integrating body cameras right into tactical vests. So you have cameras in the front, and you have cameras in the back. So when this starts recording, it's recording 360 degrees. And it's not just recording. It's actively looking for threats. We've built the world's best edge-based AI model, which is right here on a Jetson Orin board that fits right inside the body. What this does is someone comes behind me with a knife, it starts vibrating and warn me. So as a police officer, I'm able to turn around and confront an attacker. This also is an extremely important technology for the future, especially this year. We've seen 2 terrorist attacks in the last 12 months where our device could have saved lives. I'll give you one, which was first in Israel in October 2023. When terrorists started coming at the borders and the margins, the security guards in the middle had no idea what's happening. People are running in chaos. If they had our system can be paired with stationary cameras and drones. So if there's a stationary camera that's looking at the perimeter, they sees a bunch of people shooting, my vest would start vibrating, the closest vest to the incident, and I'd be able to look at my phone and see a live video feed of what's happening. Same in Butler, Pennsylvania, where there's an attack against President Trump, where you had an assassin that went on the roof. In that building, there was police officers. That was a police staging area. Police officers were in that building with this camera. This is an Axon Body 4. They had no idea there was a terrorist on the roof. With our system, a stationary camera looking at all the roofs or a drone would alert the police officers right away. We have an exceptional team. We have an AI lead from the US Marines who is an artificial intelligence computer vision expert. My co-founder, another co-founder, is a Georgia Tech professor who's one of the world's leading haptic sensor designers. Our third co-founder is a former FBI police chief who worked in the FBI for 27 years, was a legal attaché to 2 countries, and served for 27 years. We also have now today 12 police pilot customers. Right before I came from coming here, I was in Elizabeth, New Jersey, where we're testing our product today right south of New York City. So thank you and help us protect the future. bring the right decision at the right time. Thank you.
Great job, Government GPT. Here comes our penultimate startup. Come on out. And personally,
hello, everybody. Everyone is talking to you about Gen AI and AI these days. But I'm here to tell you why these technologies in the wrong hands are very harmful and why they are very harmful for you as well. And I want to tell you two stories that actually happened to me. So in the first one, I just wanted to access my PayPal account. I did a common search in Google, as you are seeing in the screen right now. I saw an ad. I click on the ad. And that ad turned out to be a fraud ad. And I went to the website, saw a phone number, called that phone number. That phone number was a fake call center that basically stole my identity and my PayPal account. On the second story that, again, happened to me as well, I wanted to buy a pair of shoes to my wife. So I asked for a recommendation in a WhatsApp group. Some guy, they put a recommendation to a website. We ordered the shoes, but they never came back. So these are two examples of stories that they actually happened to me. And probably you're familiar and similar things happen to you as well. But basically, the common thing is that the world is turning into something that it's almost impossible to trust anything online. Whether it's on mobile, we need to get used to a world with everything is suspicious. Even the World Economic Forum has defined misinformation and disinformation as the #1 threat. And basically, we have seen an increase on 20 times on the cyber attacks in the last year done with AI. That's why we decided to create our solution, Impersonally, your ally against impersonation, where we have a lot of AI agents monitoring the web on different platforms, whether it's communication apps, ads, social profiles, gathering all the data. And basically, we're creating a one platform that help brands solve this problem. We believe that our brands that are the most fit to solve the problem for users, employees, and their own benefit. And we have been very fortunate in the last 7 months since launching to work with some of the most amazing brands in the world, already very close to reach $1 million in ARR, and solve more than 600,000 fraud cases for all these brands. Our team is composed about an amazing team of PhDs in AI, also with media content from all over the world, where together we put ourselves as a mission to solve impersonation, misinformation, and phishing done with ads, social profiles, domains, and every kind of content. So if you're a brand and are here, come talk to us. We can, in minutes, tell you whether your domain is suffering from any kind of impersonation. So you have tonight or tomorrow. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We are Impersonally. Thank you.
All right, great job, Impersonally. That was great. All right, last but definitely not least, let's welcome our final semifinalist of the day, BioSmart Data.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Maria Cayuela, a pharmacist by training and an entrepreneur at heart. So healthcare sector is facing a major problem. 97% of the data that is created in the medical practice is not captured and is being lost, and this could lead to major consequences. That's why BioSmart Data has created a software-based cloud that can collect this data in a structured way. We are going to look for this 97% of the data that is being lost in order to create our own neural networks. Our artificial intelligence is looking to be able to predict the success of treatments before doing them on patients. Also, we are allowing healthcare professionals to know the variables that impact these treatments and be able to personalize those treatments for the patient, not only based on their experience, but the collective experience of everyone. Of course, the healthcare ecosystem should be patient-centered. But in order for this to work, we should give benefits to the different stakeholders of the ecosystem. So doctors look for time-saving, industry to increase sales, but look to allow regulations, and healthcare system looking for efficiency. We know we are not alone in this data artificial intelligence world, but as we said, we are looking for this 97% of the data that is being lost, and we are focused on interventional techniques, and also we have been created this software hand by hand with doctors. We want to say that we also have a disruptive business model because we use the industry as main payers of our solution because we allow them to comply with regulations that already exist with post-market clinical follow-ups and post-market surveillance of their products. Of course, healthcare professionals are going to be the users, and we also ally with institutions in order to do clinical studies to improve and have quality of our data. We have been in the market. We have product validation, business model validation, and we have recurrency in our revenues and also in our patient database. We started in 2020. We have been improving on our product and, of course, guaranteeing the stability of the financial of the company. And for the next years, we are looking for data protection certifications. We believe that innovation is not just about money, it's about people, and we have a diverse team to face these challenges that we are going to have for the next years. Also, we count with the support of our key opinion leaders and chief of services of different hospitals in Spain. So thank you very much. We are BioSmart Data, and we are here to improve medicine based on real-world data.
Awesome stuff, BioSmart Data. So, can we get a massive round of applause for all our startups today? They were absolutely awesome.
Woo! Amazing. Yeah, give it up, give it up. All right, judges, now it's time to lock in your scores and decide who will make it to our pitch final tomorrow, which we'll announce in just a few minutes. So just keep judging. Everybody ready? Done? Yes? OK. Do we need to come in? OK, here comes our official tallier to come and pick up the tallies. Chloe and Ian, let's give them a round of applause for coming out and picking up the stuff. Nice. All right, let's start with you. Can you tell us your name and what you represent?
My name is Ani Akpe. I am the founder of African Women in Technology.
OK, great. So what did you think of the pitches you just saw?
I thought they were all amazing. They did wonderful jobs. It's great to see emerging tech being implemented. And it's also good to see how far they've come from how they started. I think it's very important to be able to support startups, but then also be able to see what type of impact it'll make within the communities. And I saw a lot of that.
Did you have a favorite?
I do.
I'm going to make you, well, you don't have to tell us which one's your favorite, but maybe which ones do you think you were leaning to that you thought were more impressive than the others?
I'll give you like my top three.
Top three, OK.
Top three. You have to think about impact towards police and what people can see in communities. So I thought that was very important. I like 360, just because I've seen what the impact is towards my community. I also believe that AI is the future in helping small businesses to be able to think differently. They can ask questions and they can move more efficiently. I also believe that the bio data is very important. So I just was like going back and forth on whom I wanted to choose. And don't be clapping for me, because there's other people that are not happy with my decision. But I felt that they were all impactful. And I do have one more, which is sports. Yeah. And I think that is very niche. But I also felt that without the opportunity to be able to review some of the people that are out there now and to be able to send out letters without having to go through and do everything yourself, that's priceless. So I'm torn.
Torn, OK. Great. Thank you for your opinions. Very appreciate you.
Nice. Dan, I'm going to go to you. Who do you feel was the best presenter and why?
Love the anchors. Pretty simple.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah. Exactly. I knew what they were solving for.
Nice.
They convinced me there was a huge anchor problem in the world.
Do you think that they were? Do you think that there were any common themes that they could improve on?
Well, I think across the pitches, there were some complexities and big problems. Like, for example, EdTech. You know, that's a hard category that no one has ever been able to crack.
Yeah.
You know, there's like discrete software, but no one's really been able to disrupt that. Or healthcare, obviously, the one we just saw. It's another one that is incredibly difficult to crack.
Nice, nice. Tamara, I'm going to go to you. Who do you think was the strongest presenter and why?
Well, I liked a few of them. I loved Scouts. I thought the idea of being able to let people pick their own journey or find out who's available in college sports, it's really difficult, right? People really struggle for that, and there's plenty of scholarships available that people don't get. Yeah. So I thought that was awesome. I really liked the guy from last year. Did you know we're Thomson Reuters? We invest in legal tech.
Oh, no way.
That thing that you said is really dry.
That was Casey, not me.
Fantastic,
Blame Casey.
by the way. Legal tech is the most exciting thing on the planet. I also really liked the anchor guy. Like, I don't know what's proprietary about that, though. It seems like I could go build that. No offense. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. I don't know.
Tough words, huh?
I did like it, though. But he didn't tell me why I couldn't build that myself.
Interesting, interesting. All right, how about you, sir? What's your name and what do you represent?
I'm Luis. I'm here with EDP Ventures, so I'm in the climate area.
Yeah.
I enjoyed very, very much some of the pitches, but I have to admit that I was convinced by two of them.
Yeah. The
so,
anchor.
Actually not. I'm sorry I'm not going on that one. I think they still have a lot of challenges in terms of being able to place a product. But I was very impressed with the EdTech solution that we saw. It was very, very impressive. And the adoption was pretty good. And also the first speech of all, Prosive. I enjoyed it very, very much, the code generator.
Is any of the 10 you saw you would write a check for right now, if you could?
Probably for these two.
For these two?
Yeah.
Great, okay, excellent.
Go to you. What's your name and where do you come from?
My name is Margot. I lead the marketing team at Adobe here in EMEA.
Nice. Do you think which are the top three you think would be as easily marketable?
I really liked Scouts. I think when you lean into culture, you've got a lot to talk about, and his pitch was really innovative in the way that you can connect users that want to ultimately be sports professionals with teams that may not have the means to actually be able to get out there.
Nice. Scouts were my favorite too.
Your favorite too?
I would say that.
Let me ask this guy, what's your name and where do you come from? And I know you judge a lot of startups, so maybe talk a little bit about the presentation. Did you like the best and the least?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, everyone. My name is Brendan Yell. I'm from Sydney, Australia, currently with Fusion North. Yeah, I have judged a lot of pitch competitions, and there was something I saw tonight was really interesting. A lot of the companies explained very well the problem they're solving, but there was a couple that did a very good job of explaining how they're solving it different to other people and what was their unique, either their unique take on it or their unique understanding of the problem that means that they will succeed. There was a couple there where I was like, yeah, I understand the problem. I sort of see how you're solving it, but I don't see how you're doing it different to anybody else in that market. So my biggest sort of advice for founders in the audience was tell us the differentiator of the way you're doing it different to other startups.
Yeah, great. And also stick to the 3-minute countdown, right?
So, the scores are in. 3 victorious startups who will take part tomorrow in the grand final are in this envelope.
All right, well, thank you. I get to open it.
Can we get a drum roll?
Drum roll. Wow, very interesting. Very interesting. All right. Of the 10 that just pitched, the top 3, number 1, Scouts.
We also have Government GPT.
Who's the last one? Who's the last one? No? No guesses? Menudo? Were they in here? No. Number 3 joining us tomorrow, Intuitivo. Good job. All right. Amazing. Congratulations to the 3 people. Today, the power was in our judges' hands, but tomorrow in the grand finals, the audience gets a say, and you become the 4th judge. So we'll have 3 judges on stage, and you will be able to make your pick, the 4th decision. Make sure you join us back here tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. and have your say in who is crowned the next Pitch Champion of Web Summit 2024. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Good night.